You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 201. Late Night Talk and Visitors in the Dead of Night at Terrence Mansion. Malcolm kept a regular schedule of work and rest. It was his secret formula to maintain his energy and momentum, especially during the early days of the Black Market Alliance. A slew of unexpected events and situations had taken place, yet Malcolm was able to systematically solve each of them without showing any sign of fatigue. Even in his 40s, his body behaved as if he was a 20-year-old. At this hour, he would usually be already in bed. Tonight, however, he decided to remain in his study, which was a rarity. Malcolm plucked a book from the shelf and flipped through its pages. The maids in the hallway hardly dared to breathe, knowing that Malcolm's mood was usually foul at this hour. With an aloof and stern demeanor, he wore a face of austerity and rigidity from the old days. When he heard of the news about the incident on the beach, his expression grew even more solemn. Even from afar, one could instantly sense the formidable aura oozing out of him. Once, during breakfast, one of the newly hired maids was so intimidated when she caught sight of him that she dropped the plate she was carrying. As a result, the chamberlain had someone drag her out of the house to be whipped. After that incident, every servant of Terrence Mansion would do well to keep their heads down. When they saw that Malcolm had been in the study for nearly an hour past his usual bedtime, nobody could muster enough courage to approach their master. At the same time, they were also afraid that they might be punished for not doing so. The maids really didn't know what to do. Finally, they all turned to a petite maid named Leah, Malcolm's favorite of all the maids. He treated her differently and never punished her, even when she made the gravest of mistakes. Due to the preferential treatment, some of the other servants greatly ostracized her. Leah said nothing, merely turning around and proceeded downstairs to the kitchen. When she returned, she held a glass of warm milk with her. As she was about to enter the study, she adjusted her uniform and knocked gingerly on the door. Malcolm answered from inside. "Come in." The maid pushed the door open. Malcolm, who was sitting on the velvet couch, didn't look up until Leah placed the glass on the table in front of him. Malcolm snorted. "That's sweet. I'm waiting for a guest. I'll be sleeping a little later tonight." "Yes, Mr. Malcolm." Leah smiled as she picked up the tray. Just before she was about to exit the room, Malcolm spoke again. "Has anyone entered my study recently?" Leah started to panic, thinking that Malcolm must have discovered that someone had rummaged through his letters. She had only taken one and made sure to return it the next day. How could Malcolm have noticed it? Could her luck be really that bad? So much so that Malcolm decided to re-examine those old letters on the very day and noticed that one had gone missing? But then again, there was a whole bunch of them. How could he have remembered each and every one of them? Right now, however, the most crucial question was, what would she do now? Should she make up a story of a non-existent thief? She could divert Malcolm's suspicions to the phantom so that he would focus on it instead of her. Or perhaps, she should put the blame on someone else? A jumble of thoughts flashed across Leah's mind, but it lasted only a moment. When she turned around, the expressions on her face displayed just the right amount of confusion. "Is something missing, sir?" "As per your instructions, Mr. Malcolm, I am the only person who comes in every day to clean the room." "Oh, I'm just asking. Things haven't been peaceful recently. It's always better to be extra careful." Malcolm pointed to the chair in front of him and said, "Since you're already here, don't leave in a hurry. Stay for a while and have a chat with me." Leah breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she had made the right bet. Malcolm didn't notice the missing letter. She gathered up her long dress and sat down with a smile. "What would you like to talk about, Mr. Malcolm?" Malcolm put down the book in his hand. "Let's talk about books. What have you been reading lately?" "I've been reading the Bible because I noticed many reading it when I came here." "Well, the fastest way to integrate into a culture is to understand its religion. Have you read the book of Exodus? What are your thoughts about it?" The Israelites were enslaved by the Egyptians, and under the guidance of God, they escaped Egypt and followed their prophet, Moses. After a period of suffering, they finally reached a place they called the Promised Land, a land overflowing with milk and honey. Has this book enlightened you in any way? Leah's smile faded a little, becoming a little less confident. "Do you know what I like most about you? You rarely say anything that contradicts your conviction. If I were to ask the other servants, they would quickly tell me that they are pleased with their lives now and would never try to escape or leave. Malcolm shifted in his seat to make himself more comfortable. But the reality is that no one likes to be enslaved, he continued. Leah stayed silent for a long while before answering. Will God end the suffering of my people then? What do you think? Malcolm retorted. Thousands of years ago, the Israelites had faith in the Lord their God, so he liberated them from the evil rule of the pagans. But now, since you and I believe in the same Creator, do you think he will liberate you from us? Then where would our path lead us? Will our children and grandchildren continue to be enslaved like us? That would have to depend on when you can truly integrate into our world. The maid opened her mouth to speak, but Malcolm raised a finger to stop her. The integration I speak of doesn't simply encapsulate the subjects of language, food, clothing, etiquette, or even religion, not just these kinds of things. Although they are all important, there is something more essential. Malcolm pointed to his head. You need to think like us. Only then will you really be accepted by our kind. But when that day arrives, will we still be who we are? Leah asked. Good question. Civilization is the cruelest thing the world has ever seen. It has only one main motive, and that is subjugation, replied Malcolm. Before it completes its destiny, it will never stop. If your kind refuses to assimilate with us, then the only way forward is complete destruction. As soon as Malcolm finished, there was a knock on the door, and the chamberlain's voice could be heard from the other side. Mr. Malcolm, the guest has arrived. All right, let's end out little chat here for today. Go on ahead. Malcolm shooed her off. The maid bowed subserviently and left. Not long after, a man draped in a cloak came in from outside where a drizzle had started, carrying with him the scent of the outdoor humidity. When the door to the study was shut again, the man uncloaked himself, revealing the face of Fraser. Chapter 202. Opportunity. You gave me your assurance that there will be no more surprises this time. Malcolm groaned. Fraser hung his cloak on the coat rack and shrugged. If I remember correctly, we agreed to sink the ship, kill everyone on board, then leave quietly. That is right. Tell me then, what happened on the beach 4 days ago? Why did the Gentle Breeze and her crew return to Nassau? And why did that Wilton guy use the crew to threaten Karina? I did as you asked and found the most brutal pirate outside the island. It seems that even I have underestimated his ruthlessness. Fraser appeared frustrated. Things got out of hand. Wilton was a lot greedier than expected. He took our deposit, but I suppose that wasn't enough for him because he tried to milk more money by using the Gentle Breeze's sailors. He flouted our agreement. I planned to see him the next day, but on that very morning, I found out about what happened after. Look, the good news is that we don't have to pay them the rest of the money, said Fraser as he picked up the glass on the table. Malcolm pointed at the brandy on the shelf. So, after spending so much energy and effort, not only did we achieve the undesired result, we even gave her another cargo ship. On top of that, the whole incident inadvertently helped the Jackdaw become ever more popular on the island. In fact, they are about to surpass the fame of Black Sam's Robin Hood of the Sea. Fraser walked to the shelf and poured himself a glass. Although I'm considered his teacher, I've never really seen through him. He's different from Black Prince Sam, but they do have one thing in common. They both clearly know what they are doing. When I heard that the Jackdaw returned to port, I had a bad feeling. I should have warned Wilton ahead of time. I didn't think he would be so rash in his actions. But in retrospect, it was his best chance to make a move. One the old pirate took a sip of brandy and continued. In fact, I just received some bad news. Huh. Black Prince Sam is making allies with several captains with parliamentary seats on the island. He intends to induct Zhang Hing into the parliament. With his influence and connections, he managed to get 7 parliamentary members to support him, so the prospects of Zhang Hing joining the parliament is pretty much set in stone. I hate to admit it, but the Jackdaw's influence on the island is growing bigger and bigger. Are you still not planning to consider my proposal? Malcolm gave Fraser a cold look. I am a businessman, Fraser, not Julius Caesar. I came to this island to make money. These few years, Nassau has undergone rapid development. The volume of goods we get is increasing every year, but the quality has been dropping. There are fewer top pirates, and since Blackbeard Teach attacked Charleston, he's disappeared. Now, Sam is the only top pirate left on the island. The Jackdaw might be the one to fill in this void. Karina is relying solely on one pirate ship to survive. This just shows how strong the earning power of the Jackdaw is. Only on the premise that he is willing to cooperate with the Black Market Alliance, Malcolm replied. If we can cut off his channel for transporting the goods out of the island, he will be forced to turn around and work with us. If it hadn't been for that small error on your part, he would already be negotiating with us. One Fraser sipped up the last drops of brandy in his glass. What should we do now then? Should I find someone else to rob her cargo ship? Our spy has been exposed. They will be even more cautious now. It's not going to be easy to get our hands on their planned route again. Besides, they have 2 cargo ships now. If we sink one, there will still be another left. I heard that some captains are already meeting with Ms. Karina to explore the possibility of a long-term partnership. Opinions of her are also changing. More people are beginning to believe that she's no longer just a passerby in this place. Let's set the robbery idea aside first. Although this is the simplest and most effective method, it also brings many negative effects along with it. The black market alliance is still young. I haven't been able to completely take control of it. There are still voices of dissent within it. This situation cannot be allowed to repeat itself. If we can't solve it in the shortest time possible, then we'll have to seek other ways. Malcolm continued, I met her not long ago. I thought that she was going to be exactly like her father, the basis of my previous arrangement. But I soon found out that there was an error in my judgment of her. She is nothing like him. On the contrary, she is very much like me in my younger days, only more ambitious and radical. I can probably guess what she's thinking right now. Oh, after she found out that Malone had been bought over by me, she must be filled with anger and resentment. These emotions, however, will quickly turn into hunger. She will yearn to beat me more than ever. This hunger will motivate her even more, but it will also make her more willing to take risks. So, I will give her a chance. Fraser cocked his eyebrows. What chance? A chance to beat me, Malcolm answered. This time around, the Jackdaw's repair only took a short while, in the span of a little less than a week. Because the Gentle Breeze was robbed on its way out, they were unable to bring back new information from the port. However, Black Prince Sam came looking for Zhang Heng 2 days ago, inviting him to join a hunt. A Spanish treasure ship? Billy repeated himself to make sure he heard the guy correctly. Did you say a Spanish treasure ship? The type that has 3 decks full of cannons, and over 200 heavily armed sailors? Spanish galleons are usually accompanied by frigates. As far as I know, the only person who has ever successfully plundered a treasure ship and managed to transport its loot back to China is Peter Hine, and he had to deploy the entire Navy fleet to do that. Really? I don't know this story, but I heard that back when you were with Blackbeard Teach, you successfully took over the proud Scarborough with a little more than 100 men against the Royal Navy's 700 sailors, Sam said. Whoever told you this certainly didn't mention that we were just simply at the right place and the right time. Orf's scheme worked, and it took a lot for us to get on the deck. Captain Teach alone fought against 10 men, and everyone else gave everything they got. But even then, if it weren't for Zhang Heng's shots at the end, and their captain's fear of death, we would have fallen short of our goal. So, you don't wish to experience that same excitement again? Black Prince Sam blinked. 2. Chapter 203, Letter of Recommendation. Thanks, but no thanks. After that battle, I swore that I would never go through such an experience again, Billy said. Apart from us, I also intend to recruit another 4 experienced captains from the island. With the 6 of us working together, we have a good chance of a victory, said Black Prince Sam. After it's done, we'll split the loot equally among us. It's a lot of money, enough money to pay everyone's wages for an entire year. This means that if you wanna, you can take a year-long vacation after that. If the whole point is just to make money, you can probably a more suitable prey, right? What draws you to this Spanish treasure ship anyway? Zhang Heng asked. It was undeniable that Spanish ships carried the most valuable treasures. Other than tobacco, they would also haul silk, silver, and most importantly, gold. When Black Sam said that it was enough to pay off a year's wages, he wasn't exaggerating. Even if the money were to be divided equally among the 6 pirate ships, they would definitely each get a handsome share. However, the stakes were also very high. Unless the motive were revenge, like Blackbeard's battle, most avoided getting involved with military forces under normal circumstances. What more, Spanish ships were notoriously tricky to plunder. Even the most valiant of pirates avoided robbing the Spaniards because they rarely surrendered. Many a time, when the Spaniards were at a disadvantage, they would rather go down with their ship than to suffer any financial loss. Robbing them not only meant having to face a fierce battle, but also a good chance that they would simply return battered, bruised, and empty-handed in the end. The main reason we should try is that it's a rare opportunity. Generally, Spanish treasure fleet travel in a convoy of at least a dozen ships, which make them practically impregnable. This is one rare occasion that a Spanish ship will be moving alone. Even with 2 naval frigates escorting her, it's still considered a golden opportunity. Black Prince Sam harumphed with great enthusiasm. I acquired the route they would take from a trusted intelligence dealer for a large sum of money. So, are you interested in doing this together? If we succeed, we will be the first group of pirates to ever successfully rob a treasure ship. That's all you really care about, right? Unsurprisingly, Black Prince Sam did not deny it. Instead, he flashed his signature smile at his companions. We always need a little challenge in life. If Blackbeard Teach can take the Scarborough, then it makes no sense that so many of us cannot take on a Spanish treasure vessel. Zhang Heng looked at Billy and asked, "What do you think?" The Jackdaw's helmsman looked a little troubled. "I still prefer the safer route of robbing merchant ships, but we haven't had any tip-offs recently, and I know those bastards on our ship won't refuse an opportunity like this to make big money. Their ravenous appetite for wealth can never be satisfied, much like a bottomless pit. But since our target has only 3 ships and we have 6, I think perhaps we should give it a try. How's recruitment going? Can we set sail in 2 days?" Zhang Heng asked. When he received the prompt from the system earlier, the number of crew on the Jackdaw had reached 70, and they hadn't stopped recruiting since. Zhang Heng and Billy agreed that the goal was to reach 90 sailors this time. Once they hit the number, sideboard battles would no longer be the Jackdaw's Achilles heel. Even though this meant that they were still far behind the larger pirate gangs, they would end up faring a lot better should someone attack them from below the waterline again. So far, we've recruited a total of 26 men. In our last battle, we lost 4, and the 2 severely injured men left the ship after taking their severance pay. Now, we have 82 sailors on board. Our main problem would be finding experienced gunners and carpenters. For now, though, our workforce is nearly enough, Billy answered. 2 days shouldn't be a problem. Replenishing supplies won't take long as well. I will arrange for a few people to haul our men out of the brothels and taverns. Sounds good to me. I'll need to inform a few more people. Let's meet up here again after 2 days, Black Sam said hurriedly. As he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and reached into his coat. "Oh, I almost forgot. This is for you." "Huh." "A joint letter signed by 7 influential people recommending you to be part of the parliament on the island. I must apologize, there was a delay in the process. 2 of them were in dispute because of a problem in the distribution of a batch of loot. Each of them insisted that if the other signs the letter, they will not be a part of it. I could have simply found someone else to replace them, but the conflict between them wouldn't have been resolved through this matter." "Thank you," replied Zhang Heng, who gratefully accepted the recommendation letter. "You just have to hand this letter to Mr. Clay, the Speaker of the House. Then the Parliament will organize a vote for its members. As long as the votes in favor of you exceed 1/3 of them, you can join the Parliament." "Clay? Which Clay?" "Kim Clay, owner of the brothel?" Don't take it to heart. The position of the Speaker in the Parliament is more of a formality. Anyway, everything has been going well the past 2 years, and the Speaker simply reviews the memberships. When it comes to huge decisions, however, everyone is involved. Clay's popularity in the Parliament. Well, you know, there is no one on the island dislikes him. On top of that, he's willing to give a 30% discount to all members of the Parliament, so it's a challenge, to say the least, to not support his speakership. Zhang Heng chuckled. After that, Zhang Heng did as Black Prince Sam instructed and went to the brothel. Before he even said a word, he was given a grand welcome when he arrived. This was mainly thanks to the Jackdaw sailors who had recently been the top whales at the brothel, spending an obscene amount of gold coins at the establishment. After remembering her employer's instructions, the Baud lit up the moment she saw Zhang Heng from a distance. She quickly gathered all her available girls and offered Zhang Heng with a complimentary service as an expression of gratitude for his contribution to their business. However, Zhang Heng turned down the proposal. As they conversed, a scraggy elderly man hurried out of the building with a cigarette in one hand. He was Kim Clay, the owner of the brothel, who also happened one of the most well-informed lads on the island. Having ears everywhere, he had already heard of Zhang Heng's preparations to join the Parliament. The old man accepted the letter of recommendation with a smile and said, "Welcome to the Parliament. Even if you hadn't seen me, I would have come to you sometime later. Your name, Captain Zhang Hong, has recently become notorious on this small island. We sure need an outstanding man like yourself if we want to build up Nassau. You're too kind, Mr. Clay. Isn't it too early to welcome me? Doesn't the Parliament need to vote on this?" Zhang Hong asked. "Don't worry about the vote. The one-third ruling is simply a preventive measure to stop anyone from causing trouble. In fact, there are a handful of members there who didn't pass through the votes since the Parliament was established," Clay said. "Above it all, no one would dare refuse a recommendation letter with the signature of Captain Sam on it." Chapter 204, Rat Infestation. Kim Clay took the recommendation letter. "I might need some time to find all the required people for the vote. It's easier to look for those living on the island. However, as for captains like you, some of them are currently not on the island. They should be back in about a month. By that time, you should be able to join the meeting officially." "Thank you, Mr. Clay. What do you think about a celebration in my brothel when you are allowed to be part of the meeting? My girls have heard a lot about you. They are all very curious, to say the least. I sincerely hope you'll be able to make it to the party." Before he could finish, a girl looking to be about 17 or 18 asked curiously, "Word is that you can summon a dolphin during a battle and go after your enemies riding them. Is that true?" "No. From what I heard, I was told that the ropes on their ship have some sort of magical power. They can fly on their own and tie up their enemies. One of the pirates on the Jackdaw told me about it," a voluptuous woman chipped in. "When are you going to tell us about your battle with the skeletons? I heard that you encountered a skeletal ship on one of your voyages, and there were 300 skeletons on it. You and your band of pirates defeated them fearlessly." The girls chattered nonstop until a pimp came and chased them all away. "Wow, I didn't know there were so many stories about me. Don't mind them. Every rising captain will have their own legendary tale." When Sam took the quetta into his possession, people believed that he was the heir of Arthur the King, said Kim Clay, while putting a pipe to his mouth. So, before Zhang Hong set sail again, he went to the second-hand trading center to look for Karina. However, she wasn't there, and he was greeted by Jim instead. After Jim's name was cleared of any treason, Karina increased his salary. He was even appointed person in charge of the trade center. At least, he got something good out of his misfortune. After asking Jim a few questions, Zhang Hing got to know that Karina had been performing some incredible feats in Nassau. Previously, she mentioned to Zhang Hong about opening a grocery store. Now, he heard that she found a suitable location for it, a visible, bustling spot just right beside the market. Karina planned for its official launching tomorrow. So, on second thought, Zhang Hong decided that it was best not to bother her at this time. The next day, a vast crowd had gathered at the port before Zhang Hong set sail to the sea. This was one of the most significant joint operations in Nassau in the past few years. All the ships that took part were incredibly famous, the Quetta being one of them. Ever since the disappearance of Teach, Black Prince Sam and his pirates had become the most powerful gang in the waters around the area. This time, every pirate ship that joined him was undeniably powerful. The least experienced in the convoy was Zhang Hong and his Jackdaw. However, they were now the most famous pirate group in the entire Nassau, and it was the dream of all single men on the island of joining the Jackdaw. The vessel brought a tremendous amount of loot 3 consecutive times, even managing to defeat a pirate gang 3 times their size. Though the Jackdaw hadn't been established too long ago, every step they had taken was genuinely awe-inspiring. Nobody would ignore their existence now even if they tried to. All the captains of legendary pirate gangs came to greet Zhang Hong, bidding him well wishes for his upcoming journey. Aside from that, Zhang Hong spotted Malcolm as well. This was the first time after the banquet that he laid his eyes on Malcolm. He simply looked the same. Malcolm didn't linger at the port for too long and wished Black Prince Sam a safe and fruitful voyage before he left the port. From afar, Malcolm saw Zhang Hong and nodded. Zhang Hong reciprocated with a nod as a sign of courtesy. Outsiders would never know that they were actually enemies. On the other hand, Black Prince Sam saw that the pirates from 6 different ships were getting excited about the treasure hunt. Being the bigger man, Sam revealed the route of the Spanish galleon to the 5 captains. There was no need to keep it a secret from them. With the firepower of the Spaniards, attacking them alone was no different from going on a suicide mission. Let's begin. If we succeed this time, even the Queen of England will hear of our name. When that day arrives, every merchant ship that passes us would automatically lower their flags. There are rats on the ship? In the captain's quarters, Zhang Heng put down the notebook that he used to write new Dutch words he learned. He was conversing with the quartermaster and the cook of the Jackdaw. "I will let Mr. Ramsay explain the situation to you," said Dufresne. "Technically, I have never laid my eyes on those tiny goblins, but there is food missing in the kitchen, and it's getting more and more serious," the plump cook lamented. Rats were one of the most hated creatures on a ship. Not only did they speed up the consumption of food and water, but they also gnawed through the ropes and deck of the vessel. All these problems, though, were not as severe as the horrific plague that they would spread around the ship. The bubonic plague is a highly contagious disease. Early symptoms would have the infected person experiencing headaches and fever. Soon, they would feel nauseous, and ecchymosis would start to appear on the person's skin. Then, the person's lymph nodes would generate pus to the point of rupture. In about 3 to 5 days, the person would either suffer severe toxemia, pneumonia, or sepsis. If not treated in time, the person would eventually die from it. Quarantine was the best way to stop the bubonic plague from spreading, having no known cure for the disease in this era. Zhang Heng knew better than anyone that the condition came with a high fatality rate. During the 14th century, the Black Death claimed a whopping 25 million lives, a third of Europe's population. The most recent pandemic happened in London 40 years ago, spreading widespread panic amongst its residents. No one bothered checking the ship before this? It's my mistake. The day before we set sail, I did check the ship. However, when our new supplies were loaded, I didn't recheck it. The rats probably came along with the wood and food. I can't blame you. There was barely any time for us to check everything. I heard that you went around last night gathering our people. Fortunately, we discovered the rats now. Let's use whatever time we have now to deal with this problem, said Zhang Heng. I bought a cat when I disembarked the last time. I think it should be capable of tackling the rats. I'll let it search the ship now. Dufresne and the cook left the captain's quarters after that. Still, the cat could not locate the rats that had been eating their food. Left with no other option, Zhang Heng had to deploy everyone on the Jackdaw for a rat hunt. Finally, they found something in the room that they stored their wood supply. Zhang Heng didn't know whether to cry or to laugh when he saw the results. This was true, especially for Anne. Her face had changed completely. Chapter 205. This suggestion is perfect for me. I think, how did you get on this ship? Asked Anne. Harry was in total shock when he was found in the cabin used to store wood. There was a piece of stale bread and a half-eaten sausage beside him. Other than that, there were 2 wooden buckets nearby him. One of them was used to store clean water and the other for his excrement. Harry scratched his head, not knowing what to say in a situation like this. No wonder you kept begging me to bring you on the ship recently. You have been planning all along to sneak on board, right? And grabbed Harry and lifted him by the collar. Not bad. You knew how to scout the place and make good use of me, huh? I can see that your guts are getting bigger and bigger, she growled. Harry started trembling in fear as Anne confronted him. Calm down, boss. I have begged you so many times to let me set sail with you. You tell me each time that you'll ask Captain Zhang Heng about it. However, I know that you've never asked him even though you promised me again and again, which is why I had to find a way to get on board. It's always been my wish to work on this ship. You are only 7, kid. You need to know that you are not old enough to work on a ship. Boss, I'm 12. Look at my body. It's impossible that I look like a 7-year-old kid, right? Is that right? Now, why do I feel that your brain stopped growing at 7? Captain, according to the rules on this ship, what do we normally do to intruders? Asked, and while turning around to look at Zhang Heng, who was standing nearby. Oh, to save us from unnecessary trouble, we usually kill them. Well then, it seems that would be the only way to solve this problem. While she spoke, and drew her saber from her waist with a sly smile. I think you know what happened to the skeleton, right? Harry was bewildered by their rough treatment. When Anne placed her saber on his neck, Harry felt that he was a step closer to death. Finally, the last line of defense in his heart crumbled, and he broke down, starting to cry hysterically with streams of snot flowing out of his nose. Boss, save me, please. This is all my fault. I swear I'll never do something like this again. If that's the case, then, what other ways can we punish him? And turned around and looked at Zhang Heng, saber still glued on Harry's throat. Harry was so terrified, he couldn't move a single muscle on his body. We shall see how much he's worth. We can stow him as a prisoner first. After that, we can exchange him for something more valuable, smirked Zhang Heng, who was playing along with Anne. You heard that? Do you think you are valuable to us? Asked Anne while kicking Harry. No, I have no value at all. I'm currently staying with my aunt. She won't pay you guys a single dime, even if you kill me in front of her. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to redeem yourself then. Hang on. Hang on. Actually, I'm valuable in my own way. I don't eat much, and I'm extremely agile. And I'm also hardworking. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I'm willing to clean the deck, climb the mast, and learn how to be a good helmsman. I can do all kinds of things you ask me to, said Harry while tapping his chest. Fine. You can stay on this ship. Harry was elated the moment he heard that. After that, he saw Anne laughing at him. Isn't that what you wanted to hear the most? There is no punishment for you. Your wish has just come true. Knowing he had been duped, Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. You will clean the toilet and help out in the kitchen. I will make sure you get off the ship when we are back in Nassau, and went on. Hey, that's not fair. I've always kept you company when you couldn't find a job. I have never abandoned you. Now, However, before he could continue, Harry saw Anne cracking her knuckles and instantly changed what he wanted to say. I think your suggestion for me is perfect. Once Harry kneeled to Anne's absolute dominance, the rat problem on the ship was finally solved. After that, Anne brought Harry around the boat and introduced him to the other pirates. She emphasized to all that Harry was just a temporary sailor. Nevertheless, the crew was unhappy when they saw the boy. For the past 2 days, they had been searching high and low for the rat, and it had been a chaotic and tiring situation. It was a miracle that they did not bludgeon Harry up when they saw him, and had no intention to side with him either. She wanted to let Harry experience the reality of life on a pirate ship. By doing that, she hoped to change his mind about staying on, and mentioned to Zhang Heng before about Harry wishing to work on Jackdaw, but after much consideration, he didn't agree to it. It was too a 12-year-old boy was simply too young to work on a ship. If this was the modern world, Harry should have been attending primary school. Despite all that, Zhang Heng didn't mind the extra stowaway on his ship. All of them were pirates after all and risked their lives every single day on board. Once an attack against them commenced, the enemies would not care if Harry was still a kid or not. They would kill him, regardless. He wanted to make Harry wait for another 2 years or so before letting him join his ship. Unfortunately, Harry thought differently, and returned to the deck after arranging for a cabin for Harry to sleep in. It was at that time that the Quetta raised her flag to signal all the other ships, a sign that summoned all 5 captains to gather together. Upon receiving the indication, Zhang Heng brought 2 pirates with him and rowed to the Quetta. Eric, the helmsman, was a good friend of his, and he automatically greeted Zhang Heng when he saw him. Captain Zhang Heng, how have you been? Sam is in the captain's quarters. Everyone else is already here. You were the last to arrive. A young sailor led Zhang Heng to Quetta's captain quarters. Other than Sam, another 4 captains from 4 different ships surrounded the table, looking at a nautical chart. Zhang Heng closed the door upon entering the cabin. Let me explain the plan since everyone is here. For now, we know that 2 corvettes are protecting the Spanish ship. Each corvette should be armed with at least 50 cannons. Now, the Spanish ship is even more powerful than the corvettes. If we all attack all 3 at the same time, we can only last 2 rounds, give or take. We will lose a lot of people even if we win the battle. However, they have their weaknesses as well. Although their hull is tough enough to withstand our cannons and protect its cargo, it's challenging for them to maneuver their ship. If we can dodge attacks from their side cannons and instead fire at their bow and stern, I think we should yield some good results. How are we supposed to do that? Asked the warrior's captain. They are not nearly as agile as us, and the sea is vast. When they see us charging at them from afar, they still have enough time to change direction unless we split up and surround it from all directions. Still, don't forget the 2 corvettes guarding it. They could sink our ships one by one if we were to do that. Good insight. Parrot Island is only 3 days away. If I'm not mistaken, the galleon should cross it in about 5 days. We can ambush them from there, said Sam while pointing to an island on the nautical chart. Chapter 206. Draw lots. How are we supposed to ambush them? For now, their planned route is the only information we have. We can all hide behind the island, but how are we supposed to know how far they are away from us? Anything more than half a nautical mile, and it would be impossible for us to ambush them, said the bald captain. Most of the captains nodded, echoing his concerns. That's why we debate them. We can't all be hiding behind the island. One of us will need to initiate the attack and draw them toward the island, Sam continued. What if the treasure ship doesn't follow us, but the 2 corvettes follow us instead? You mentioned that 2 corvettes are escorting the treasure ship, right? Said the warrior's captain. We need to take out the corvettes first. Once we disable them, we will turn around to take out the treasure ship. I believe we can surround it easily without the interference of the 2 corvettes. For that, we will need 2 ships to bait it. If we use only one, there's a high chance that only 1 corvette will come after us. 2 pirate ships will force both corvettes to come after us at the same time. We need to make sure that everything goes according to plan. There's a high chance that the treasure ship will follow the corvettes and attack us, said Sam. None of the captains went against Sam's idea. However, everyone became quiet when Sam mentioned about bait. Undeniably, this was the most dangerous part of this operation. The 2 pirate ships that were deployed would have to face the brunt of 2 heavily armed corvettes and the Spanish ship. Before they reached the ambush point, no one would be able to help them. In other words, they would have to brave the attacks alone. I wish that I can take part in this operation, but my Quita's only advantages are a tough hull and the naval ram. When it comes to speed, my ship falls far short of the others. Though the treasure ship is slow, the 2 corvettes around it are extremely agile. This is why we need 2 ships that can travel fast. At the same time, we also need experienced captains to lead this operation. Considering that our ships have to face various uncertainties and risks, I suggest changing the ratio of the loot. The 2 ships acting as bait will get 50% more loot than the other 4 ships. Everyone agreed. After a short hesitation, all 6 captains, including Sam, raised their hands in agreement. Great. So, volunteers. Count me in. A man with a bony face and sunken eyes spoke up. From the moment Zhang Heng entered the captain's quarters, he remained there like a log. Other than speaking up during voting, he did not speak a single word during the entire discussion. However, he was surprised when the man volunteered to become bait. He was known as Full Speed Brook, the fastest pirate in the entire Nassau. His ship, the Swordfish, was a heavily modified vessel. To become the fastest pirate ship in the whole Nassau, he had sacrificed some of his ship's firepower and armor. The one incident that made him famous was the time when he plundered 4 different merchant ships at 4 different locations on the same day. That was how he got his name. Besides, he was extremely good at steering his vessel, on par with Hutchison's talents. Amongst all the captains, he was best suited as bait. However, 1 pirate ship wasn't enough. There were only 31 9-pound cannons on the Swordfish. Drawing the attention of 2 heavily armed corvettes was going to take a lot more than his streamlined speedster. We need 1 more volunteer. Anyone? Asked Sam. No one said a word, even after an entire minute. One thing was for sure, nobody in this room were cowards, but it didn't mean they would take unnecessary risks just to prove their bravery either. All these captains had led their pirates through countless battles on the high seas and had made a name for themselves. From the outside, they might look fearsome. However, they had the uncanny ability to remain absolutely calm and composed during critical moments like this. When Sam offered 50% more of the loot to whoever that volunteered to become bait, everyone in the room instantly started weighing the consequences and benefits if they were to participate. To Brooke, the gains outweighed the risks considering he had the fastest bark in the entire Caribbean. To the others, though, the extra 50% of loot wasn't worth the risk. Let's use the old way to decide whose will become the second bait. Sam took out 5 silver coins from his coin bag. Let's draw lots. I will mark one of these coins. The one that receives the coin with a mark on it will join Brooke. By utilizing this method, the chosen one might not have the fastest vessel in the fleet, but this was the fairest way to select the second bait since no one wanted to volunteer. Silver coins that were minted in this era looked almost the same when compared. However, due to limited technology in the minting process, each coin had minute defects and differences. Knowing this, Sam asked everyone to turn around when he marked one of the coins. He then tossed it into a bag, shook it, before inviting everyone to pick one. He would be the last one to choose. Once everyone was done with picking a coin, Sam spoke again. Who got the coin with 2 scratches on it? Immediately, everyone checked the coins that they picked. At the same time, Sam picked the last one from the bag. Everyone looked at each other. However, Zhang Heng's face twitched as he tossed a coin with scratch marks on it back to Sam. The second bait is going to be the jackdaw. Any other questions? We will discuss the rest when we arrive on Parrot Island. After finding out that the jackdaw had become the second bait, the captains found no reason to stay on the Quidda anymore, leaving the ship soon after. However, Sam halted Zhang Heng after rolling up the nautical chart. What do you think? Is this going to be too hard for you? Zhang Heng shook his head. His jackdaw was a corvette, a battleship intended to engage in war. Undoubtedly, it could sail faster than most of its counterparts, and his sailing skill had also reached LV2 recently. Besides Brooke's swordfish, Zhang Heng's ship was the second-best ship for the role of bait. Although he felt that the risk wasn't worth an extra 50% of the loot, he didn't say no since he had been basically chosen by fate. If he rejected the task, his reputation would surely be diminished once he returned to Nassau. No one would ever work with him anymore. Great. See you there on Parrot Island. 4 days had passed, and Zhang Heng regrouped with the rest of the 5 captains on Parrot Island. There, they finalized the final plan for the operation. After that, Zhang Heng and Brooke left the island with their crew and sailed to their designated spots. They were both separated by around half a mile. They then lowered their mainsails and waited for their prey to arrive. Chapter 207. Battle Prelude. Waiting for something to happen was always a dry and dull affair. Except for the watchers tasked with scanning the surroundings, there was nothing else the pirates on the ship could do. Some lay on hammocks, dreaming away, some chatted with their mates, and some cleaned their weapons. There were those who even sought to kill time with prayer. Harry was known as the Little King on the street where he lived. On a normal day, he would lead a band of kids to fight with another group from the next street. That said, this was the very first time he faced a real battle. At first, and thought that Harry would have completely freaked out since he was always one to bully the weak. To her surprise, she noticed that Harry wasn't actually nervous, but instead felt excited about the upcoming conflict. While everyone was waiting for their target to show up, Harry started bothering the quartermaster, begging him for a weapon to defend himself. "Mr. Dufresne, I can fight too." Captain Zhang Heng said that once a battle commences, there would be no escape for all those on board. "What kind of weapon do you want?" "A gun would be nice. I don't think I can handle hand-to-hand combat since I'm the smallest here. I think I should be able to aim and shoot at our enemies from a distance." "Have you shot out of a gun before?" "No. As the saying goes, there's a first time for everyone." Even Captain Zhang Heng didn't shoot too well when he first started using a firearm. Actually, Captain Zhang Heng was quite the marksman when he fired a gun for the first time. Dufresne paused before continuing. "I don't think I will give you a gun. I don't want you to shoot my people in the heat of battle accidentally." "Come on, man. Don't be such a miser. I promise I will not shoot our people by accident." "I highly doubt that." Harry wanted to continue convincing Dufresne to give him a gun, but when he saw and coming from a distance, he immediately tried to make a run for it, as if he had just encountered his arch-nemesis. Before he could make any headway, and stopped him. "Mr. Dufresne, did Harry give you trouble again?" "No. Quite the opposite, actually. Our young Mr. Harry here helped me a lot this morning. He counted our weapons stockpile with me." Harry's sour face started to brightly shine when he heard Dufresne's compliments. "I see." Seeing Anne's less than enthusiastic response, Harry was rendered speechless. "What kind of tone is that? Are you disappointed by the fact that you can't find a good reason to beat me up?" Harry wished he could say that out loud, though he would never dare speak to Anne like this. All he could do was to curse in his heart silently. "Come with me," Anne continued. At that, Harry followed Anne, and they both headed towards the galley. It was a familiar place for Harry, considering he had been tasked with peeling potatoes for hours on end each day. "When the battle begins after this, I need you to stay here with Mr. Ramsay. Come out only after the battle is over." Huh. Before I say anything, I need to tell you that I'm happy with everything so far. Ever since I started working on the ship, I've been cleaning the toilet and peeling potatoes every single day. I have done everything you've asked of me. I think it's time for me to take up bigger responsibilities. It makes sense, I guess. When the battle starts, I'll need you to stay here and protect Mr. Ramsay," said Anne while passing her dagger to Harry. "It's no different from what you asked me to do just now," Harry lamented. "What kind of difference are you asking for? For example, let me stay on the deck? This will be my first sea battle. I beg of you, Boss Anne. What am I supposed to tell the others when I return to Nassau? Am I supposed to tell them that I hid in the galley like a coward while the rest are busy fighting on the deck?" Suddenly, Harry realized that he had overstepped the border. Immediately, he turned around and apologized to Ramsay. Don't worry about that. You're not the first, and you won't be the last to something like this to me. Battles between pirates are very different from your little street fights. I have no problem with you joining us, but you have to wait at least 2 years before I can allow you to do that. Zhang Heng was in the captain's quarters, fiddling with the seashell. He had been carrying it for 3 weeks, and up until now, nothing special happened to it. At first, he thought that it must have something to do with him being on land. Now that he was out at sea, Betty, the ancient god, still hadn't contacted him. He had also instructed and to arrange for someone to keep an eye on Seth. As the first person on the ship that came in contact with Betty, Zhang Heng was worried that she would somehow affect him in some way. Many days passed, and Seth acted like how he typically behaved. He no longer acted suspiciously, seeming as if he was truly liberated from the supernatural incident. Having said that, Zhang Heng was in no rush to study the seashell. For now, he knew that Betty would grant the power to summon storms to whoever that worshipped her. Hence, he suspected that Betty might have even more supernatural forces up her sleeve. In the end, he decided that the best time to study the shell was when he got his hands on the wooden box that was made of a tule tree. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, and the sea was calm. So far, nothing out of the ordinary had taken place. The Spanish treasure ship was still nowhere to be found. It wasn't until the afternoon before the watchers finally spotted something. At the same time, Zhang Heng extended his bronze monocular and gazed out to the ocean as well. At first, he saw 3 black dots approaching from afar. He could not identify what these dots were. After a while, Zhang Heng finally saw a Spanish flag flying above the mast. The pirates on Parrot Island signaled Zhang Heng and Brooke using a mirror, indicating that their targets were approaching them. "Our targets have arrived." "On the ready," said Zhang Heng as he put away his monocular. Billy quickly ordered the pirates to hurry back to their designated positions. At the same time, the jackdaw raised her black flag. Suddenly, Zhang Heng and a couple of old pirates raised their heads after noticing a change in the wind direction. It was coming from the southeast, but was now blowing from the southwest. In other words, they would need more time to approach the treasure ship. Naturally, Billy wasn't too happy about this. Now, fighting the enemy would take a longer time, exposing them to more damage. Whether they wanted it or not, the Spanish convoy was already too close for them to make any adjustments. Zhang Heng stood at the bow of the jackdaw with one hand, holding a rope and a cutlass in the other. "Adjust the mainsails. Let's charge at the enemy, full speed ahead." After the briefing, everyone on board discovered that they were just bait in this battle, learning how they were supposed to lure the target to the rear of the island. The damage they could inflict did not matter in this operation. The most important thing here was to ensure the survival of their ship after being attacked by their enemies. Other than the helmsman, the next stressful position had to be the carpenters. They were already prepared, ready with all the planks and tools that they would need to fix the ship. Chapter 208. Contest. Both the jackdaw and swordfish raised their black flags at the same time, racing to the Spanish treasure ship as fast as their sails could carry them. Although the jackdaw was closer to the Spanish ship, the swordfish caught up to the jackdaw in no time. The moment their ships were aligned, Brooke slowed down and moved at the jackdaw's speed. He did this knowing that the enemies will focus their fire on the swordfish if Brooke overtook the jackdaw. There was a 200-meter gap between the jackdaw and the swordfish. Being this close to each other, they could quickly help the other if necessary. At the same time, they hadn't gotten too close to the point where they would lose their agility as well. The Spanish convoy finally saw their enemies. Immediately, they slowed down and maneuvered their ship so that their side cannons pointed at the enemies. They were at the ready to get into a battle with Zhang Heng and Brooke. On the other side of things, Billy and Ann were standing on the deck, having their eyes fixed on their prey. They couldn't help but feel a little worried. The intel that Black Prince Sam acquired earlier was extremely accurate. However, as opposed to what he heard, things were different when he saw the vessel with his own eyes. This was Zhang Heng's second encounter with such a massive ship, its size only slightly smaller in comparison with the pride of the Royal Navy and the King of the Caribbean Sea, the Scarborough. Originally, the Jackdaw was a corvette. When put beside an ordinary merchant ship, the Jackdaw was large enough to terrify most of them. However, when compared to the Spanish treasure ship, the Jackdaw appeared to be on the losing side. "Are we going to fight this monster later?" asked a newly recruited cannoneer. "We are not going to fight them. All we need to do is to draw their attention. We'll need to lure them to the back of Parrot Island." Once they get there, the other 4 pirate ships will fire at them simultaneously, explained Dufresne. Unfortunately, the explanation did little to calm the nerves of all the pirates on board. After looking at the tremendous number of cannons on the Spanish ship, they began second-guessing their own capabilities. Thankfully, they were calmer in a situation like this when compared to the older pirates that participated in taking down the Scarborough. 15 minutes later, the Jackdaw had officially entered the shooting range of their enemies. Surprisingly, they weren't greeted by the enemy's cannons. Zhang Heng and Billy had a bad feeling, anxious that things might not go according to plan. This could only mean one thing. This wasn't going to be an easy enemy. Usually, amateurs would attack the moment their enemies entered their range of fire, believing that they would be able to drop in a couple of rounds before their enemies got close. Sadly, they didn't consider the fact that the cannons would overheat from the continuous shooting. Once the cannons overheated, the crew would have to cool them down before they could use it again. This meant they would become sitting ducks. During the initial rounds of shooting, it was usually tough to accurately land cannonballs on the enemies. Even if they did somehow manage to land a couple of lucky shots, the damage to their ship would be minimal. Truly experienced commanders would wait for the enemies to enter their affecting shooting range before firing their cannons at them. In other words, there was a greater chance of inflicting serious damage if they fired all their cannons on a target close enough. "Are we going forward?" asked Billy. Every step that the Jackdaw took would only increase their risk of being annihilated. A calculated approach was essential in this situation. "Not yet. They can't damage us effectively with this distance. At the same time, it's going to be hard for us to create problems for them as well. Once they fire their cannons at us, it would be impossible for us to get close to them again. Now that they are allowing us to get closer to them, we should do that." Brooke shared the same thoughts with Zhang Heng and hence didn't slow his vessel down. Seeing 2 pirate ships charging at them, the 3 Spanish boats still refused to fire their cannons. However, once the 2 pirate vessels were close enough to the point where the Spanish sailors could be seen with the naked eye, Zhang Heng and Brooke quickly turned their ships in different directions and, at the same time, ordered their pirates to prepare for battle. The commanders of the 3 Spanish ships were taken by surprise, frustrated by the fact that the 2 pirate ships did not get closer to them. Though both parties hadn't fired at each other yet, a competition of strategies had now commenced. The Spanish commander controlled his urge to fire at them, hoping to trick the 2 pirate ships into coming closer. His plan would be successful if they were just 100 yards closer. The commander was also confident that he would be able to sink the Jackdaw and Swordfish with 3 consecutive attacks. However, Zhang Heng and Brooke sensed that something wasn't right. Hence, they instantly stopped their ships at a critical moment, causing the Spanish commander to miss the perfect window of attack. Seeing that the 2 pirate ships were in the process of turning to different directions again, he was done with playing games and ordered his sailors to fire at them. "Fire all cannons." At the command, the 3 Spanish ships fired everything they had at the same time. The boom it produced was so deafening, it was as if thunder had struck that very spot. Some pirates were so terrified that they lost their balance and fell onto the deck. "Incoming! Everyone, brace yourselves," shouted Zhang Heng. The moment he gave the order, flying cannonballs rained down on them. At least a quarter landed on the Jackdaw and the Swordfish. Even without firing a test round to gauge the accuracy of their shots, they still managed to inflict considerable damage. This proved that the cannoneers on the Spanish ships were exceptionally skillful. As compared to the sailors on Scarborough, the sailors on the 3 Spanish ships were a lot more experienced. At least 7 or 8 cannonballs landed on the Jackdaw's deck. It was not a pretty scene to behold, as the unlucky pirate acting as the helmsman had a piece of wood penetrating his neck and killing him instantly. Without the helmsman, the Jackdaw began free sailing and was now headed toward the Spanish ships. Luckily, Zhang Heng was right beside the dead helmsman. He quickly pushed the body away and attempted to turn the ship around. The second round of attacks came right after the first ended. This time, the Jackdaw was hit by even more cannonballs. Not only was their deck severely damaged, but their hull began to suffer as well from the continuous onslaught. Immediately, the carpenters jumped into action, fixing the damage as fast and as best as they could. Zhang Heng swept the dust off himself, breathed a sigh, and continued to maneuver the ship. At the same time, he turned around to check the condition of the deck. It appeared that the firepower of the Spanish vessels wasn't as powerful as Zhang Heng thought it would be. The scary thing about them, however, was their pinpoint accuracy. If this went on, he might have to consider expediting their retreat. When the third round of attacks commenced, only a few cannonballs landed on the jackdaw. This wasn't the result that Billy and the rest of the pirates expected. Their accuracy couldn't have dropped so dramatically after witnessing their first 2 rounds of sharp firing. Nevertheless, their faces changed when they saw what had become of the swordfish. The Spaniards were focusing their fire on them. Thanks to Brooks' excellent maneuvering skills, he managed to dodge several attacks. However, flying cannonballs from 3 ships were one too many to emerge unscathed. Besides, the swordfish had been modified for optimum speed, significantly sacrificing their defensive abilities. When the third round of attack was over, 2 of their masts had fallen, and their bow was severely damaged. Chapter 209, Paralysis. The last volley of attacks severely damaged the swordfish. However, it gave the jackdaw an opportunity to change directions. This avoided the swordfish from being attacked continuously. The cannon's shutters on one side of the jackdaw were ajar. With their gunners in position, and upon Zhang Heng's orders, they finally began returning fire. After 2 successful looting trips, the jackdaw shot to fame in Nassau after killing Wilton's 200 men in one night, an opportune moment for their recruitment drive. If Zhang Heng wanted to, he could have quickly recruited 200 men, the entire ship's complement, in half a day. However, that wouldn't have been too sensible a move. With each addition, the share of the loot that each person would receive would decrease. As opposed to the merits of the quantity he could amass, Zhang Heng cared more about the quality of the sailors they recruited. For that reason, each time they returned to the island, the jackdaw's recruitment threshold would be significantly higher than the last. The standard of the ship's gunners was now completely different from those of the first voyage. On top of that, the jackdaw was one battleship with outstanding firepower. The moment they began firing, it instantly caught the attention of the 3 Spanish ships. However, at this time, the Spanish fleet commander was still focused on the swordfish. The latter's hull now wrecked, and it seemed like the fabulous time to sink them with one blow. It would be a real pity if the Spaniards chose to give up right now and let the swordfish get away. Not only would that mean changing targets, but it also meant having to realign the sights of the heavy cannons. Realizing the consequences of the aforementioned actions, all 3 Spanish vessels ignored the jackdaw and concentrated their firepower on the swordfish instead. Upon realizing the enemy's tactical maneuvering, Brooke decided to abandon the original plan. Although the swordfish had its sideboard facing the Spanish treasure ship, she didn't fire but instead did a left full rudder, preparing to escape. The swordfish was severely battered during the attack, and the damage to its hull caused it to lose some mobility. Fortunately, their main mast was still intact, and Brooke's well-timed reactions were enough for the swordfish to complete the U-turn successfully. This allowed them to retreat before the next round of firing could begin. Brooke's excellent seamanship was on full display. The 3 Spanish vessels launched another 2 cannonball volleys, and despite their damage, the swordfish dodged most of the shells effortlessly. Not to be outdone, the Spanish commander was just as quick to react. Realizing that his opponent was a crafty one, the Spanish quickly changed tactics and fired on them with all their cannons, all at the same time. This time, even Brooke's superior rudder skills were useless, as the swordfish's stern was hit 4 times. Even then, the swordfish stayed afloat. Instead, at the cost of the enemy, they were able to put a good distance between them and the 3 Spanish ships. On the other side, the jackdaw's attacks were growing fiercer. Zhang Heng had chosen to target a frigate. This time, he did not hold back. After being fired at for such a long time, the jackdaw's gunners had enough. Fueled by anger, the gunners got into the action with a fury the moment they received their orders. The main gunner took aim, then lit the fuse. As the cannonballs launched in a staggered staccato of blasts, the assistant gunners packed gunpowder into the barrel with rapid clockwork accuracy. In seconds, cannon smoke fogged the surface of the sea with a cloud of thick smog. After 2 rounds of intense bombardment, the frigate's deck was a mess. Her hull, after being hit by gargantuan 24-pound shells, was perforated with large, gaping holes. Fortunately for them, they were all above the waterline. For now, they were not in danger of sinking, at least not yet. However, the frigate wasn't holding up any longer, as the captain had already started sending desperate signals for help to the commander of their mothership. The Spanish commander looked at the swaying swordfish in the distance with a bitter look in his eyes. That ship was at the very end of her tether. 2 more volleys, and she would be done for. After that, they could go on and attack the other pirate ship, thus completely wiping out this gang of wicked robbers, once and for all. There was nothing wrong with the plan itself, except that the Spanish commander did not expect the jackdaw to be so potent. If this went on, and even if he exterminated the 2 pirate ships, it might just cost him an entire frigate, a price he wasn't willing to pay. In frustration, he signaled to the other 2 in his fleet, instructing them to switch targets. He would have them give up on the swordfish and take it all out on the jackdaw instead. Despite everything, Zhang Heng's objective had been achieved, and he was already turning around to leave the battlefield. Then, out of the blue, at the very last minute, he decided to change direction abruptly. Now, they weren't heading to Parrot Island as initially planned. "Captain," asked a very puzzled Billy, "our opponent's commander is no slouch. We only have 2 ships, and yet, we had the nerve to attack them. If we head for Parrot Island, wouldn't he grow suspicious? But what if they all decide to come after us? The probability of that happening is minuscule. The swordfish is practically in a critical condition, and with 2 of her masts gone, she's now very slow. If you were to be them, which ship would you choose to go after?" As if confirmation of Zhang Heng's conjecture, all 3 Spanish ships gave up chasing the jackdaw and turned around to pursue swordfish again. The Spanish commander, looking down with indignant disgruntlement. He had been in charge of this route for 10 years, and through that period, never once had pirates dared provoke them. If he'd allow those infernal pirates to get away without paying a hefty price, it would be too good to be true for them. The swordfish was once the fastest 3-masted vessel in all of the oceans. However, at the current state of her hull, she was half as fast as what she used to be. Moreover, they were still some distance away from Parrot Island. In the past, such a small distance would not have bothered Brooke, but right now, every minute felt like an hour. Seeing how close the 3 Spanish ships had come, and having no way getting rid of them, Brooke's forehead broke out with streams of cold sweat. All too soon, the bow of a Spanish frigate was almost touching the stern of the crippled swordfish. But then, the jackdaw, well on her way to the other side, turned around again. With their chief gunner manning the ship's main cannon, they began harassing the warship dead ahead of the swordfish, giving Brooke and his battered ship a much-needed chance for a breather. Brooke had his men try desperately to lighten their ailing boat, throwing away every heavy object they did not need. The weight loss exercise helped it inch faster by half a knot. Nonetheless, it was this half a knot that saved the swordfish in this pivotal moment. The Spanish commander became inconsolably outraged by his opponent's constant outmaneuvering. Zhang Heng's earlier escape in the other direction had debilitated him. In the past, whenever he encountered islands or terrain that hindered his field of vision, he would instinctively be on high alert. Right now, though, he was overcome by a crazed urge. Seeing that he was so very close to sinking the swordfish, he had lost all means to think clearly. Chapter 210. The decisive battle and finale. Parrot Island stretched long and narrow across the ocean. North of the isles sat a natural U-shaped gulf. A broad ridge ran through it, tall enough to conceal what lay beyond, which was why Black Prince Sam and the others chose this place as the ambush site. The swordfish desperately tried to flee, having the 3 Spanish hot on her tail. No one noticed that the jackdaw was gradually slowing down and keeping a distance from the 3 Spanish boats. The swordfish was in terrible shape, and water poured into the flooding ship through every gaping hole of the battered and tattered hull. There was no longer any point for the carpenters to fix anything now. Everything that could be thrown overboard had been gotten rid of. Not even the food and water was spared. Brooke couldn't care less about any of that, though, so long they could get out of this predicament alive. In any case, they could always get those things from other pirate ships. The Spanish commander knew that the swordfish was at an impasse and that they shouldn't be giving up the chase right now. So, when the experienced commander saw the swordfish disappear behind the ridge, warning horns started blaring in his head. But there wasn't the time to think it over. It was all too late, though. When the 3 Spanish ships came around the ridge, they came face to face with the 4 other pirate ships, armed to the teeth and ready for battle. The second the target emerged, the cannons on all 4 pirate ships blew up to life. Sam went above and beyond, making all the necessary preparations. He had borrowed 25 12-pound guns and set them up on the shoreline for this exact moment. The 3 Spanish ships were caught off guard by this sudden attack, not expecting to be ambushed at such a close range. As they were so fixated on chasing the swordfish, they paid no attention to keeping their own distance. Now, they were too close to each other to turn around. As luck would have it, one of the frigate's luck was so bad, a shell came out of nowhere and hit its gunpowder storage. The probability of something like that happening was very low, perhaps not even once in 100 battles. When it did happen, however, the event would result in the complete annihilation of the ship. The violent explosion ruptured the keel of the frigate. The sailors closest to it were killed on the spot, while the rest were thrown into the water. The Jackdaw had turned up from behind and joined the battle. With all the pirate ships together and with assistance from the onshore artillery, they fired their cannons with no mercy. Except for the severely damaged swordfish, which was forced to throw all of its ammunition overboard, they instantly got the upper hand. The tables turned, and of a sudden, things were going downhill for the remaining 2 Spanish ships. When the Spanish commander arrived, he was still unaware that they had fallen into a trap. Either way, it was too late for them. They were at a disadvantage when it came to firepower, and the treasure ship wouldn't be able to outrun all the pirate ships. So, the Spanish commander gave up trying to make a run for it, and issued an order to the remaining 2 ships to turn around retaliate. Even though they were enemies, Zhang Heng could not help but laud his opponent's courage. The position the Spaniards were in left them at a disadvantage. Choosing to face the battle basically meant that they had given up any hope of survival. On the deck, Sam frowned at the sight. He had revealed the strength of his firepower, hoping to intimidate their opponent into thinking that there was no way they could win and that they would be forced to surrender anyhow. Right now, however, it looked like the Spaniards were not planning on doing that. These barmy, dogged Spaniards, the black helmsman muttered. He was standing on the deck without a shirt. A row of human teeth was fastened to a string around his neck, and he had a hideous mask on his face. This persona was his favorite incarnation when fighting in a battle. This was especially true during one-on-one battles. The cannibal costume was so intimidating that more than once, the enemy would simply concede without putting up a fight. The truth was, the blood on the mask was, in fact, the sap of a particular fruit, and the human teeth had been purchased from a dentist on the island. If this battle continues, we'll have more casualties than them, said the helmsman. Take down the remaining frigate to give them a warning, said Sam. He had come for the precious cargo of the treasure ship, not to witness a massacre. Under such circumstances, however, it appeared he had no other choice. Hence, 5 minutes later, the last remaining frigate sank, leaving only the Spanish treasure ship. On the pirates' side, one severely wrecked vessel also decided to withdraw. The battle was getting fiery. One Spanish treasure ship was battling 4 other ships, clearly put it at a disadvantage, but its thick, solid hull was able to endure one blow after weathering another. Though the Spanish ship might have taken a beating, the Spaniards simply refused to give in. In the meantime, Sam sent out a group of men, attempting to board the Spanish ship. But halfway to their destination, a shell sank one of the tiny landing crafts. As the other boats were drawing near to the ship, the Spanish musketeers shot at them from behind the portholes, killing more than a dozen pirates. When those who survived finally made it to the hull, they were chased back into the water by the stubbornly unyielding Spaniards. Owing to that, the pirates decided to resort to tougher measures. Due to their concerns about the cargo in the hold, they focused their attacks on the deck, hoping to destroy the enemy's masts and rudder. However, the Spanish didn't seem to mind that. Amid their rising number of causalities, their resolve only grew stronger. The remaining sailors gave up on saving the first deck, retreating down to the second deck to continue the fight. Having no other options, Sam ordered for a full-on attack on the Spanish treasure ship. Under the savage and unmerciful bombardment of 4 pirate ships, the Spanish treasure ship was soon riddled with holes. Yet again, their crew had no plans to surrender. The carpenters gave up trying to patch the holes, allowing the raging waters of the sea to gush into the cabins. The cannons on the Spanish vessel were still thundering even until the very last of her breath. Sam thought about getting another group to board the ship again, but he knew that none of the boats were able to approach the target. In the end, the pirates could only watch as the Spanish treasure ship sank slowly to the bottom of the ocean. When the battle was over, Zhang Heng received a notification that he had earned 20 game points. After that, he docked the Jackdaw by the bay and brought his men to Parrot Island. Down by the beach, he looked for Sam, who was bandaging his arm. Sam called out, "I received information about the cargo from some Spaniards that were thrown overboard by the blasts. It appears that there are 5,000 pounds of gold on the ship. Thank goodness they sank here, right in front of the Gulf. I've already sent some men ahead to search for it." Chapter 211. Celebration. Black Prince Sam assigned a dozen pirates that could swim well to dive to the spot where the Spanish treasure ship sank. Soon, the divers managed to discover where they stored the gold bars. The next problem that needed solving was how they could salvage the ingots from the bottom of the sea. The crates were located half a nautical mile from the coastline at a depth of about 20 meters. Such depths were close to the limits a human could dive. It wasn't just the oxygen starvation, but the water pressure would increase every 10 meters. If they continued venturing deeper, the pressure would cause them to suffer from nitrogen narcosis and oxygen poisoning, which could be fatal. Zhang Heng vaguely remembered that the deepest a human ever attempted to dive, without the assistance of equipment, was about 40 meters. He was puzzled as to how the person managed to achieve such a superhuman feat. People like Black Prince Sam and his allies all grew up right next to the sea. Most of them were sons of fishermen, and from a young age, they were already natural swimmers and divers. Having said that, the divers were forced to resurface the moment they laid their eyes on the crates that contained the gold bars. Only one person amongst them managed to dive to where the boxes were and retrieved a dislodged gold bar. "It appears that we're going to be on this island for some time," said Black Prince Sam. Despite the losses the pirates sustained, their hunting trip was considered an enormous success. A total of 5,000 pounds of gold divided among 6 ships would see every single pirate returning to Nassau with a tremendous amount of wealth. Apart from the gold, the Spanish ship was hauling a shipment of tobacco as well. Unfortunately, the dried leaves became useless the moment they hit the water. Despite Brooks suffering the most damage in this battle, he was happy with the results. The extra 50% of the loot he would receive meant he could fix his ship and even compensate those who were wounded during the battle. And even after everything was settled, he would still walk away pocketing a large sum of money. Everyone was envious of Zhang Heng and the Jackdaw's luck. Although he and Brooke were both chosen as bait, the enemies, unfortunately, decided to focus fire on the swordfish instead of the Jackdaw. It was all because the swordfish looked to be the weaker of the two. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the Jackdaw received no further damage. When the Spanish convoy of 3 fell into their trap, Zhang Heng waited until the 4 pirate ships attacked them before joining the battle. Amid the cacophony of artillery, the 3 Spanish vessels weren't bothered to deal with the Jackdaw anymore. When the Jackdaw played the bait, Zhang Heng made the right decision by taking every random opportunity that came to avoid taking as much damage as possible. Not only did he manage to confuse the enemies, but it also allowed the swordfish to retreat. If Zhang Heng didn't stall the Spanish, Brooke and his men would have ended up at the bottom of the ocean. Brooke was extremely grateful for Zhang Heng's assistance, going up to him and thanking him personally when they were all on Parrot Island. Before this, Zhang Heng had spoken little to Brooke, though, having heard of his name before. Other than his notorious reputation in Nassau, he was one of the captains that vouched for Zhang Heng to join the meeting. To Zhang Heng's surprise, he discovered that Brooke wasn't as aloof as he seemed to be after talking to him. He was actually quite talkative. During the meeting for the battle, Brooke barely said a word. Zhang Heng thought that it must be Brooke's nature to stay quiet, but as it turned out, he was wrong about him. "I'm sorry. I'm not trying to offend anyone here, but I have some beef with Dynamite Jarvis." Dynamite Jarvis, captain of the Warrior, was also one of the captains that vouched for Zhang Heng. Sam had once told him about wanting to utilize this trip to solve a long-standing conflict between his 2 friends. It was now apparent that Sam referred to Brooke and Jarvis. None would have thought that they would both clash again amid a critical operation. "I have been friends with Jarvis for decades. I knew him long before I knew Sam. About 2 months ago, I received a precious lead. A slave-trading ship departed Africa and was heading towards Boston, carrying a decent amount of cargo. Most of the slaves on board were teenagers no older than 18 or 19. They were of good health and had all their teeth intact. I brought someone with me to check on the route this ship would take. Just as I was close to my target, a group of unknown people came out of nowhere and disrupted my plan. So, I sent someone to talk to them. Unfortunately, they were in no mood to talk. In the end, they killed the people I sent to negotiate with them. As if that weren't enough, They wanted to attack my ship as well. Luckily, we were fast enough to flee. When I think about it again, I believe the group of people had been waiting to ambush me. That was how I knew that it was no coincidence. Someone wasn't happy with me. However, I only talked to Jarvis before I set sail. So, I confronted him when I returned to Nassau. Unsurprisingly, he strongly denied all my accusations. He was furious, and he told me that I should never doubt him. At that time, I felt guilty that perhaps I could have wronged him. After that, I assigned someone to dig deeper into this matter, and I found out that he had secretly left Nassau the night before I set sail. He also didn't leave with his own ship. So this is the conflict, huh? I just don't understand why he would do something like this to me. We have been friends for a long time. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm done thinking about it. I promise Sam that I won't harm him in any way. It's just that, from today onward, he is just another stranger to me. You guys are here. Our luck just gets better. Ball found some wild goat, rabbits, and other animals on the island. I think we are going to have a feast tonight. There's quite a bit of rum left on the ship as well. Sam suggested that we should start a bonfire to celebrate our success. We are now the first pirates to rob a Spanish treasure ship, Eric exclaimed with enthusiasm. Celebrate? Now, the gold bars are still at the bottom of the sea, Zhang Heng replied. Yes, but it's not like they'll run away, eh? Don't worry. We will find a way to bring them all up. Do you have any food on your ship? You can contribute to the celebration as well, said Eric while patting Zhang Heng's shoulder. I can provide 30 barrels of rum and some fresh lemons. Great. I will ask someone to go fishing. We can use your lemons for the garnish. Sinks the stench, I say. All of you can see that I have nothing left on the ship, said Brooke. It's okay. Captain Sam has solved the problem. Maybe you can thank Jarvis later. I heard that he's willing to give you a third of his supplies. Did he volunteer, or did Captain Sam make him? Would there be a difference? Be the bigger man here, Brooke. That incident is ancient history. Are you still going to dwell on it? You'll recoup all your losses the moment we get our hands on the gold. Brooke harumphed and didn't say a word after that. Chapter 212. Missing Harry, just great. I hid with a pile of potatoes during my very first sea battle. All I heard was a couple of cannons being fired, and everything was over before I knew it. Now that everyone is celebrating the victory by having a feast, I have to stay here to cook for them. Harry complained while roasting the skewered whole goat over a flame. Didn't you just eat 2 pieces of baked fish to stop your hunger? Said Ramsay while rubbing spices onto the roasting lamb. 1 inch, that's different. Eating alone and celebrating with them are 2 different things. Damn it, I want to celebrate the victory with them too. Harry watched the pirates having fun, and he became envious of them. He heard Ramsay's reminder when he turned around. Turn it over. Harry snapped out of it and turned the lamb around. Beside him, Ramsay was taking his time, dutifully sprinkling spices all over the meat. Mr. Ramsay, did you hear that the gold bars are at the bottom of the sea now? I think it's not too far away from us. So what? Don't you want to check it out? I have never seen so many gold bars in my entire life. It would be nice if I can get at least 2 of them. Better scrap that idea, mate. There are patrols around the area all the time. The captains have agreed that they would assign someone to guard the spot every 2 hours to prevent the gold bars from being stolen. Didn't you wish to stay on and become an official pirate? If you are serious about that, there are tough rules aboard every pirate ship. Stealing and hiding loot is strictly prohibited. Grab its leg. I want to apply some honey. I don't think it matters anymore. That woman wants me off the ship the moment we are back in Nassau. I know that for a fact. She assigned me to wash the toilet and to help out in the kitchen, knowing that I hate these things. She is trying to force me to leave the ship. I've been calling her boss for a very long time. I have always been on her side when she got into fights, Harry grumbled, his lips pursed while glaring at Anne. I think she is doing this for your own good. Okay, turn it over. I'll need the other leg. Yeah, everyone says that. Harry was distracted. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and pressed on his stomach. Ah, shit. I think I ate something wrong. My stomach is going crazy on me. I don't think I can hold on any longer. I have to go and clear it out first. Immediately, Harry let go of the goat and ran away. He did not wait for Ramsay's permission. This had Ramsay in a fit. However, he also knew that Harry was distraught tonight. The hearty laughter from afar probably triggered him, probably why he wanted to run as far as possible from the area. Understanding the young boy, Ramsay decided he would leave Harry alone for now. Harry wasn't heading towards the Spanish shipwreck. It was out of anger that he told Ramsay about stealing those gold bars. In fact, He had no intention to do something like this. Even without pirates guarding the place, Harry figured he couldn't possibly dive that deep to pick up those gold bars. Besides, there was no place for him to hide on the open beach as well. If he attempted to steal the gold bars, everyone would be able to see him even from a distance. Having no heading in mind, Harry walked on, just wanting to get away from the crowd. Before he knew it, he had no idea where he was and how far he'd wandered away. There were tall trees on Parrot Island, and every path he took looked precisely the same. At that moment, Harry began worrying that he might be lost. So, he randomly chose a heading and continued walking along with it. An hour later, he finally saw the sea. He sighed, breathing deeply, taking in the smell of the salty sea. It appeared his mood was finally getting better. Without him even realizing it, he had gotten to the other side of Parrot Island. Following the coastline, he walked for at least 2 hours before he got back to where he started. It would be midnight by the time he rejoined the Jackdaw's crew. His own hastiness had led him to go for wool and come home shorn. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. The pirates were feasting on the barbecued lamb and chugging rum as if it was seawater. No one even noticed that he was gone. Harry was at the age where he yearned for recognition, unhappy that he was being treated like an insignificant little man. In angst, he kicked a stone, watching as it flew away from him. That was when he saw something shocking. It was a little boat. Harry rubbed his eyes to make sure it wasn't an illusion. There were about 7 people on it, and they were rowing towards the beach as fast as they could. Harry instantly realized that something wasn't right. Other than the pirates patrolling the sea in their small boat, the rest were celebrating on the beach. This wasn't the area where the Spanish treasure ship sank, and it didn't make sense for the patrols to come all the way here. Where did they come from? Were there other people on this island? Why were they in a mighty rush? Logic told him that he should inform and about what he saw. Just when he was about to go get a better look, someone pushed him from behind. Harry fell down the cliff he was on, screaming for dear life. On the other side of things, Em was drunk, and someone wanted to challenge her. As she turned around, she saw that Harry was not with Ramsay. Immediately, she quickly walked to him and asked him where the boy was. Ramsay was extremely busy, having just finished roasting 2 whole goats. Now he needed to cook a dozen rabbits. Why are you alone? Where's Harry? Is he getting lazy again? He told me that his stomach was acting up earlier. I think he went to relieve himself. Speaking of which, he's been gone for some time. Now I'm starting to worry. There's nothing to worry. I'm pretty sure the lazy thing was just looking for an excuse and slacked off somewhere. I asked my men just now. They told me the island is free from ferocious beasts. He should be safe. You're right, but night has fallen. What if he's lost? At his level of intelligence, that might actually happen to him. What happened? Asked Zhang Heng, who was walking toward them. Harry is missing. I'm planning to go into the woods to look for him. And cracked her knuckles loudly as she talked, garnering stares from everyone around her. He better pray he doesn't cross paths with me. I will go with you. After all, he is a pirate of the Jackdaw, said Zhang Heng. This is exactly why I refuse to bring him on our voyages. He gives me nothing but a shitload of trouble. Not wasting any time, Zhang Heng and began looking for Billy. At the same time, a dozen sober pirates were also commissioned to search the entire island. Chapter 213. Incoming threat. Zhang Heng and led the group, searching almost half the island. Still, they couldn't locate Harry. How could I not know how good Harry was at running? And was surprised by the search result. It left her perplexed, knowing that it would only be logical for someone lost to stay as close as possible to the beach. The further away they were, the smaller the chance they'd be rescued. It seems he's lost his way. After hearing what happened to Harry, Dufresne joined the search party as well. Staying at least 2 meters apart from each other, the search party called out for Harry as they scouted around the island. However, it yielded no result. Suddenly, Zhang Heng's team on the left found something. It was a barrel and 2 liquor bottles on the ground. Did the watchers leave all these stuff behind? Zhang Heng asked as he lifted the barrel's lid with his saber. When we asked our men to observe the Spanish treasure ship, we set up 3 observation posts on this island. From what I remember, I don't think this area is one of it. Maybe Ball's men left these during their hunting trip, said Dufresne. Ball and his men hunted at the west side of this island. That's where the wild goats are. Besides, they wouldn't have carried a barrel with them, replied Zhang Heng. Immediately, everyone looked at Dufresne, who simply shrugged. I asked them about it earlier because I want to bring back a few roasted goats to the ship. Maybe it was left by whoever that was here previously, said Anne. Though Parrot Island wasn't known to have been occupied before, it was still on the nautical chart. It shouldn't come as a surprise that people did live here. Zhang Heng agreed as well, as he squatted down, tipped the water with his thumb, and tasted it. The water inside the barrel is clean and safe to drink. It doesn't seem like it's been here long. Next, he went on to check the 2 liquor bottles. Are you trying to say that there are others on this island? That's not possible. We combed the island thoroughly the moment we set foot on its sands. There is no one here except for us. How would you explain this barrel of drinking water then? Maybe they left right before we got on this island. Dufresne paused before he could finish. If that were the case, they would have found the barrel of water when they were searching the entire island. It's our people, Zhang Heng replied while passing one of the liquor bottles to Anne. The rum that we drank came from a brewery in North Carolina. Their bottle's design is unique. Usually, they would send a shipment to Nassau. Even though their rum is sold in other colonies as well, the probability of us finding it here on this island is extremely small. Hold on, why would our people come here? Captain Sam's orders? Asked Anne. Highly unlikely. This is a bad location. The Spanish treasure ship didn't even pass this area. Setting up an observation point here would be a waste of time. He would have also informed others if he did something like that. I want everyone to be extra careful. Something doesn't smell right. The moment Zhang Heng was done talking, the sound of footsteps came from in the dark woods. Immediately, he drew his gun and then charged to the source of the sound. Just as she was about to land a slash, she paused midair. Harry, Bossin. She saw Harry in an awful state. His whole body was soaking wet, looking as if he'd just been fished from the sea. And also noticed that Harry was limping and had a hand of his covering a wound on his arm. Evidently, Harry was extremely relieved to meet Zhang Heng and the rest of them. I have something important to tell all of you. Something important? Maybe you can start by telling us what the blazes happened to you. What I'm about to tell you is extremely urgent. Someone betrayed us. Jarvis and his men have been pardoned, and they'd stopped being pirates for months. He's only still in Nassau because of an agreement he made with the new Governor-General from Charleston. He promised the governor that he'd help capture all the famous pirates of Nassau. Jarvis, the dynamite Jarvis? Are you sure you want to accuse him of such a grave crime? He is one of the oldest pirates in Nassau. He even arrived in Nassau before Blackbeard Teach did, said Dufresne. I heard them talking about it earlier when I was lazing away. Oh no. I came here when I had my stomachache. Not too far from the cliff, Jarvis and his men hit a small boat over there. I saw it with my own eyes. When I tried to take a closer look at them, someone pushed me from the back, and I fell down the cliff. It was visible that Harry was still in shock as he described what happened to him. There were sharp rocks everywhere. I was lucky enough to fall between 2 of them. Thanks to that, I wasn't hurt much. After that, I didn't dare to swim back to the shore, so I swam to a giant rock and hid behind it. After a while, the one who pushed me down came to see if I was alive. After searching the entire place, they found no one. Perhaps they thought that the fall had killed me. That was when they let their guard down. They were close to where I hid, and I managed to hear what they said. One said that they were supposed to be in Nassau for a little longer. Right now, it would save them a ton of trouble since all the famous pirates are here, all at once, on Parrot Island. They said that their job would be done once they captured all of us. By doing that, the Governor-General will pardon all their previous crimes, and he would add an additional 20 pounds to each of them. I'm afraid they've been planning this for a very long time. Before we left Nassau, they leaked our plan to the authorities. Harry was getting very nervous and started talking faster and faster. A fleet made up of the Navy and pirate hunters have been secretly following us from the very start. They used the small boat I saw to make contact with them. Tonight's grand party is Jarvis' idea. He was hoping to create a perfect window to attack all of you. Suddenly, Zhang Heng remembered the incident that Brooke told him. A group of mysterious people had ambushed Brooke, and he was sure that they were unfamiliar pirates. The question was now answered. They were pirate hunters working with Jarvis. Chapter 2:14. Time is of the essence. Previously, considering that there was no need to keep this operation a secret, Black Prince Sam revealed the travel plans of the Spanish treasure ship to all 5 captains. If Jarvis did betray all of them, he must have had many opportunities to contact to the Navy. From what they remembered, the warrior was always the one at the back of the line. By doing that, Jarvis would be able to communicate with the Navy without anybody noticing. After hearing what Harry's story, They were sure that Jarvis must have indeed betrayed them. Now, the only question that loomed over their minds was if they had enough time to flee the island. Under normal circumstances, the naked eye could only spot ships that were about 10 nautical miles away. Any prospective enemies should be located at least 20 nautical miles away if they wanted to remain invisible. If someone from the island instructed them to attack the pirates, they would need at least 5 hours to get there and back. In other words, the Navy should arrive when dawn was near. I don't think we have that much time left. It's dark, which means our visibility is down to a mile or two. This means they won't need to stay too far from us. If they are fast, they should be able to reach the island within an hour. However, this is only the worst-case scenario. When did you see the little boat leaving? I'm not sure. I was so nervous earlier that I didn't pay attention to the time. From the moment I fell off the cliff until they left the island, it should be half an hour or so, stammered Harry. Harry started shivering the moment a gust of wind blew. That means the enemy can appear in front of us any time now, said Anne. We have to quickly inform the people on the beach. Otherwise, we'll lose this battle. The first thing the enemy will do is to sink our ships, and they can do it from afar. Then, they won't even need to get on the island. They'll leave us all here to starve, exclaimed a distressed Dufresne. We spent about an hour coming to this spot. Even if we are fast, it'll take no less than 40 minutes to get back, and added. Not everyone here needs to go back to the beach. I'll go with you first. The others can head back later, said Zhang Heng, while taking off his jacket and draping it on a frozen Harry. He then handed 3 of his 4 guns to Dufresne, keeping one for himself in case he needed it later. He even discarded his sword as well. Zhang Heng realized that he needed to take drastic measures to lighten up if he wished to return to the beach in the shortest time possible, and also did the same, stripping off everything that weighed her down. The only weapon she kept on her was a dagger. After shedding off the heavy iron, the two started running to the beach as fast as their legs could carry them. When they were living together, and spent most of her time laying on a chair like a piece of dead meat, Zhang Heng rarely saw her working on her physique. Somehow, she managed to keep her body fit, where every single muscle on her body was firm and tight. She could sprint better than most men. Apart from her small chest, her body was close to perfection. In her defense, even she paid no attention to the size of her chest, as well. Her swift moves and light-footedness were like an agile deer in the woods. Anne's weak stamina had always been her Achilles' heel, and although better than most people, her endurance still fell short of Zhang Heng's marathon prowess. During the first 10 minutes, Anne was way ahead of Zhang Heng. However, like an overheating cheetah, she gradually fell behind him. They were not even halfway to the beach at this point. You should go first. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up with you. And huffed and puffed as she stopped to catch some breath. Zhang Heng nodded in reply. This wasn't the time to act like a gentleman. The earlier he got to the beach to tell the pirates about Jarvis, the more time they had to prepare for battle. As he swept away the branches that blocked his way, Zhang Heng managed to maintain the rhythm of his breathing, thus giving his running a constant speed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he heard the whiz of a bullet flying past him, followed by the unmistakable bang of a gunshot. Fortunately, the shooter had shot from a great distance, and since Zhang Heng was on the move, even the best snipers would find it challenging to him. The bullet meant for him landed on the small tree on his right. The first thing that he did when the moment he heard the gunshot was to immediately drop on the ground, laying as low as he could. Then, he remembered the 2 persons that pushed Harry down the cliff. Whoever that was shooting at him must be Jarvis' trusted ally. Zhang Heng didn't expect them to hide in the woods and ambush him. They must have heard his search party shouting out Harry's name logically. That was how they discovered his location and ambushed him on his way back to the beach. Seeing that Zhang Heng had started running, they would have figured that their plan must have been exposed. Hence, they decided to kill him, effectively stopping him from sounding the alarm. Zhang Heng roughly knew the location of the 2 shooters, catching a glimpse of them when he lifted his head. They were about 20 meters away from him. One was aiming at him from behind a tree, while the other was frantically reloading gunpowder and bullets into this gun. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng pointed and pulled the trigger on the one aiming at him. Then, he stood up and charged at the other shooter. Seeing Zhang Heng coming at him, the shooter was so nervous he spilled all his gunpowder. Left with no options, he dropped his gun and pulled out his cutlass to fight. Just as Zhang Heng reached his target, he tossed his gun at the assailant. Instantly, he shielded himself with his saber. Seeing the opportunity, Zhang Heng landed a kick on his wrist, causing him to drop what was in his hands. Within seconds, he also landed an uppercut on the shooter's chin. After taking on Zhang Heng's surprise blows, the man was disoriented. He took a few steps back before he fell to the ground. Zhang Heng quickly jumped at him to continue punching. Before he could do so, somebody jumped down from the tree, intending to slash his back. Zhang Heng did not expect a third enemy in the woods. Harry told him that there were only 2 of them. Now, Zhang Heng knew that Harry was telling the truth when he said that they were attempting to kill him. Though he managed to dodge the attack, the third enemy still managed to cut his back. Luckily, it was just a flesh wound. Right now, he had to deal with 2 enemies at the same time with no weapons whatsoever. He knew some karate, but swordsmanship was the melee skill he trained the longest on. Besides, the enemy ship might arrive on the beach any time now. He couldn't afford to waste precious seconds on a brawl. Suddenly, Zhang Heng saw and running towards him. "Go to the beach. Let me deal with them," and took out her dagger and licked her lips. "I didn't have the chance to fight during the previous battle. I hope you'll allow me a good workout." Chapter 2:15. End of the party. Zhang Heng entrusted and with the 2 other enemies while he took off his inner shirt and bandaged the wound on his back. After that, he continued running towards the beach. All in all, his entire trip back to the bonfire party took him less than 25 minutes. Things weren't looking good right now. The party had been going on for quite a while, and most of the pirates were already gin-soaked. No other pirates successfully robbed a Spanish treasure ship ever before. Everyone, including Sam, was in an extraordinarily cheery mood. In the past, although there had been joint operations between Nassau's pirates before, this was the first time 6 influential pirates collaborated with each other. Since the partnership was off to a good start, many thought about joining forces again. They also intended to use this as an opportunity to cultivate stronger bonds amongst themselves. The gold was just a few hundred yards from them, almost within grasp, and the fact that so many were gathered together gave them a strong sense of security. One had to admit that Jarvis had chosen a good time, a time when the pirates were at their most gullible and susceptible. Other than 6 people guarding the gold, even the men in charge of patrolling the area couldn't help but join the celebration. The sailors were so drunken on rum that they lost the ability to determine one's own keep. Pirates from different ships had their arms slung around each other's shoulders, and they were all mixed up. No thanks to all the intermingling, Zhang Heng couldn't locate Sam. When someone saw that Zhang Heng had returned, they stumbled over to him and urged him to have a drink. Instead of accepting the bottle, Zhang Heng grabbed a musket from the pirate and fired a shot into the air. The camp ran silent for a moment. Then, in all bewilderment, the pirates exploded into roars of laughter, thinking it was a sideshow that Zhang Heng prepared. Some found it so amusing that even they joined in, firing their guns into the sky. All at once, gunshots rang all over the island, along with the pirates' loud cheers. Zhang Heng knew immediately that with the condition they were in, confronting the men wasn't the brightest option. It was simply unrealistic to expect this group of dazed men to pick up weapons and fight the Navy, of all people. The only viable option was to inform the captains and have them evacuate their people. As he was looking for Harry, Zhang Heng found a dozen men who were not as sozzled. These men should be reliable enough to navigate the Jackdaw. As for whether the other ships could find enough sober men for their helms, Zhang Heng didn't know for sure. He couldn't do anything about it either. Zhang Heng found Billy first in the crowd. Unsurprisingly, he was as drunk as a skunk and was sprawled on the ground, snoring away. Zhang Heng shook Billy hard, hoping to wake him up, but the man seemed to be out like a light. It took a good while before he finally responded. Billy opened his mouth but appeared to completely clueless, like a completely different person from the usually calm and reliable helmsman he was. Realizing he couldn't possibly rely on Billy tonight, Zhang Heng searched for a few more sailors. Most, however, were in bad condition. The warrior's crew had been coaxing the others to drink the whole time. Now, the people on the beach were no different than Billy, having drowned themselves in rum for a good 2 hours. Many of them were worse for wear. Zhang Heng looked everywhere, and after a lot of dragging and hustling, was finally able to put together a group of sober sailors. With Ramsay being the main chef of the bonfire, he and his helpers were so busy roasting that they didn't drink much. Zhang Heng pulled Ramsay aside and told him, "Hurry and find all of our crew. Tell them to gather and tell them, forget it. Tell them I'm about to give out extra money. and those who are late won't get any. As for those who can't walk straight, have the others carry them. Remember, you have 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I want to see at least 50 people here. Do well, and you'll get double your portion the next time we distribute the loot. All right, Ramsay nodded vigorously. He immediately put down the lamb he was cutting, wiped his hands on his apron, and hurried off to find his fellow sailors. Knowing that the kitchen staff must be sober, Zhang Heng quickly found the cooks of the other ships, including the warrior's chef. He asked them to bring their captains here, telling them that he had figured a way to get the gold out. The situation was worse than Zhang Heng imagined it to be. He knew that the people on the beach would be drunk, but he never thought that they would be this bloody drunk. Strangely, the warrior's men were in the best condition. So, even though the other ships had the numbers, it would be challenging to overpower Jarvis and his men, at least in the short term. At this rate, it would be easier if everybody just surrendered to the Navy. Zhang Heng's only advantage now was that Jarvis didn't know Zhang Heng knew about his betrayal. The three assailants in the woods only made a move because they saw someone sprinting. So, Zhang Heng decided to change tactics and take the opportunity to overcome Jarvis lest it would be difficult to board the ships from the beach. Every second that passed was painful, especially when he had no way of knowing when the Navy fleet would arrive. In the meantime, Zhang Heng used Billy's clothes as a tourniquet for his wound, even taking his cutlass and short musket. The person who appeared first was Brooke from the Swordfish. He appeared to be in pretty good shape, probably because he was still outraged. Having lost so many of his men, he didn't have the appetite for drinks and merry food. Because the warrior and Swordfish were also enemies, Jarvis' men did not coerce Brooke to drink. When he came over to see Zhang Heng, he looked somewhat surprised. So, you figured out how to get the gold, huh? That's great. I won't have to see Jarvis' annoying face again. Zhang Heng shook his head. No, it's something else. Brooke looked at Zhang Heng with raised eyebrows. He was about to ask more when the second captain arrived. It was Captain Kemp of the Shark. He had to be carried all the way to the rendezvous point, and on his way there, he thought removing his trousers would be a good idea. Luckily, the ship's cook could stop him before he did. The third captain soon arrived in no better condition. Black Sam and Jarvis arrived last. The two chatted and laughed away. Sam looked sober for the most part, except for a little stumbling. When he saw Zhang Heng, he flashed him his signature smile. We were just talking about you. Where'd you go? You disappeared when the party started, so we had to ply your helmsman with liquor. To be honest, I like the man. Had you not returned, I would have been tempted to recruit him over to my ship. However, Sam suddenly stopped in his tracks as Zhang Heng pulled out a short musket and pointed it at Jarvis. I'm sorry to interrupt the fun, but I'm afraid we'll have to end the party early. Chapter 216. Patience. What's the meaning of this, Captain Zhang Heng? Jarvis looked at the gun pointed at him, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. He was baffled by Zhang Heng's actions. A few other captains that stood beside him were equally shocked. However, what Zhang Heng said next shocked them even more. A fleet of Navy battleships and pirate hunters have been following us since we departed Nassau. They are planning to attack us tonight. Our enemies are on their way to this island as we speak. I believe they would appear any time now. How is that even possible? We've sailed for many days, and we would have seen a tail. Unless, said Black Prince Sam, unless someone betrayed us. The traitor has provided our itinerary to our enemies. With that, they would be able to follow us without being noticed. It was no wonder that someone randomly attacked my ship. I see that you have sold your soul to the nobles. What do you think? You like licking their butts, right, Jarvis? Said Brooke. Jarvis was one of the most experienced pirates amongst them and remained calm even after he was accused. I can understand your anger. All the time, you suspected that the ambush had something to do with me. Of course, it is human nature to believe someone the moment they point out a traitor. Luckily, there are more sensible people here, replied Jarvis as he turned around and looked at Zhang Heng without waiting for Brooke to respond to him. Captain Zhang, you have made grave accusations towards me. I would like to ask if you have any evidence to prove your claims. For all we know, you could have been the one who betrayed us. Or, perhaps, you're trying to use a dirty trick to make us leave the island so you can take possession of all that gold. Jarvis' statement sounded logical, and most of the captains on the beach agreed with him. Especially the last sentence, powerful enough to make everyone suspect Zhang Heng as the traitor. Even Brooke started leaning towards Jarvis. As compared to Zhang Heng, they knew Jarvis longer than him, being one of the longest-serving pirates in Nassau. Amongst the old-timers, Zhang Heng was just a newbie, only arriving in Nassau not too long ago. Technically speaking, this was their first time working with Zhang Heng. When it came to credibility, they had every reason to lean towards Jarvis. No one could say for sure that Zhang Heng wasn't lying. Jarvis was sure good at what he did. Previously, he was confident no one would find out about his relationship with the Navy. He did not expect his plan to be eventually exposed by Zhang Heng. After doing some thinking, he figured that the people assigned to guard the little boat must have been captured by Zhang Heng. Since those were his men, he knew that they would never admit to the accusation. However, there was still a possibility that they would spill the truth under a death threat. With a knife on their throats, they could have been forced to admit to crimes they didn't commit as long as they got to keep their lives. Jarvis figured that he could convince everyone that the captured men were interrogated under duress. Although doing that would not exonerate him completely, it was enough to stall them until his allies came to his rescue. However, he had to admit that Zhang Heng's accusation had brought with it significant trouble. Initially, he planned to pretend to fight the attacking Navy. Now that Sam and the rest of the captains started to suspect him of treason, that plan was officially over. With Zhang Heng's warning in mind, the other captains and pirates would definitely watch out for him. He needed to figure out a way to protect himself when the Navy arrived here later. As of now, he managed to deflect the threat away from him. After Jarvis was done defending himself, he looked at Zhang Heng calmly. "We need to investigate this matter first. I have a proposal. Since I am not accused of anything, I can ask my men to watch the bay," Sam added. But before he could finish, Zhang Heng interrupted him. "All of you have misunderstood my intention. I'm not here to accuse Captain Jarvis. I'm only here to break the news to you. I don't care if you guys believe me or not, but I'm leaving with my men right now." "You want to leave? Now, how about the gold at the bottom of the ocean? And are your men sober enough to even climb on board?" asked the shocked Brooke. It was just then that Anne, Dufresne, and the rest of their party emerged from the woods, and still held on to her bloody dagger. As for Harry, a few strong pirates took turns carrying him back to the beach. Ramsay, on the other hand, had put in his best efforts to earn the double reward he would get. He gathered all the Jackdaw's pirates in the shortest time possible. Most of them were drunk, going on endlessly about how they'd be rich once they sold off the gold. "You guys can keep the gold bars," said Zhang Heng, while pointing his gun at Jarvis. "I'm sorry, Captain Jarvis. Please ask your men to lower their weapons. I will lower mine once my men are safely back on our ship." Jarvis did not expect Zhang Heng to be so decisive in a critical moment like this. He had no intention to reason at all. Technically, Jarvis had more pirates than Zhang Heng. Should the worst happen, he could order his men to force Zhang Heng to remain on the beach. By doing that, however, everyone would know that he was indeed the traitor. The other captains and pirates would not hesitate to fight him then. Although it was possible that Jarvis wouldn't take such risks, Zhang Heng took no chances, ensuring that he made his men stand down. It had been almost an hour since the little boat that Harry saw left Parrot Island. The more time passed, the more dangerous it was to remain there. Besides, Zhang Heng had spent an extra 15 minutes on the beach. He knew that it was time to leave this island immediately. Seeing that N and the rest of his men were back, Zhang Heng quickly asked Dufresne to send them back to the Jackdaw. The cramped boat could only fit around 10 people, and they would need 7 to 8 minutes from the beach to the Jackdaw. In other words, a total of 30 minutes were required to take the entire crew back to the ship. 30 minutes was simply too long, and Zhang Heng knew they didn't have the time. Suddenly, the warrior's ferry caught his attention. "I'm going to borrow your ferry," Zhang Heng suddenly said. Without waiting for Jarvis' reply, Zhang Heng instructed and to approach the boat. Immediately, a group of pirates from the warrior jumped up and tried to stop her. Though outnumbered, she had no intention to retreat, quickly drawing her saber to resist. On the contrary, Zhang Heng had acted faster. He pointed his gun at Jarvis's feet and pulled the trigger. The bullet penetrated his boot, causing him to scream in agony. Next, Zhang Heng took another gun from his men and aimed at Jarvis's head. "Do not test my patience." Chapter 217, A Decent Human being right until Zhang Heng fired his gun. The incident that happened in Nassau not too long ago wasn't of the minds of the crowd. Zhang Heng eliminated Wilton and his men of 200 pirates, leaving unscathed. Those who were on the ship after the massacre described the cabin as a slaughterhouse. The entire floor was awash with blood. Throughout the entire hunting trip, Zhang Heng, had been inconspicuous to the point that most forgot he was a man of his word. In a life-threatening situation like this, Zhang Heng had no interest in playing the werewolves of Miller Hollow with Jarvis. He had done his part by informing Sam and the rest of the captains about this incident, having them believe what he said was out of his control altogether. From the gunshot, Jarvis saw Zhang Heng's determination, which was why he wasted no time asking his pirates to make way for Anne. He only accepted the pardon after he figured out that he made enough wealth as a pirate. However, he would not be able to return to civilian life since he was a wanted criminal in all the colonies. Hiding from the authorities like a scared kitten, his heart was filled with fear whenever he returned to his hometown. Now that he finally had the opportunity to clear his name by eliminating all of Nassau's famous pirates, he could eventually return to his hometown with pride and glory. Before he could do that, though, he had to stay alive until the Navy came to rescue him. Jarvis never once doubted Zhang Heng's determination. From the beginning, Zhang Heng's gun stayed glued to Jarvis' head. Even though Sam and the other captains tried to talk Zhang Heng out of it, he failed to change his mind. Such determination caused alarm bells to ring among the others about what was to happen next. Sam planned to send his people to set up an observation point in the woods, wanting to monitor the ships that sailed toward this island. At the same time, Brooke was left in a profound dilemma. Due to previous bad experiences, Jarvis was one that Brooke could never ever trust. For this reason, Zhang Heng trusted him most right now. If Brooke chose to leave, he wouldn't get his hands on the gold bars. Throughout the entire trip, the Swordfish suffered the most damage compared to the rest of the pirate ships. His ship's hull was in a wreck, and repairing the broken masts wasn't easy as well. It was hard for him to accept he wouldn't get a single penny out of an operation that cost him so dearly. In the end, Brooke decided that the value of gold didn't outweigh the value of his life. Immediately, he sent someone to inform his men about the impending attack. That said, he didn't plan to stray too far from the island. He would linger nearby and observe the situation. The remaining two captains were still in a dilemma. This especially true for the one getting drunk at the earlier celebrations. Even the wave of a gold bar in front of him wouldn't make him budge. Time passed swiftly, and soon, every captain had their own plans. To prevent further chaos, they decided to refrain from telling their men the details of the impending attack. Sam did best, having done a shipload of things with the limited time they had. He first retrieved the cannons he set on the beach before hand-picking a few sober pirates to set up an observation post in the woods. Although setting up a post at this time would be pointless, it was better than sitting there doing nothing nonetheless. The spotters would be able to spot a ship from a distance if it was day, giving enough time to inform the captains about an impending attack. Unfortunately, it was in the dark of night, and visibility was extremely low. The fleet would be too close once spotted, and it would all be too late. The terrain on Parrot Island granted countless advantages when they ambushed the Spanish treasure ship. Now, it had become their biggest inconvenience. The tall ridge blocked them from viewing the port. Sam actually sided more with Zhang Heng, having worked with him before, after all. Between Zhang Heng and Jarvis, one of them had to be lying. If Zhang Heng was the one, all they needed to do was to keep an eye on the jackdaw, and the gold would be safe. However, if Jarvis was the one that betrayed them all, then they were in serious trouble. Less than half the pirates were in any condition to fight, and those who couldn't think straight. After the massive battle, all their ships suffered a certain extent of damage, not to mention out of ammunition as well. They would lose almost instantly if the Navy appeared in front of them right now. Zhang Heng knew that they were in bad shape. That was why he wanted to leave the island as soon as possible. Sam did not blame Zhang Heng for abandoning them and fleeing on his own. Judging the Jackdaw's current condition, Zhang Heng barely had enough people to operate the ship, let alone sparing some of his men to fight off the enemies. He was left with no other option but to leave the island. Meanwhile, all the Jackdaw's pirates had boarded their ship. Harry and Ramsay did a fantastic job, managing to gather most of the ship's complement in 10 minutes amid the chaos. Unfortunately, 2 pirates from Jackdaw remained missing. Zhang Heng couldn't afford to wait any longer. He was the last to leave the island. Seeing that the ferry was here, he pushed Jarvis onto it before he got on, and a few other pirates rowed the boat with all their might. As for Dufresne, he had temporarily relieved Billy's position at the helm and took command of pirates still sober enough to understand a sentence. Releasing the mainsail with a whoosh, they retrieved the anchor and prepared to leave the island. Every second counted if they wanted to stay alive. Once the ferry was well on her way, Jarvis finally dropped the act. How did you find my men in the woods? No. Technically, your people found my people in the woods. What an interesting coincidence. You do know you can't be running forever, right? Even if you manage to escape this time, there will always be a next time. It's extremely rare that pirates have good endings. Take a look at Honegg, for instance. He now has power over the cannons set up to protect the island. He said he's done with risking his life as a pirate. If the redcoat from Scotland sniffs him out, he would have no place to run. I agree with you to a certain extent. But this can't be the only reason you betrayed the people on the beach. Many saw you as their friend, your brother. You will need some courage to begin a new life, young man. I shall cut off every garroting of my turbulent past. Only by doing that will I be able to live a better life in the new world. You have not seen the way those people look at us, Zhang Heng. We are like savages, ferocious beasts to them. You see, the letter of pardon isn't of importance. I have to wipe my slate clean and leave everything behind here. If I do that, then I will be able to become a decent human being. I hope you get what you want. The ferry finally arrived at the Jackdaw. Zhang Heng kept away his gun and grabbed the rope beside him. Just as the Jackdaw was about to leave, a black shadow appeared near the island. Chapter 218. I will take you home. Dufresne started getting nervous the moment he saw the black shadow. What should we do? Are we going to attack them? How many sober cannoneers do we have? Zhang Heng, and we're probably the only ones that could remain calm in a critical situation like this. They displayed uncanny fearlessness even as the fleet of battleships charged towards the island furiously. 4. I was a cannoneer last time. I can take up the position if you need me. It's pointless to fight with them with sticks and stones. Release the mainsail. Let's get to them before they get into formation. They have 7 battleships. How are we going to fight? We don't have many choices here. It's do or die right now. They will sink us if we stay on. We will also lose our window to attack if they get into their battle formation and seal off the port. As long as we are fast enough to charge into the middle of their formation, I'm pretty sure that only 2 or 3 ships would attack us since they need to be careful and not shoot their allies. I believe the Jackdaw is tough enough to withstand the onslaught. When all was said and done, Zhang Heng took a glimpse of the beach. The pirates had realized that a fleet of Navy battleships was moving fast towards them. Immediately, chaos and panic broke among the crowd. These the best pirates Nassau had ever seen, gathered here for a common goal, doing something that no one had done before. If only they'd not gotten drunk and prepare respective ships, they might have a chance to defeat the Navy. Unfortunately, just a single lapse of judgment sealed their fate. The celebrated pirates were reduced to running and screaming headless flies. The only pirate that hadn't given up was Black Prince Sam, mustering up his people as he attempted to aim the cannons at their enemies. The fact that he was the only one who retaliated made him seem a little lonely. On the other hand, Jarvis boarded a small boat and was ordered to row back to the island. However, he changed his mind the moment he saw the Navy fleet dawning on Parrot Island. He quickly changed direction and rowed towards the Navy, waving his hands and screaming out to them. At this point, Zhang Heng wasn't bothered about his allies anymore. He turned around and looked at his men. Panic and despair had hit the crew hard. Helpless and afraid, they didn't know what they should do if they wished to live to see another day. Suddenly, Zhang Heng heard a deep, commanding voice in the dark. Don't worry, I will take you home. The fleet of battleships moved faster than expected. Even though the swordfish decided to leave Parrot Island, they were still attempting to gather all their men. It was too late for them to escape. Brooke's face had turned pale with the Jackdaw being his only comfort. Although Zhang Heng and his men got on the ship earlier than them, it seemed like it was too late for them to get away as well. To everyone's surprise, not only did the Jackdaw not retreat, but they now charged at the Navy without respite. Such a suicidal move shocked everyone. Wardens, the Navy fleet commander, stood on the deck, watching the Jackdaw calmly. Is that the corvette we lost earlier? Her exterior seems different. I believe the pirates modified it. But yes, sir. This was indeed the Glory, a corvette we lost during the Battle of Charleston, replied the chief officer after taking a good look at the Jackdaw. Wardens kept shaking his head as he replied emotionlessly. This corvette no longer deserves her name of the Glory. Elmer, the idiot, has chucked the glory of the Navy to a bunch of bandits. Now, I have to clean up his mess. Open fire at them right away. I want them all dead tonight. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Captain Jarvis' boat is still close to them. If we open fire now, have you just graduated from Navy school? Didn't you hear my orders? I told you to kill everyone. Everyone. That includes Jarvis and his barbaric beasts. But I thought they were ours. Captain Jarvis provided us with all the information that we need. I heard he has an agreement with Count Lambert. After we eliminate the pirates, Count Lambert is supposed to grant him and his men immunity. After that, they will serve the Queen. The chief officer was interrupted by Wardens. Open your eyes and have a good look, Chris. Look hard and long. Those creatures on the beach aren't humans. They are a herd of wild beasts. Do you know what they did to Count Bellomonte and Governor General Wood in Charleston? Oh right, and the idiot Elmer. Let me tell you. They took over the Scarborough and killed every single man on board. I'm talking about 700 Navy sailors. That excludes the collateral of innocent citizens killed during the senseless raid. Do you know why Count Lambert asked for me specifically to deal with sea threats, kid? Because you are the best at dealing with pirates? No, because I never negotiate with wild beasts. I know a few aristocrats who said that we should deal with them in the most humane way possible. I can guarantee you, I'm not the kind of person to be merciful to such a lot. What makes you think I'll allow a bunch of thugs immunity, let alone returning them to civilized society? After all the blood on their hands, all the pain and suffering they've caused, we grant them a good life as punishment. Let's just pretend nothing happened then. So no, I will never allow such good to happen to them. Over my dead body. So, do me a favor and kill everything that moves out there. No one will know what happens tonight except for us. Our mission will be complete, and Count Lambert will get to keep his reputation. Now, are my orders clear? Yes, sir. Chris gulped. Excellent. Let's begin. By now, everyone knew that Jarvis was the traitor in question. The pirates from the Warrior started fighting the other pirates as well. It came as no surprise that they were all still sober. Knowing a fight was coming, they had kept their weapons close to them. From the very start, they had the upper hand in the situation. However, they were outnumbered not too long after that. As time passed, Sam and the other captains managed to hold the line, albeit barely. They started to turn from being defensive to offensive. The pirates from the Warrior began to panic as Jarvis, their leader, wasn't with them. Besides, whatever they were to their fellow pirates doing was uncouth, nothing to be proud of. Soon, their morale diminished, and they were defeated. Jarvis wouldn't risk his life by heading to the beach to help his men to fight back all the other pirates. His only option left was to row to the Navy as fast as his arms could muscle the oars. Chapter 219. Assault. Jarvis felt safer the further away he was from the beach. Since he was now away from the island, there was nothing Sam and the other captains could do to him. His boat was getting closer and closer to the Navy's ship, and once he got on, he would shake off all threats and bid his troubled past farewell. He had been just granted a new lease of life. Just when he was sure that nothing could touch him anymore, he saw the cannons of the Navy creaking out of their shutters. That shocked Jarvis, and without thinking, he quickly turned away from the Navy's ship. At the same time, he saw the Jackdaw on a collision course with the Navy ship. He never thought that Zhang Heng and his men were bold enough to attack the Navy, even after knowing that it would be pointless. Jarvis blamed the Jackdaw for condemning him to such a dangerous situation, and so wasn't slightly bothered if Zhang Heng decided to fight or retreat. The Navy would unquestionably fire on the Jackdaw if they saw it on a ramming course. Jarvis was now in an awkward position. Caught in the middle of two raging behemoths, he continued to row to the Navy, making sure that he stayed as far as possible from the Jackdaw. Minutes later, the cannons of the Navy's ship were in position. Without hesitating, they fired first, having the Jackdaw bracing themselves from the incoming cannonballs. Wardens did not ask all the ships to fire at once, knowing it was a bad idea. In this operation, there were only 2 Navy ships. The rest of the 5 armored ones belonged to the pirate hunters. When it came to pure discipline, the Navy was no match. Luckily, the battle would prove easy this time. Although having the numbers, the pirates had just undergone a fierce battle, and most were drunk silly as well. Sprawled on the beach, they were all but target practice on easy mode. All they needed to do right now was to sink the ships of the pirates, and they would be completely incapacitated. The only surprise element in this battle was the Jackdaw, and the Navy was thrilled to arrive in the nick of time. Seeing that the Jackdaw was still nearby Parrot Island, Wardens wasn't one to let them just leave like that. Soon, the second Navy ship fired their guns. Zhang Heng was ultra-focused right now, electing not to sail in a straight line. Though it would allow him to reach his destination in the shortest time possible, his ship would be severely damaged. Right now, there were no available cannoneers on the Jackdaw, and they were in no position to retaliate either. All they could do was break the defense of their enemies and leave before they sank their ship. This battle would put the Jackdaw's defensive capabilities to the ultimate test. It was important that it dodged as many cannonballs as possible. Zhang Heng knew that he couldn't possibly avoid all of them. What he could do, though, was to take on the lighter attacks and avoid the ones that could cause critical damage to the Jackdaw. The helmsman played an essential role at this moment where life hung by a thread. So far, the best helmsman that Zhang Heng encountered had to be Hutchison. Brooke came in only second to him. As for Zhang Heng, his LV-2 sailing skills were only considered above average when compared to the rest of Nassau's pirates. That said, he was left with little choice. Amongst the sober pirates here, his seamanship was the best. Besides, he was known to handle such stressful moments with finesse and calm. Without Zhang Heng saying a word, the crew of the Jackdaw was all ready to brace for their enemies, and was the only one who chose to stay beside Zhang Heng. He wanted her to hunker down somewhere safe, but he was only responded by a smile on her face. Without the slightest warning whatsoever, the first cannonball landed on the deck with a boom. The massive impact blew a gaping hole, sending shards of wood flying all over the place. The impact had shaken the Jackdaw to her core, and as a result, her keel started to take damage as well. This was just the beginning of a long and unforgiving survival game. As more ships joined the battle, the Jackdaw was now under an immeasurable amount of pressure and stress. Though the Navy's cannons were not as powerful as the Spanish treasure ship, they had the advantage in numbers. During the previous battle, they had the swordfish to draw the enemy's attention. This left them to suffer the brunt of the Spanish treasure ship. Right now, the Jackdaw was left alone to face the Navy. With their firepower expanding by the minute, the Jackdaw was in an even more precarious state than it had been previously. The larger the threat was, the calmer Zhang Heng was required to behave. While the Jackdaw was under fire, Zhang Heng tried his best to look for a window out of this sticky situation. He even ignored notifications sent by the system. The chosen escape point wasn't just a random place. It was a spot that the wind blew at. That wasn't something people would usually do while battling at sea. Under normal circumstances, both ships in the fight would position themselves into the wind. By doing that, it made their attacks more potent. However, the Jackdaw couldn't attack right now, and it was pointless doing that. On the contrary, thick smoke from the enemy's cannons would help conceal it since Zhang Heng elected to sail with a tailwind. Now that the Jackdaw was in bad shape, capitalizing on every environmental advantage that presented itself was essential in surviving the fight. Meanwhile, Sam fired his cannons from the beach. Technically, it was a bad time to attack the Navy vessels. Having just approaching land, some distance still lay between them and the beach. In other words, Sam's attack wouldn't be that effective and their ammunition was limited as well. He had launched his attack now, intending to assist the Jackdaw. Zhang Heng was the one who told them about Jarvis' betrayal. Although it was too late, and the majority doubted Zhang Heng, he was still the one who warned them about Jarvis. It was only thanks to him that they avoided getting stabbed in the back. Right now, Sam tried to repay Zhang Heng for his good deeds. The least he could do was distract the Navy. He knew that saving ammunition and waiting until the Navy arrived on the beach was useless. All who were there would probably be killed by the Navy tonight. Nevertheless, it wasn't Sam's style to just sit there and wait for death to descend upon him. After emptying all the ammunition he had on the enemies, Sam drew his cutlass and cried, "My brothers, are we willing to fight like warriors and be buried under the sea? Or do you fancy a public hanging by the colony's port? Would you allow your decomposing body to rot in the sun and be devoured by flies? Do you want to be rejected eternally by the people of the colony? F*CK the Navy. F*CK Jarvis," chanted a pirate. Seconds later, the pirate's head was hit by a bullet, his body falling to the ground with a thud and his rage-filled eyes open wide. More and more started to shout in anger, where even the drunk pirates did their best to get up and grab whatever weapons they could find. After a while, everyone gathered around Sam. They knew they were all going to die tonight, but they were unwilling to die as cowards. "Kill the traitors first and take back our ship. We shall let the Navy taste our wrath." The moment Sam finished, his men started charging towards the warrior's crew like ravenous lions. Chapter 220. Perhaps I could try? The jackdaw had never been attacked by so many cannons before, and within a matter of minutes, her hull was riddled with holes. Throughout the entire battle, Zhang Heng managed to outperform himself, dodging most of the lethal shots. Right now, they were only a quarter of a mile from the Navy. The attacks grew fiercer as the jackdaw drew closer to them, with cannonballs raining down on them like hailstones. Captain, we can't go on like this. The jackdaw will be in pieces before we can get close, shouted a desperate Dufresne. Repair the damage. It's too late to back down now. Do you really think they will let us turn around and flee? Asked Zhang Heng as he guided the ship through choppy waters. A few moments ago, a cannonball flew past Zhang Heng's elbow. The shockwave it produced stunned him silly. He and were at the most dangerous spot on the ship. All his men could hunker down except him, having to make sure that his hands were always dancing with the wheel. The only thing he could do was pray that the lucky rabbit foot was in effect. Even if we manage to break through their defensive lines, the jackdaw can't get far. Look at her state, Captain. We've lost a topsail and a mainsail. We will discuss this problem after we get through their defensive line. Soon after that, his voice was overcome by the sound of deafening cannons firing at them. Dufresne realized that this would be the ship's most precarious moment. He ran out instantly, pulling pirates that were still sober to fix every damage he could see. Even Ramsay turned acting carpenter, looking for everything around him to patch up the ailing boat. Unfortunately, the crack team of workmen couldn't keep up against the ever-increasing holes no matter how quick they worked. Helplessness began setting in. It was then when Zhang Heng's strategy finally worked. After a few volleys of continuous firing, the entire area was covered in thick smoke. It was time for the jackdaw to enter the smokescreen. Now, the Navy would be staring into a gray mist, let alone aim at anything. Naturally, Wardens wasn't very pleased. They were now in perfect alignment to deal a fatal blow to Jackdaw, now that they were close enough. If they waited until the Jackdaw exited the smokescreen, it would be impossible for some of the ships to attack as they would emerge misaligned to their cannons. Wanting none of it, Wardens ordered his men to continue firing into the thick fog. That said, the Jackdaw could relax a little for now. At the same time, the battle on the beach was reaching its climax. Since Jarvis' betrayal had been exposed earlier than expected, pirates from the Warrior were well prepared to face the inevitable battle. Still, they didn't manage to hold the upper hand for too long, soon to be rendered passive. Under the command of Black Prince Sam, every pirate fearlessly charged at their enemies like stampeding rhinos. Since they were severely outnumbered, the Warrior's pirates were in deep trouble. They could only hope that the Navy would come for them after dealing with the Jackdaw. Unfortunately for them, that wish didn't come true. Sir, the battle on the beach is wrapping up. I think the Warrior's men are about to lose. The remaining pirates might bring us a lot of trouble if we let them get back to their ships, said the chief officer after he put down his monocular. Inform the Miranda and Warrior. Let them deal with the corvette we lost in the smoke. We have damaged them severely just now. A few hits, and that'll be the end of her. The rest of us will prioritize attacking the pirates on the beach. The first thing we need to do is destroy all their ships, Wardens muttered while rubbing his chin. Aye, sir. Although the Jackdaw was concealed in the smoke, Zhang Heng was sharp enough to detect that their enemies had been significantly weakened. However, he could hear their cannons firing again. Zhang Heng guessed that something must have happened to the beach. The Navy must have turned some of their fire and focused it there. It would seem this was the best time for the Jackdaw to flee the place. Right now, they were extremely close to the enemy. At such close proximity, it would be impossible that he could escape detection. All of a sudden, the fog cleared just enough for Zhang Heng to see his enemy pointing their cannons at him. The enemy, too, had noticed the Jackdaw, and without hesitation, opened fire. In such moments where life hung by a thread, all of Zhang Heng's sailing skills were rendered useless. There were no dodging attacks when both ships were so close to each other. All he could do right now was to point the Jackdaw to the beach and sail their full speed ahead. Dufresne led a few men to fix a massive hole in a cabin under the main deck. Without warning, the spot that they just patched blew up in their faces, and a cannonball squashed one of the pirates' heads. Before they could react, more and more cannonballs were launched at them. The hole started to let seawater in. The flooding water into the cabin gushed at everyone with mighty force. It threw Dufresne off balance, and his head hit a barrel beside him. He went unconscious, only to wake up a moment later after he almost drowned. Dufresne got up and touched his forehead. It was bleeding profusely, stinging from the salty seawater. Dazed and confused, he vaguely saw broken pieces of wood floating everywhere around him. With the water up to their knees, his injured men lay sitting at a corner, crying for help. He then looked to his left and saw a hole that was as big as a basin, filling up the ship fast with seawater. He shook off the pain in his throbbing head and quickly grabbed a floating board to fix it. With Dufresne's initiative, the pirates that weren't too injured jumped in to help. They managed to plug the leak in the shortest time possible, but the water level still didn't go down. There's one more hole at the end of the ship. I think it's behind a wine cabinet, and my hands can't reach it, said one of the pirates. Let's work together then. We will have to first move the cabinet. Instantly, a few pirates went into action, trying to pick up the fallen cabinet. Unfortunately, it wouldn't budge, lodged securely in the hole it fell in. The water had now reached their waists, and if nothing was done, the jackdaw would sink indefinitely. Can we cut it into half? Dufresne asked a bald pirate standing beside him, the only qualified carpenter on this ship. Yes, we can, but it will take some time. I don't think we have enough, replied the carpenter after a short moment of hesitation. Just when the last drops of hope were almost dried up, a young man spoke up. About that, perhaps, I could give it a try? Chapter 221. Nowhere to run. Jarvis, you? Asked a skeptical Dufresne. I'm small enough to squeeze in, which means I can fix the hole without moving the cabinet, Harry replied. Dufresne looked at the carpenter, who then turned to Harry for a good look. Then he nodded. It's possible, theoretically. Mr. Dufresne, please let me try. Otherwise, we're all going to die here. How about the wound on your arm? It's no big deal. I heard it earlier while running because I was too afraid. Don't worry about it. Harry chucked while swinging his arms to prove that he was fine. Quick, take off your shirt. After Harry took off his shirt, Dufresne tore a sleeve off and wrapped it around a cork. He then passed it to Harry. Use this to plug the hole. If you think it's not big enough, wrap some more cloth around the cork. Understood. You want to become a part of the jackdaw, right? Finish this task, and I will suggest that the captain take you in as an official crew. Now be careful. Harry was elated when he heard that. Leave it to me. Immediately, he took a deep breath and dived into the water. On another note, Jarvis had invested a lot of time making sure he got as far as he could from the jackdaw. After a long while, he finally managed to get close to the Navy's ship. From his little boat, Jarvis could see Wardens and Chris on the main deck. This was his first time meeting Wardens. All this time, he had been contacting Chris. Throughout the entire operation, Jarvis had been leaking the pirates' plans to Chris, knowing he was a high-ranking officer of the Navy. When Jarvis came under the shadow of the hull, he put down the oars and waved to Chris, who strangely avoided eye contact. Are you ashamed? Wardens harumphed. No, sir. Though Chris's face burned hot, he still managed to hold himself most confidently. Remember, they are a herd of primitive beasts. There's no shame in fooling them. Think about the people they killed. You shouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. I want you to lift your head and look him in the eyes. Chris longed to disobey the order, but he did it anyway. Jarvis was still waving his hands at him, glad to have finally caught their attention. It wasn't too long before Jarvis realized the ice-cold stare coming out of Chris' eyes. He quickly caught on, sensing that something wasn't right. Being a legendary pirate of Nassau, of course he could read Chris's mind. Whether he wanted it or not, he had thrown in everything to get to where he was today. There was no turning back now. The moment he betrayed Black Prince Sam and the rest of the captains, he knew that he could no longer return as a captain. Besides, most of his men were killed in the battle. Now, he was all alone in the vast ocean. Jarvis initially thought that he could get his immunity documents, thereby severing his past for good. But even if he managed to leave his life behind him, the door to the new world seemed to be permanently shut as well. Right now, he had nowhere else to go. Great. Now, I want you to kill him. Tell Count Lambert that Captain Jarvis was killed in battle. We shall honor our word and allow him to return to a civilized society. That only applies to his dead body, of course. One Jarvis then saw the cannons on the main deck aiming at him. If he wanted to, there was still enough time to abandon the boat and swim away. After all, the Navy was focusing on the jackdaw and the beach. If he jumped into the water, he could probably dodge the cannonballs. Despite everything that could be said about him, Jarvis valiantly stayed on little boat. He knew that he would never be able to live in this world anymore, even if he managed to survive. The cannoneer lit up the fuse once Chris gave the order to fire. The first projectile missed its target. So, the cannoneer readjusted the cannon and retook aim. As luck would have it, the second shot missed as well. The little boat rocked and shuddered violently as the massive cannonballs flew past at supersonic speed. Still, Jarvis sat like a statue, unwilling to yield. The third time around, the cannoneer took half a minute to aim at Jarvis. Finally, he fired. The flying cannonball landed directly on Jarvis. Seconds after that, his body surfaced, but no one seemed to care about the man. The death of Captain Jarvis was just a tiny interlude in the long symphony of battle. After that, the Navy and pirate hunters started firing on the pirate ships docked on shore. Black Prince Sam used the swiftest way in dealing with the remaining pirates from the Warrior, gathering whatever of his men were left and rushing back his own ship. Casualties were mounting, and right now, they severely lacked men to fight off the Navy and the pirate hunters. The cannoneers they had were enough for only 2 ships, so after a short discussion, they decided to gather all that could still fight into one vessel. Just when they alighted a small boat and were about to row to the nearest ship, the Navy and pirate hunters launched a massive volley of artillery at them. This time around, they received their reckoning. They were forced to watch flames engulf their ships. The first one that sank was Brooke's Swordfish. Having been severely damaged by the Spanish treasure ship, the carpenters had only fixed half of the damage. As Jarvis had personally relayed this piece of information to the Navy, the Swordfish would naturally become their first target. Brooke knew all too well that his ship would be first to go. Still, he could not help but feel upset. After all, they had been through countless battles together, and his heart was like an anchor. The next to come under siege was the Tigus Hark. Its strength was only second to the Quetta and was initially one of the ships that Black Prince Sam and the pirates intended to board. Before they could even get there, the enemies had started bombarding it with cannonballs. Luckily, its hull was tougher than the Swordfish. It lasted longer than the former, managing to buy the pirates some valuable time. In the end, Black Prince Sam decided that he would give up boarding the Quetta because it was simply too far away from them. Immediately, he asked his men to turn around. Now, their new heading was to the Warrior. Previously, their crew were thinking of leaving the place after their betrayal had been found out. They were parked closest to the beach. Unfortunately, things had gone south, and now, they were unable to board. This gave Black Prince Sam and the rest a fighting chance instead of running away. Though the outcome of this battle was no rocket science, they insisted on fighting for honor till life's very end. Chapter 222, Fury, Are We Safe Now? By some miracle, the Jackdaw didn't sink even after 2 rounds of intense shelling. Instead, she limped clumsily out of the harbor and dislodged a large splinter stuck in her shoulder and asked, "Are we safe?" When the armored ship opened fire, Zhang Heng had to stay by his post, and shielded him. Although fortunate enough to steer clear of the explosion, the shrapnel from the blast was an even more significant threat. Thus, the red-haired girl bore the brunt of all the flying debris. It wasn't just her busted shoulder. Her arm, calves, and cheeks also had varying degrees of chafes and lesions. Yet, despite the pain, she didn't whine or complain. Zhang Heng did thank her. With the relationship they shared, there was no need for verbal expression. Instead, without saying a word, he took off his shirt and bandaged her wound with it. "I don't think so. If they didn't have the upper hand, they wouldn't have just let us off like that. However, they won't need so many ships to fight the people on the beach, so I believe they will split up and send some after us." As if a demented prophecy, the silhouette of 2 armored ships emerged amid the thick fog of war. They must have just turned around since they were pretty far away from the Jackdaw. Nevertheless, they caught up to Ailing's ship pretty quickly. Zhang Heng wouldn't typically worry about having a tail. With the Jackdaw's imposing firepower and a crew to match, he could easily win a fight against 2 pursuing enemies. Even if the situation did go south, they could just turn away and escape. Right now, the Jackdaw was in terrible condition. They were understaffed, having practically no gunners on board. At least 3 masts were damaged, and the leak in the hull was getting worse. The flood had quickly risen by 3 feet and was already at the danger line. Under such circumstances, it would take a miracle for them to make it back to Nassau. They couldn't fire, and they couldn't flee. How were they supposed to fight? This was the same situation that hit Dufresne. Even if the jackdaw could break through the naval blockade, she wouldn't go any further in such a hamstrung state. Zhang Heng couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel, but since he had put everything he had on this mission, he wouldn't have come unprepared. He put in charge of the rudder after borrowing her dagger. Then, he went up to the mainmast. Back when he was on the Sea Lion, he was Roscoe's apprentice for some time and was no stranger to climbing high structures. Even though he hadn't done anything of that sort since he became captain, he wasn't wholly rusty yet. Clamping his dagger between his teeth, he scaled the rickety rope ladder as quickly as he could. Once he was on the top at the crow's nest, he saw the scratched surface where an ancient Celtic name was once engraved. Zhang Heng took the dagger out of his mouth. Ironically, being the one who crossed out the name, he was the one to carve it back on again. Initially, the plan was to communicate with the so-called ancient Celtic god only after he got the Tulwood box, the safest method he could think of. Now he had no other choice. Zhang Heng had quite a few game props in his possession, but the only thing that could be of assistance in this situation was the yet-to-be-identified seashell. However, nothing out of the ordinary happened after he finished engraving the name, and the two armored ships drew even closer to the jackdaw, their gunners ready to light the fuses. Time was running out for Zhang Heng. That said, he wasn't inclined to think that Betty, the ancient Celtic god, must have abandoned him. In fact, he had always suspected that the god's objective back on the ghost ship wasn't Seth, but him, the captain himself. And sudden presence interrupted the god's appearance. As a result, it had to give up on Zhang Heng and targeted Seth instead since he was all alone. From the beginning, her goal had never changed. There was a reason why she instructed Seth to steal the 3 notebooks. She intended to use him as bait for Zhang Heng, knowing it would draw his attention. But if that was the case, then why didn't she look for him again the moment he got the shell? Zhang Heng quickly reevaluated his earlier conversation with Seth. He recalled the abrupt storm they encountered on their way back to Nassau, and he remembered Seth saying that anger was needed to control it. Zhang Heng's brows furrowed. Perhaps it was because his parents were never around, and he was part of the Grow Up Real Fast group, that he ended up more emotionally stable. There were times when he got mad, of course, but ever since he realized that anger only solved nothing, he rarely flamed up at every other matter that annoyed him. When Wei Jianyang got cheated on his first job, his friends brought him for a night out. After having a little too much to drink, he told Zhang Heng, I think that the most incredible thing about you is that you see this cruel world for what it is, yet you're not disappointed by it. How do you do it? You're just like a bystander. You are good at everything. It's just that sometimes, you're just too calm that it gets boring. Zhang Heng also knew that his SAN value fell slower sometimes, but he never thought that it would be a problem for him someday. He looked back at his life, finding that no particular baggage weighed him down, nor was there the taste of bitterness in his heart. He harbored no hate towards anybody, hence the cavalier disposition. This was going to be tricky. Based on his deductions, not only did he need anger to summon the storms, but it would require continual waves of rage to keep the storm going. Seth's anger came and went quickly, which was why the storm only lasted for a short while. So, if Zhang Heng wanted to break away from the 2 ships, he would need a storm that could last at least 30 minutes. Zhang Heng had to find another way. He took in a deep breath and squeezed his eyes shut. Half a minute later, the bows of the armored ships had almost come up to the stern of the jackdaw. Suddenly, a flash of lightning as bright as the sun flashed across the night sky, striking a mast of one of the armored ships. Although no one was standing near it, the crew was shaken, terrified by the incident. However, that was only just the beginning. Thunder rumbled along the horizon, and the wind started billowing from all directions. At the same time, the purple bolts of lightning grew more frequent, akin to a discharging power grid. The calm seas became blustery, battering the wooden hulls with fury. Seeing that their target was mere feet away, the armored ship's captain gave the order to open fire. However, a massive wave suddenly came crashing onto the side of their ship, knocking the cannoneers off their posts with a mighty force. Chapter 223. Successful escape. The Jackdaw's pirates waited patiently in the cabin, staring at the fallen cabinet. Harry had been under the water for a minute and a half. An ordinary person could only hold their breath underwater for about 30 to 40 seconds. For those who lived by the sea from a very young age, they could stay submerged for 2 to 3 minutes. Considering that Harry needed to fix the hole while holding his breath, his oxygen consumption would increase and should be reaching his limit now. There was no still response from below. Then, the pirates saw that the water had stopped rising. In other words, Harry must have successfully blocked the hole. The pirates started cheering and patting each other's backs. Soon, the cheers faded off as they realized that Harry hadn't emerged. Immediately, Dufresne took off his shirt and jumped into the water. Harry didn't disappoint, managing to fix the hole as promised. Unfortunately, when he was about to head back, his leg was caught a fishing net. Desperate to flee himself, Harry did everything he could, but only got entangled more. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't get rid of the net. Soon, he started choking for breath, and strength slowly sapped away from his muscles. Due to the lack of oxygen, Harry's mind went blank. Is this where I die? I should have told them that I couldn't do the job. But then again, come to think about it, I think I'm the only one capable of fixing the hole. If I didn't do it, the jackdaw would have sunk. Harry's lungs burned and could see his world turning darker and darker. His hands and legs stopped moving. That was all he remembered. He regained consciousness after feeling someone slapping his face and pumping his chest. Immediately, Harry vomited a mouthful of seawater as he sputtered and gasped for dear air. The next thing he remembered was somebody lifting him onto their shoulders and pirates chanting his name. Is this what it feels like to be a hero? I think I like this feeling a lot, thought Harry as he scratched his head in a daze. Before he could relish the fame, there was a violent jolt, and he was thrown back into the water. The pirates around him were shocked as well. Suddenly, the jackdaw started shaking and vibrating. It was so bad that nobody could stand on their feet. The roof started to crumble, and the holes and cracks they just fixed started to tear open again. Dufresne quickly ordered 2 men to pump all the seawater from the cabin. As for the rest, they were instructed to get down to fixing the holes and cracks again. Everyone in the cabin was tasked with something to do. Soon, the situation stabilized, and when Dufresne was sure that they were out of danger, he ran up to the main deck in a hurry. The moment he got outside, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. After he spent 20 minutes in the cabin, the ocean had changed entirely. Giant waves rocked the seas, and a gale with terrifying howls blew at them with ungodly force. With the storm came bright flashes of lightning. The wheelhouse was only a few steps away, but Dufresne spent half a minute to reach it. He even slipped and fell twice. "Where's the captain?" and was unable to hear Dufresne over the deafening wind and thunder. Now, Dufresne had to shout to get his question across, and pointed at the mainmast behind her. It was all blurry, but Dufresne could see a shadowy figure right atop of the mast. Of course, he didn't connect the sudden storm to Zhang Hong, thinking he must have gone up to keep the mainsail. Where is the Navy? It was about then when a cannonball suddenly landed 10 meters away from the jackdaw. An armored ship was hot on her tail, closing in fast from the left. The captain of the enemy vessel had ordered his men to attack it. Fortunately, the wild storm would stop even the most experienced cannoneer from landing an accurate shot. Every time their cannoneer adjusted their sights, a mysterious wave would hit them, and the cannons would be misaligned. As for the other enemy that was further away from the jackdaw, they were less fortunate. The storm came so suddenly that their sailors failed to keep their mainsail in time. The unrelenting gusts caught the sails and broke their mainmast along with it. Left with no options, the captain turned around and returned to Parrot Island. With one enemy less, the jackdaw could breathe a small sigh of relief. The same couldn't be said for Dufresne's mood. Though they managed to solve part of the problem, he knew that it would be a great challenge for the severely crippled jackdaw to survive such weather. As for Anne, she was busy wrestling the ship. Throughout this time, she had managed to employ brute strength to convince everyone that she was worthy of staying on board. However, Dufresne and a few on the ship knew all about her background. Before she came to Nassau, she had never been to sea before. In other words, she didn't know how to handle a ship. From the start, all she did was to hang on the wheel for dear life. Zhang Heng told her that all she needed to do was to make sure that they traveled in a straight line. Dufresne was getting more worried that, and might actually mess this up. What amazed him the most was the waves hitting the bow, literally like an undulating magic carpet ride. He didn't see a single wave hit the jackdaw's side. However, Dufresne wasn't one to risk sinking the ship, and after witnessing Anne's less than stellar skills, he immediately took over the wheel. The enemy was still on their left. Soon, the storm only grew bigger, and the enemies started to question their rationale for continuing the pursuit. The enemies knew that the jackdaw was reaching the end of its line. All they needed to do was to strike them with some cannonballs, and they would see her on her merry way down to the bottom of the ocean. They were so close to their goal, and giving up now would be a waste. However, these were pirate hunters and not the Navy. Though Wardens told his men to eliminate the jackdaw at all costs, they wouldn't just put down their lives for some order. Under such dire circumstances, it was simply too risky for them to continue on. The storm, too, didn't look like it was about to let up anytime soon. There was a good chance that it would destroy their ship, even if they managed to sink the jackdaw. Frustrated by the futile effort, the pirate hunters were forced to turn back after a few minutes. The jackdaw was finally free of enemy pursuit. Right now, they had one last enemy left to fight, the storm. That was what bothered Dusfreen in the first place. They would be forced to endure the raging sea for a little longer. Half an hour later, the wind gradually subsided, and like sorcery, the sea returned to its former calm. Things seemed to be looking up for the jackdaw once again. Throughout their tumultuous voyage, they managed to overcome every single threat that was hurled at them. Chapter 224. New Crisis. After the wind and waves died down, only the jackdaw remained on the vast ocean. I can't believe we actually escaped. Dufresne surveyed the surrounding waters until he was sure that the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Only when he was convinced that they were alone did he plop down on the deck, breathing a long sigh of relief. After finding Harry and hearing of Jarvis's betrayal, he had been extremely anxious and tense. He held it all in until the danger was over. Now he was completely drained and weak. In a case where the Navy had absolute firepower and completely blockaded the seaport, 12 pirates miraculously got the jackdaw through the blockade, shook off their pursuers, and even successfully made it through the terrible storm. All this in a ship that was less than seaworthy at that time. Every step of the way was a perilous affair, and everyone contributed by doing their absolute best. Even so, a lot of luck was involved, especially with the occurrence of the storm. It started brewing at the perfect moment. Had it struck them a minute later, and the two armored ships would have sunk the jackdaw. What was even more incredible was that even in her condition, the jackdaw was able to survive the fierce storm and still come out in one piece. As the skies brightened, a souffle of pink clouds lined the horizon. The drunk sailors finally woke from their slumber. Soon, the main deck began filling up with a hushed murmur audible amongst the pirates, most merely happy to be alive. Dufresne looked around until his gaze finally fell upon a silent figure standing at the stern. When that man said that he was going to take everyone home, Dufresne thought that he was only saying it to appease the sailors. After all, as captain of the ship, it was only his duty to stabilize the situation first. What Dufresne never expected was that Zhang Heng would actually fulfill his promise and lead the jackdaw in an astonishing escape from a desperate situation that seemed hopeless. Whatever he had done last night, no one else could have done it in his place. His achievements overshadowed the sphere of what an ordinary human could do. The jackdaw's incredible night was nothing short of a miracle, clearly reflected in the expressions of awe and admiration on the sailors' faces. Zhang Heng, however, didn't look particularly cheery. Having recuperated his strength after resting for a bit, Dufresne walked up to the captain and looked in at the direction he was looking at. It was probably toward Parrot Island. Nevertheless, they couldn't spot anything from so far away. Do they still have a chance? Zhang Heng shook his head. The Navy came very well prepared this time. And then there's Jarvis, their spy. We've lost a lot this time around. If Black Sam and the others wish to live, they would have to retreat to the heart of the island. But that is exactly what the Navy hopes for. They won't even have to do anything. All they need to do is to wait for 2 weeks, and when they get on the island, they'll find themselves a gang of famished, diseased pirates who are on the verge of death. Dufresne fell silent. He, too, had already guessed it. This was the very reason why Zhang Heng did everything in his power to get the jackdaw away from the island. This battle was doomed long before it even started. Although both sides were on equal footing when it came to firepower, it wasn't a fair contest at all. The pirates on the island were attacked while celebrating, caught completely unaware. They were separated from their ships, and their weapons weren't loaded. On top of that, their brains were gin-soaked, in no condition to fight, yet forced to do so. One could only imagine what the outcome of that would be. While Dufresne and Zhang Heng were in the middle of the conversation, The recently hired bookkeeper hurried over to them. "Captain, Mr. Dufresne, you better come see this," said the man while panting. Zhang Heng and Dufresne quickly followed the bookkeeper to the hold. Nearly all the seawater had been pumped out, and except for the dampness, it was mostly back to its normal state. However, the sailors inside looked grim as they stood looking at a bucket of clean water. Dufresne reached in and scooped some into his hands. He took a sip, but its saltiness made him spit it out instantly. He asked, "How much?" "We're out of luck, sir. 2 shells hit the area where we stored our fresh water. It destroyed around 7 or 8 barrels of them. It was fine at first, but when the flood came in, seawater mixed with it. There's also not much rum left on the ship because we took out 30 barrels for the party." "Anything else?" the quartermaster asked when he saw the bookkeeper gulp. "The biscuits stored in here are soaked in seawater as well. We managed to save some of it, but the rest of it can't be eaten. So, how long can our reserves last us? We have enough food. Even without the biscuits, we still have the dried meat and potatoes. We can also have our men go fishing. If we carefully ration our food, it should be enough to last us till Nassau." "But," the bookkeeper paused, "there's only enough water for 4 days. 4 days? At our rate of current consumption, yes." Dufresne immediately recognized the direness of the situation. It took the Jackdaw almost 2 weeks to get from Nassau to Parrot Island, and that was with the wind on their tail. The Jackdaw had just endured a major battle. As luck would have it, the masts were not seriously damaged, and the sails had been patched up by the crew. Now, of all things, the wind wasn't in their favor. It would take them much longer to return to Nassau. "Are there any islands nearby where we can replenish our water supply?" Zhang Heng asked. "There is one near us, a small island, only a quarter of the size of Parrot Island, but there's no water there, sir," a sailor answered. "Then, from now on, we'll start restricting the water on board. Everyone will receive an allotted amount every day," Dufresne said. Zhang Heng made no comments. Instead, he turned to Harry and said, "Go get my chart from my quarters." The latter had been eavesdropping on the conversation, wondering when Dufresne would tell Zhang Heng about his contribution. When Zhang Heng spoke directly to him, he was taken aback, but for whatever reason, a look of excitement suddenly washed over his face, and he made haste to the captain's quarters. However, once inside, he was distressed. Unfamiliar with the room, it took him almost half a day of rummaging around to find the chart tucked away at the top of the bookshelf. Zhang Heng spread out the chart, and the first thing he did was to locate Parrot Island and tried to look for the nearby island. He seemed to be calculating something in his head. Dufresne was puzzled. "There's no fresh water on the island. What is the use of us going there? We've been hounded and pursued by these guys for the longest time now. We'd be letting them off the hook too easily if we just leave without asking for any recompense. Also, the water that we need will come from them," Zhang Heng explained. Chapter 225. Coral Island Jackdaw no longer suffered the lack of staff after all the pirates sobered up. The ship's cannons could finally be put to good use. As for its condition, most of the cracks and holes had been hastily patched up, and she could move normally again. Although not the best option, restoring it to its mint state would take ages, not to mention needing a dry dock. Right now, there weren't any materials left to fix it. Any further repairs would have to wait until they returned to Nassau. In the jerry-rigged state that the Jackdaw was in, they would certainly meet their end if they engaged in another battle. This time around, Harry was asked to attend the pre-battle meeting. Back then, when discussing the attack on the Spanish treasure ship back, Ramsay and Harry were asked to stay out of it. Later, it was discovered that Harry became very upset due to this. So he was pleasantly surprised when Zhang Heng allowed him to be a part of the coveted discussion, a closed-door meeting typically attended by the higher-ranking staff of the ship. Naturally, this got Harry really excited, and though the captain forbade him from talking during the meeting, he was so happy that a silly grin couldn't leave his face. On the other spectrum of emotions, Billy was deeply guilty about what happened last night. He had gotten so drunk that he couldn't help protect the ship and was genuinely disappointed in himself. Feeling dishonored, he insisted on giving up his helmsman post. However, after some persuasion, Zhang Heng and the rest of the crew managed to talk him out of it. No doubt, Billy was the best candidate to be the helmsman on the whole of Jackdaw. Dufresne, although no slouch, preferred to work as quartermaster of the ship. Before last night's incident, Billy had always been a trustworthy crewman, taking his duties very seriously. The crew wouldn't simply deny all his contributions because of one accidental lapse of judgment. Of course, he would be punished accordingly for overindulging to the point where the ship's security was compromised. For the next 3 voyages, his regular portion of loot would be cut in half. However, he was still allowed his bonus. Fortunately, after all the deductions and subtractions, he would still receive the same amount as the others, more or less. Even as they were talking, Billy was already well into his tasks again. "Are you sure they will come after us?" asked Billy. "I'm bloody sure they will. Previously, they sent 2 ships because they wanted to defeat us in one go. We only managed to shake them off because of the sudden storm. I have every reason to believe that the Navy sank all pirate ships on Parrot Island last night. In other words, they would only need a ship or 2 to keep an eye on the remaining pirates there. This leaves the rest of them free to pursue us. After all, we have suffered a considerable amount of damage, and we are only half a day from Parrot Island. They can easily catch up to us if they depart now. What if they decide to come after us all of their ships? If that's the case, we would be willingly walking into their trap," said Dufresne. "The possibility of it happening is extremely tiny. After crossing paths with the enemy, I see that their commander is extremely good at what he does. I think he should figure out that we would take the longer route back to Nassau if we wish to avoid them. So, the best option for them would be splitting up to cover more water. Our hull is severely damaged. We won't last long if we engage in battle with them again. They know that one ship of theirs is enough to defeat us even if they all split up. I believe that the commander is willing to risk it to finish us off. Coral Island is 200 nautical miles east of Parrot Island. It is in the same direction as Nassau. However, it is slightly to the north. We should stop here and wait a day. If my deductions are wrong and our enemies choose to stick together instead, they would head straight to Nassau. If that's the case, they will pass by without noticing us, and our threat would be nullified. If I'm right, then one of their ships would definitely cross paths with us. By that time, we could take their ship and solve our water problem. What should we do? The hull is in real bad shape. I don't think we will survive another high-intensity battle," said Billy. "This is why we need a small island. It's similar to the strategy we used for the Spanish treasure ship. First, we dismount the cannons and move them to the island. After that, Jackdaw will lure the ship into the firing range of the onshore cannons. We will attack them with everything that we've got. By luck, we can prevent our ship from taking further damage." Zhang Heng had so much faith in his strategy only because he heard the game's notification earlier. He leveled up his sailing skills from 2 to 3, but in the heat of battle, he was so focused that he completely ignored it. Once the storm was over, he noticed that his level on his character panel had changed. When he rammed his ship into the Navy's defensive line, the tremendous amount of pressure he was put under inadvertently awakened his potential. Thanks to that, his sailing skills received a massive boost. After he realized that it had been upgraded to LV3, he found that maneuvering the Jackdaw was as easy as a swing of the arm. He was confident about using his ship to lure the enemy into his trap without receiving any damage. The key to success for this plan was to make sure that Jackdaw could lure its target within their shooting range. Then, the cannoneers had to make sure that it was eliminated. It had to be done there and then. Once the enemy was out of range, it would be impossible for the crew to move the cannons back to the ship and continue pursuing them. "Let's survey the terrain first. We should figure out a way to solve this problem," said Zhang Heng. The nautical charts of the 18th century weren't as accurate as their modern counterparts. Without the existence of the global positioning system, it would be an arduous task to accurately map out the entire terrain of the island. Everything was drawn by hand, and other than its name and a roughly estimated size, they got nothing useful out of it. Luckily, Jackdaw was very close to the island, and after half a day, they finally arrived. Zhang Heng and the ship's senior crew proceeded to explore the place. "I finally know why they called this place Coral Island," said Anne. "The reef made up most of the island, more than its landmass," Billy continued. While on their way here, they noticed the most diverse coral reef they had ever laid eyes on under the water. With brilliant and kaleidoscopic colors, they blanketed the ocean floor. However, there were shallow reefs hidden around the area as well. This had Zhang Heng interested. "Perhaps we have a way to make the target stay within our firing range after all," Zhang Heng muttered. "Are you planning to use the shallow reefs to force them into a particular spot? Sounds like it could work. That said, if we do that, our ship will be in danger as well. I don't think we have the time to locate every shallow point. For that, we will have to rely on the draft of both ships. Our ship and our enemy's ship are similar in size. However, once we dismount the cannons, our ship will be significantly lighter. But no, I want it even lighter. We will move all our food, drinking water, and anything heavy to the island. With that, Jackdaw will run well above the shoals, and we will cross safely. Chapter 226. Crossing paths. The previous battle ended less than a day ago, and now, Jackdaw was already preparing for the next fight. None of the crew complained, though. The pirates were in deep frustration about the previous battle. Most were drunk silly, and they didn't know what happened to them. All they knew was that the Navy suddenly appeared and started attacking nonstop. Having so many pirates around, the Navy and pirate hunters should have had a challenging enemy, but unfortunately, the obscene amount of alcohol the pirates consumed rendered them useless. No one could accept losing such a lopsided battle. That was why everyone snapped out from their misery the moment Zhang Heng said he wanted to attack one of the enemy ships. They were reignited by the prospect of taking all their food and water before returning to Nassau. After witnessing what Zhang Heng had done for them and the ship, Jackdaw's pirates now had absolute trust and faith in him. They would forge a path ahead even if it meant death awaited them. Without wasting any time, the pirates doubled their efforts and dismounted all the cannons from the ship in the shortest time possible. Only the chase gun was left on board. Other than the artillery, they moved their entire supply of food and water to the island as well. Some even went around the cabins to dismount everything that could lighten the ship. When everything was done, Zhang Heng kept 20 men with him to operate the vessel. There was practically nothing left on board, save for some food rations that could last them half a day. In exchange for amenities, the ship's draft had reduced significantly and was now literally sitting on the very surface of the water. The target came into sight faster than anticipated. Jackdaw had only departed the island for less than 2 hours, and already, the watchers spotted a ship from afar heading for them full speed ahead. Zhang Heng's deductions were right. The Navy would leave no stone unturned, making sure that not a single pirate would leave this place alive. Destroying 5 ships wasn't enough for Wardens. Though they had the upper hand, Jackdaw still managed to escape. Such a humiliating outcome was unacceptable for the likes of Wardens. When the storm was over, Wardens instantly sent some men to pursue Jackdaw. Zhang Heng knew these people. They were the 2 armored ships that came after him earlier, one of them being Miranda. It was the ship that persevered till the very end, not letting up until they were forced to turn around after the storm got worse. Although Wardens didn't say anything about losing the target, Ford found this an unacceptable outcome as captain. This was his first time letting his prey slip away ever since becoming a pirate hunter. Accordingly, he quickly volunteered to join the hunting team. Ford intended to sink Jackdaw as proof that he was the best pirate hunter around these waters. However, when he was told that every ship had to choose a different direction, Ford didn't have much hope that he would cross paths with Jackdaw again. To his surprise, the goddess Fortuna had once again showered her blessings upon him. They had stumbled upon the one that got away. The moment Ford spotted Jackdaw, he quickly ordered his men into a combat-ready status. This time, he swore he would never let his prey escape his sight anymore. At the same time, Zhang Heng also saw Miranda charging towards them. Putting down his monocular in hand, he declared with confidence, "Let's stick to the plan." After the chase ensued for a while, Ford noticed that Jackdaw had released their topsail to increase speed. However, that seemed ineffective as there were holes in the fabric. Ford figured their topsail might have been damaged during their previous battle and wondered why they didn't fix it. Anyhow, this explained why Miranda caught up with Jackdaw a lot faster than expected. According to Ford's calculations, he estimated that he would need at least a full day to catch up with them. This early encounter gave Ford a pleasant surprise. He wasn't interested in knowing what had happened to Jackdaw. All he wanted to do right now was to destroy them. Since Ford became captain, his Miranda was one of the fastest ships around this area, almost as fast as Jackdaw. Now that it was in a bad shape, it was time for Miranda to shine. The invincible Jackdaw was now running away from it, and they had become the hunted. Ford instantly noticed the prowess of Jackdaw's helmsmen when they escaped the Navy earlier. Just like that time, Jackdaw didn't disappoint. Only that now, there was a huge difference in speed. Soon, Miranda would catch up with Jackdaw. Standing at the bow, he could spot Jackdaw's pirates working non-stop with the naked eye. His blood started boiling with excitement. Like most pirate hunters, Ford used to be in the Navy. Not too long after joining the force, he was hired as captain for a merchant ship. Through that, he managed to earn himself a handsome amount of money. Most pirate hunters who chose that line of work had been robbed by pirates before. Their resentment and grudges towards the sea bandits turned them to pirate hunting. They hoped to end the menace for good. Ford was different, though. He had never been plundered by pirates before. Ford chose the life of a pirate hunter simply because he craved adventure. Other than the bountiful reward and glory that came along with the job, becoming a pirate hunter reminded him of hunting with his father in the woods when he was still a kid. He always enjoyed a good fight with his prey. Words could never decide the satisfaction gained after killing his victim. All that money aside, this wasn't something he could experience being a merchant ship captain. "Captain Ford, there's an island dead ahead," said the chief officer. According to the charts, it's Coral Island. The chief officer then paused before continuing. "Do you think they fled here on purpose?" "For what?" The chief officer didn't know the answer to the question. After the pirates used Parrot Island to ambush the Spanish treasure ship, the chief officer became cautious whenever he saw an island. However, after putting some thought into it, he realized that Jackdaw couldn't afford to ambush them. 5 out of 6 pirate ships were destroyed in this operation, with Jackdaw the only survivor. Even if they wanted to ambush them, they had no allies for support. On the charts, I see that this area has been marked high risk. There are many shallow reefs around the entire place. Could they, perhaps, intend to lure us there and run us aground? We'll be stranded if we hit the shoals. Regarding this, well, I don't think they had time to explore this area. Unless someone on their ship is familiar with this place, it will be even riskier for them if they run into those reefs. However, it appears we won't have to test our luck. Have the helmsman follow them closely. We will move directly behind, following their path. If there's anything to hit, they'll hit it before us." Ford paused a while, then harumphed. Previously, they tried to use the storm to make us retreat. This time, they use hidden reefs to scare us off. Do they really think that we are a bunch of cowards? I will quit pirate hunting if they manage to flee from us again. Chapter 227. Victory. A cannonball aiming for Jackdaw flew past the gunwale and landed onto the water. The cannoneer on Miranda was so frustrated that he slapped the bow chaser. This was the 5th time he missed his target. It had never happened to him before. Not only did Jackdaw manage to dodge the attack, but as if taunting them, they also successfully hit Miranda with their chase gun. Ford could feel that it was going to be a big challenge to deal with them this time. They were like mud skippers that always slipped away from their hands, no matter how hard they tried to grasp it. It was no wonder they were known as one of the best pirate crews in Nassau. They were bloody good at what they did. Even in this critical situation, they were still alive and kicking. However, certain things couldn't be solved by courage alone, things like Jackdaw's damage. They were also a lot faster, and the moment Miranda pulled up to them, they would be able to fire their side cannons. By that time, Jackdaw would be greeted by death, whether they wanted it or not. That was why Ford wasn't too worried when his cannoneer missed their target. The sailors on Miranda started to loosen up as well. Coral Island was different from Parrot Island. It was smaller, and there wasn't a tall ridge running through it. The land was unobstructed except for a small forest in the middle. After circling half the island, the chief officer was confident that no other pirate ships were hiding there. It appeared that Jackdaw and her crew had run out of options, and they were forced to sail into a hidden reef zone. Just like what Ford said, their ship would be safe from scraping the reefs as long as they followed right behind them. A couple of old and experienced sailors were on Miranda, and they had been through many battles with countless pirates. These were cunning and crafty old sea dogs. Defeating so many pirates was enough to prove that they were no ordinary folk. Their experience taught them to be extremely sensitive to any threats that approached them. Until now, they didn't notice anything fishy. Victory against Jackdaw was within their grasp. Just as Ford started drowning himself in joy, he felt his ship shudder violently. Many sailors were caught off guard and fell off balance. "What's going on?" asked Ford. "Captain, I think our ship hit a reef," said the chief officer. "Of course, I know we hit something. You don't need to tell me that. I'm asking, how is it possible that we hit the hidden reef?" Ford lost all calm and had started shouting furiously. He then pointed at Jackdaw. "They just passed this place as well. Why didn't they hit the reef?" About that, the chief officer was left speechless. The ship had started taking in water as they were arguing. Having hit a rather high shoal, it scraped open a large gash under the hull. The hole was too big to be fixed, and soon, Miranda started to list before finally stopping at 30 degrees. Just before they could do anything, they heard cannons being fired at them. The pirates asked to stay on the island had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Miranda colliding with the reef was their signal to open fire. Lady Fortuna must have missed her mark, and Ford wasn't in luck today. Cannonballs rained on Miranda during the first round of attack. Their sailors stumbled again as their ship was pattered by the relentless firing from the shore. The chief officer was shouting orders, attempting to gather all available cannoneers to return fire. Unfortunately, Miranda was at an angle where the beach was out of reach of its cannons. At most, their shells could only reach the beach. They simply didn't have the range to attack the enemies that were hiding in the woods, no matter how hard they tried. At the same time, Ford shouted and ordered his men to adjust the mainsail with the hope of getting his ship away from the place. Unfortunately, it yielded no result. His bulging eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his neck popped out. No matter how hard he screamed, he couldn't stop Miranda from sinking. "Captain, it's time to abandon ship," cried the chief officer desperately with tears in his eyes as he embraced Ford. Ford was unable to accept that this was happening to him. The whole thing was puzzling. Only a few minutes ago, Miranda was slated for a sure win in this battle. Within the blink of an eye, everything changed dramatically. This was the second time Ford dealt with Zhang Hong. Supposedly, Jackdaw had lost all her advantage. However, today's outcome was worse than in the previous battle. At that time, Ford had to retreat due to the weather, something he didn't have control over. Now he had no excuse. The haggard man was embarrassed and disgraced. They hadn't even touched Jackdaw, and they had already started sinking. How did Jackdaw pass the hidden reefs undamaged? Where did the attack come from? Who was working together with Jackdaw to attack them? These were questions Ford couldn't answer. It was indeed a peculiar battle. Disgraced and demoralized, the crew could take it no more, hence jumping into the sea one after another. Ford had no recollection of being dragged down the ship by his chief officer all the way to the beach. By the time he regained consciousness, he was greeted by guns pointed at him. The survivors from Miranda were huddled together on the beach, trying to tell each other that everything was going to be okay. With their heads bowed, they were waiting for fate's judgment. Once the battle was over, Zhang Hong rowed to Coral Island on a small boat. Billy was so excited that he ran up to Zhang Hong when he spotted him. "This is a tremendous victory for us. Other than a pirate getting hurt while capturing the sailors, everyone else is fine. However, we spent a lot of ammunition to complete this mission. I tried my best to ask our men to conserve it, but it seems many grudges are buried within their hearts. Luckily, they managed to stop in time. The Miranda is still intact. I have sent someone of our men to see what they have on board." "Great." Looking at a dejected Ford, Zhang Hong wasn't surprised by the outcome. The Miranda's fate was sealed the moment she took the bait and decided to pursue Jackdaw. The fighting part wasn't that complicated. The complicated part was getting Miranda to take the bait. Now that victory was claimed, Jackdaw's food and water problem were solved. Zhang Hong was also surprised that he managed to capture Miranda's captain and chief officer. In other words, he could extract valuable information about Warden's plan, the number of ships they had, the direction they were heading, and the rendezvous point. This could greatly help in their safe return to Nassau. "Look for a quiet place. I want to interrogate them." "Understood." Chapter 228, A Bold Plan. Chapter 228, A Bold Plan. Zhang Hong interrogated the captain, chief officer, and the sailors separately. This was to prevent them from working with each other and fool him with some story. He then compared all the information he collected to verify the authenticity of their stories. Half an hour later, he was about to unveil some shocking news. He quickly gathered Billy and the rest of the ship's senior staff. He even looked for the chief carpenter to join the meeting. "You wish to return to Parrot Island." Billy was taken aback by Zhang Heng's decision. "According to the information from our prisoners, there is one Navy battleship, the Kent, docked at Parrot Island. Their defense is at their weakest right now. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to rescue everyone from the island. It's a double-edged sword. We can also retrieve the gold bars at the bottom of the sea. How do you plan to do that? Judging by Jackdaw's current condition, I don't think we can survive another battle. If our ship is fine, We wouldn't have needed Coral Island to eliminate Miranda in the first place. Once we arrive at Parrot Island, we can't use its terrain to aid our battles anymore. This time, we can't just beat them by coming up with another plan to outsmart them. Though Billy was interested in rescuing all the pirates stuck on Parrot Island and retrieving the gold bars, he figured the risks were simply too great. Zhang Heng didn't respond to Billy's concerns and instead turned to Gale, the chief carpenter. With enough materials, how long would it take to fix the ship till she's combat ready? If I have all the materials and manpower I need, 6 days. No, I can complete the task in 5 days. Where are we going to get the materials we need? Asked Dufresne. Zhang Heng then pointed at Miranda. Cannibalize her, and we will have enough parts. That is a good idea. If that's the case, 2 days would do it, Captain, replied Gale. Time is not a problem. The Navy sent 5 ships to pursue us. We managed to eliminate 1. Now, they have 4 ships. They'd all agreed to return to Parrot Island in 2 weeks to kill the remaining pirates. 1 day has passed now. Let's say we take a week to fix the ship. I believe we should have enough time to return to Parrot Island and fight them. Zhang Heng's plan convinced Billy. Truth be told, the Navy didn't just carelessly leave only 1 ship to guard Parrot Island. With Jackdaw's current condition, it would be a miracle if they returned to Nassau. The prospect of Jackdaw returning to Parrot Island simply didn't cross their minds. 1 Navy vessel was more than enough to keep an eye on the marooned pirates. Zhang Heng's plan might sound ridiculous, but it was doable. The pirates of Jackdaw were elated when they defeated Miranda and had stocked up enough rations to carry on with the voyage. This, of course, didn't make up for the losses that they sustained. This time, the entire pirate entourage had almost been entirely defeated by the Navy. Not only did they lose their ships, but the gold they worked so hard to get were also about to fall in Navy hands. However, if they managed to save all the pirates and take back all the gold bars, it could be a huge turning point for them. I think this plan could work. We can start preparing for the next battle. Soon, everyone on the ship had gotten wind that Zhang Heng was to return to Parrot Island. Just as expected, no one went against his decision. This plan for retribution had everything to do with the pirates' honor and 5,000 pounds of gold bars. Very quickly, everyone gave up resting and began all the necessary preparations for their next battle. Since he had all the men he needed, Gale decided to clean up the entire ship. It was littered with all manner of filth, and the hull was smothered by a thick layer of barnacles and seaweed. By clearing them off, Jackdaw could at least speed up by half a knot, a crucial increase in facing their next fight. While everyone was working hard to patch up the ship, Zhang Heng was nowhere to be found. When and finally found him, he was sitting on a rock, gazing at the sunset. His mind was 200 light years away from the beach. From afar, he looked like someone from another world, and looked for an empty spot and sat beside, passing a bottle of wine to him. The repairs are going well. We should be able to complete the whole thing by morning. Gale says the ship will become even sturdier after the repairs. Great. We've spent a little too long on this island. It's time to leave. Zhang Heng sipped a little wine and passed the bottle back to Anne. The calm sea breeze blew in their hair as they silently gazed at the setting sun. How about you? Are you doing okay? Aren't you going to talk about the storm? Everyone said that it was a miracle. They said the goddess of ocean, Thetis, must have blessed us. We both know that's not true. We all heard Seth's story. I know you engraved the name of the Celtic god on our mast during the storm, right? What's her name again? Betty, was it? Yes. Look, don't worry. I won't let our Jackdaw end up like the Carrack. I don't remember the last time I sat down quietly to enjoy the sunset. During those critical moments, Zhang Heng did indeed use the shell. He did not have a bitter past, and he was no angry teenager as well. In the end, he had to immerse himself into the world of literature to trigger his anger. He chose the novel, Les Miserables. The main character, Jean Valjean, was jailed for 19 years just because he stole some bread to help his sister feed her 7 hungry children. Before meeting Bishop Muriel, he had been through unspeakable torment, and it made him hate the world and all that was in it. The method was very effective. Not only did Zhang Heng manage to summon the storm, but he even led Jackdaw to escape their enemies. That was the very first time Zhang Heng came in touch with Betty. He finally knew the reason why the goddess didn't look for him. She wasn't trying to be mysterious, nor was it bad timing. It was because she was in a weakened state. After convincing Seth on the Carrack, she did not have enough strength to show herself anymore. It wasn't until Zhang Heng took the shell and engraved her name on the mast that she finally managed to recover some of her power. According to her, she was way weaker than she used to be. One didn't have to go as far back as 1,000 years when she was at the top of her prowess. Just 100 years ago, she was even stronger than her current self. That was why Zhang Heng couldn't control the storm to speed up the ship. The most he could do was to ensure that Jackdaw got out of the storm in one piece. Chapter 229. Crocodile and Plover Bird. Zhang Heng managed to talk to Betty for a short while during the storm. She told him the similar story she told Seth. Betty claimed she was an ancient Celtic god and had the power to protect all sailors out at sea. She would grant her followers the power of controlling storms. This power, however, was limited for now, and Zhang Heng could only use it once a month. According to Betty, the world had almost forgotten her name. If Zhang Heng could recruit more disciples for her, she would eventually be powerful enough to grant Zhang Heng more abilities. Once she was restored to her pinnacle, she would be able to make Zhang Heng the lord of the ocean. In order for it to come true, the goddess would need millions of disciples. This was why she targeted Zhang Heng all the while after noticing his extraordinary leadership skills. However, Zhang Heng didn't answer her on the spot. He knew that he would only be in this world for another decade. It would be pointless even if he became king of the ocean. Aside from that, what Betty said reminded him about the Moresby, the monster that escaped from Papua New Guinea. According to that older man, that thing was a sacred totem worshipped by one of the Papuan tribes. Along with the extinction of the Alkais tribe, Moresby had to stick himself into a short-time loop. When it emerged, it had significantly weakened. After talking to Betty, Zhang Heng discovered that all supernatural entities were actually facing the survival problem as well. As compared to humans, their situation was on the verge of collapse. Thanks to that, he didn't wholeheartedly believe what Betty told him. Since she would cease to exist real soon, the promises she made were questionable. Besides, Zhang Heng still couldn't figure out what happened to the Carrack. In no way would he place all his faith in this mysterious being. Be it as it may, he still managed to extract useful information from their conversation. Whether it was Moresby or Betty, their powers had everything to do with the number of disciples they had. It seemed as if they were afraid of being forgotten by the world. When Zhang Heng was a kid, he heard countless stories about gods. Regardless of where the mythology originated from, gods were always perceived as mighty and powerful beings. They created the world and humans, and they could do anything they want. Right now, Zhang Heng understood that gods and humans actually shared a mutual relationship. Just like the crocodile and the plover bird, the sea anemone and hermit crab. Zhang Heng wasn't sure if his metaphor was suitable to describe the ancient god's current state of affairs. This evening, he could watch the sunset on the beach. It had nothing to do with any previous occurrence whatsoever. In retrospect, he realized that he had been in this world for almost 2 years now, and was getting increasingly comfortable with his current life. Memories of his real life strayed further and further away from him. As he gazed at the crimson sunset, faint wisps of memories from the real world drifted through Zhang Heng's mind. Perhaps that was the only thing that remained unchanged throughout 300 years. Nonetheless, despite being homesick, he didn't dwell too long in his nostalgia and longingness. He pulled himself back to where he was and finished the wine within. As the sun descended into the horizons, the two strolled back to base camp. I'm not sure if Ens told you about the progress of our repairs. We are nearing completion. If it all works out, I think we can set sail tomorrow afternoon, Billy said as he ran towards Zhang Heng. Everyone has worked very hard for this. Let's take half a day off after it's done. We need to rest well and prepare for our next battle. We will depart to Parrot Island day after tomorrow. Billy was cool with the idea. After he left, it was Dufresne's turn to look for Zhang Heng. He gave the situation report to the captain. The food and water problem is solved for now. We have enough for another month and a half. However, since we are heading to Parrot Island to get the rest of the pirates, I've hidden the rest of the rations inside a cave west of the beach. By leaving the extra bulk here, our ship will sail faster during critical situations. We can always come back if we need them urgently. After all, it's only a day from Parrot Island. Good job, said the captain. Thus Fresson wasn't finished and continued. As for our ammunition, we have been through several fierce battles, and we have spent a lot. We still have some for our 24-pound cannons. We got some from Miranda as well. Worst come to worst, we can always replace the 24-pound cannons with the 12-pound cannons. Actually, I'm not worried about the number of cannonballs we have. I'm worried about the gunpowder. Miranda didn't do a good job of keeping their gunpowder away from getting wet. When we fought with them, most of their gunpowder barrels were opened. We managed to salvage some of it. I opened up 2 to see if they were any good. After I looked at it twice, I found it badly affected by moisture. Do you think our gunpowder is enough for the next battle? It's enough for 7 or 8 rounds, sir. These figures were acceptable for Zhang Hong. 7 shots should be enough to end a battle. However, that meant they couldn't afford to make a single error. Everything was ready, and they had no reason to give up on the mission. Once Jackdaw was wholly fixed, it would be strong enough to handle a battle. Even if the enemy was more robust than them, Zhang Hong could still choose to run away. Ever since his sailing skill had increased to LV.3, he felt confident about his seamanship. Whether it was for the 5,000 pounds of gold bars, or to save the pirates marooned on the island, or even for vengeance, this battle was inevitable. Don't worry. We will defeat them with 7 rounds, said Zhang Hong, while patting Dufresne's shoulder. Yes, Captain. Dufresne didn't want to return to Nassau empty-handed as well. His job was done, and he reported the current situation to Zhang Hong. Now, he would wait for the captain to make the call. The night went by peacefully. On the second day, the pirates were done fixing Jackdaw, launching it back to sea over a bed of rolling logs. The moment she hit the water, cheers erupted when they saw the vessel bestowed to her former glory. All that effort hadn't been wasted after all. Not only had all the holes and cracks been fixed, but they even employed extra materials cannibalized from Miranda's wreck. Blending hard work with a bit of scrap, they managed to greatly fortify the ship. Jackdaw was now ready for the next battle. Chapter 230, Black Flag. 9 days had passed since the battle began. The Navy fleet's sudden appearance caused the celebrating pirates to suffer massive losses. It was complete chaos on the beach. Under Black Prince Sam's persuasion, Brooke and some pirates not too sloshed from the drinking launched a bold counterattack against the Navy. However, their valiant efforts were not enough to alter the final outcome. Brooke and Black Prince Sam each lead their men to not only successfully board a pirate ship, but also to employ its artillery against the Navy. Alas, their attacks only lasted 2 rounds before the enemy sank their ships. Some sailors lost their lives to the sea, and some, like Brooke, swam to the shore and escaped into the woods. Not long after, they came across the second group of pirates who also managed to escape. They had brought along with them their other drunk men from the beach as well. Owing to time constraints and with gunfire and explosives raining on them, they only managed to bring less than 1/5 of them. Brooke looked around him. Including those who died battle, fewer than 100 men were left from 6 pirate ships that sailed together. After 9 days of starvation and exposure, the 100 men were frail and on the verge of death. Due to the hasty retreat, they brought almost nothing with them. Most of the food and water were on the ship, which was now at the bottom of the sea, no thanks to the enemy. Brooke knew very well what the Navy planned to do. Very soon, they would return, and the final battle will ensue. There was nothing he could do, though. He had lost his ship and was stuck indefinitely on the island. Despite Parrot Island being rather large, it was devoid of fresh water. For the past few days, the pirates could only quench their thirst by licking off condensation on the rocks, much like mountain goats, or sucking on wet earth. The moisture tasted like mud, and there wasn't much of it either. Brooke's lips were dry and cracked. Thankfully, they successfully captured a goat last night. Not only did each of them have a piece of lamb, but they also had a drink of its blood. Though enough to relieve their hunger and thirst by a little, the goat was shared among nearly 100 people. There was barely enough to go around. To make matters worse, there were not many goats on the island to start with. Most had already been hunted for the party, and now it was becoming more and more difficult to find any of them. The goat they managed to capture was the only one they came across in 2 days. Along with the lack of food and water, they were also short on medicine and ammunition. They had nearly 100 men, but only 20 long muskets and 8 blunderbusses. Even bladed weapons such as daggers and scimitars weren't enough for every man. Whatever remaining bullets they had were used for hunting, and with no medical supplies, the wounded had to get by with simple tourniquets. It was safe to say that they had reached the absolute point of exhaustion. Of course, the worst part of it all was the devastating blow to their morale. At this point, none could see the light at the end of the tunnel. In the dark of the night, agonized howls of their wounded comrades could be heard. many of them near the brink of mental breakdown. Some, unable to put up with the terrible conditions, threw themselves into the sea. Nearly every day, someone chose to end their life. Brooke got up from the ground and passed the last piece of lamb to Eric, the Quiddia's helmsman. The man had eaten practically nothing for the past 8 days. Sitting motionless under a large, shady tree, there was an emptiness in his eyes, as if his soul had been ripped out of his body. As he knelt beside Black Prince Sam, the most fearless pirate in all of the Caribbean, he broke down and cried like a child. He hugged his captain's lifeless body, seemingly forgetting that he was still on the battlefield, reluctant to let go until the warriors submerged under the water. Thank goodness, one of the Quiddia's men managed to rescue him just as he was about to drown. When Eric came to, the first thing he did was look for Black Prince Sam's body. When he realized that the captain's body had been washed away, he completely shut down. Brooke pressed the food onto Eric's lips, but the helmsman did not respond. In a hoarse, cracked voice, Brooke said, "If you don't try to live now, then you will never be able to avenge him." When the helmsman heard those words, something flashed across his pale, gray face. He finally opened his mouth and whispered in a weak, almost inaudible voice, "Revenge? How will we do it? I don't know, but if you give up now, then it's over for all of us, for sure. You haven't comforted many people, have you? I'm doing my best, but you insist on dying. I have no problem with that too. After all, in the situation we're in right now, having one less mouth to feed isn't completely a bad thing." Brooke shrugged. "Is there only one ship out there?" asked Eric as he took 2 bites of the lamb. It wasn't long before recovered some strength, finally turning his attention to the situation at hand. "Yes, it seems that Jackdaw managed to get away that night, so the Navy sent the others to pursue them. It's unbelievable how they could break through the blockade. I guess it should be considered good news, which is rare these days. Unfortunately, it's no use for us." Brooke smiled bitterly. "It would be great if we had a boat, whatever kind. At least we'd have some hope." While both of them were talking, the pirate on scout duty suddenly shouted, "There's a ship over there." Brooke and Eric looked at each other, knowing right away that when the ships sent out to pursue Jackdaw returned, their reckoning had come. This meant that there wasn't much time left. The pirates, however, were surprisingly calm even after knowing they were practically doomed. Their time on the island was only getting harder each day. Compared to the endless torment of waiting for death, they would rather die in battle. But just as Brooke and Eric were rounding up the men for the final battle, the spotter suddenly shouted with a look of disbelief on his face, "Jackdaw! It's the Jackdaw! She's back!" "What? I thought they were gone." Brooke could hardly believe that Jackdaw had returned. Being able to escape was already a miracle on its own. Had he been in Zhang Heng's shoes, he would never have returned to Parrot Island, especially since they had no clue about the situation there. There was no way Brooke would have returned knowing that they risked coming under siege. Then, as if to thwart his doubt, Jackdaw's black flag rose to the top of its mast. Chapter 231. The pirates were greatly moved when they saw the black flag of Jackdaw flapping in the wind. It had been 9 days since they witnessed their bitter defeat right before their very eyes. The Navy was happily trampling and burning the black flags they were once so proud of. The saddest thing of it all was the death of Black Sam, one of the greatest pirates ever known. Swordfish, Quiddia, and Warrior had been sunk by the Navy pirate-hunter collaboration, and those still breathing were now screaming and crying out for help. However, the Navy had no intention to grant them any mercy. The pirates on the beach were forced to watch as their enemies brutally slaughtered their helpless allies. This whole incident left the pirates a deep scar, a memory that would remain with them till the very ends of their lives. This was one of the largest defeats that Nassau's pirates ever suffered. For that reason, the atmosphere on the island was one filled with despair and anxiety. Those tough men who braved countless battles had now lost all hope. Whenever they saw anybody wearing red, they would drown in fear, hiding for dear life. Until they saw Jackdaw again, the black flag on her mast was sending the Navy a message. The great oceans belonged to no country or person. It would take the side of warriors bold enough to seek freedom. Wardens and his men surrounded the pirates, killing them one by one. Of course, he wouldn't repeat the same mistake, which was why he docked his ship outside the harbor. The spot was sufficient to monitor the pirates' movements and, at the same time, a good one to defend themselves from incoming threats. The moment Jackdaw appeared near Parrot Island, The sailors quickly informed their captain of their sighting. Chris put down his monocular and found it hard to believe that Jackdaw had the nerve to return to Parrot Island. She just wouldn't quit. How? How is this even possible? Why would they come back here? In fact, Chris wasn't supportive of this whole pirate hunting plan. He didn't mind staying alone on Parrot Island to keep an eye on the pirates, confident that no threat would come to him. Thanks to the awful weather that greeted them, Chris figured that it must have brought Jackdaw down to an underwater grave. However, Wardens wanted to make sure that all pirates were dead. This was his stand, and nothing could make him change his mind. Since they had literally nothing to do during their stay on Parrot Island, they figured that it would have been a better use of time to search for Jackdaw. Even if all they found were the ship's remains, they would still be awarded merits. That was why no one went against the idea in the end. Chris was baffled, wondering how Jackdaw could actually survive the storm and dodge the ships searching for them. He also noticed that it looked different compared to when it left the island. It appeared that they had it all in for a good fight. They got lucky and managed to run the last time. Since they are here now, let's make sure that they never get to leave this place. Raise the mainsails. It's time to go and greet them, growled Wardens in a deep voice. Yes, sir. Chris was ashamed of himself as he felt panic grip him the moment he saw Jackdaw coming for Parrot Island. Being part of the Royal Navy, this wasn't the time for them to step back. Though Jackdaw was also a battleship with equal firepower, the Navy wasn't supposed to be afraid of a band of pirates. At the same time, Billy kept his eyes glued at the enemy's movement. He spoke up when he saw that Kent was on the move. The Ford guy wasn't lying. He was right about their commander's arrogance. Considering the feats he achieved in battle, I would say he has all the right in the world to be haughty. I heard that pirates are almost non-existent in the places he swore to protect. Why? Asked Harry. Because he hung all of them, replied Zhang Hong. When Harry heard that, he was frozen in shock and fear. Despite that, he still did his best and squeezed out a smile to show he wasn't afraid of the commander. And knew Harry very well, and no matter how good his acting was, she knew he was almost scared to death. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Whenever a battle was near, he would pester her to allow him to join. Now that his wish had come true, fear had gotten the better out of him, and was annoyed by his immature antics, and she wasn't bothered to entertain him. Let's prepare for battle. Remember, we don't have as much ammunition as them. We will only fire our cannons when we are very, very close to the enemy. Understood, nodded Billy. How are the cannoneers? Are they ready to put up a hard fight? They are in position. We can begin our attack any time now. Through Ford's descriptions of his wardens, Zhang Heng understood the commander better now. He wanted to learn the man's routines and tactics. Wardens was considered one of the most hardened Navy officers in the fleet, his strategies just as ruthless as his character was. He enjoyed engaging his enemies at close quarters, where, according to him, was the rawest method to test someone's courage in battle. No fancy outmaneuvering here. Only one true warrior would prevail at the end, with the other meeting their demise. This was precisely what Zhang Heng planned to do. Right now, Kent had more ammunition than Jackdaw. If Wardens decided to test them with a few rounds, Zhang Heng would be at a disadvantage since they couldn't fire in return. Nevertheless, his problem seemed to have sorted itself with Wardens wanting to get up close and personal. Wardens had his reasons for choosing such a risky tactic. Other than his skillful brigade of cannoneers, his gunmen were all well-trained marksmen as well. They would join the battle once their adversary was around 40 meters away. With the overwhelming firepower, he would usually be able to pressure their enemies into submission or submersion. After dealing enough damage and taking charge of the situation, he would then declare victory. That explained his extremely high win rate. Throughout his long and eventful Navy career, Wardens had only lost 2 battles before. One was to a French battleship that had almost double the number of his cannons. The other was because of an enemy ambush. This time, he knew that Jackdaw was once a corvette that belonged to the Navy. He also knew that it was all alone. Accordingly, both ships held on from firing until they were 50 meters from each other. Then, they turned at the same time and took aim with their side cannons. Zhang Heng was the first to act. He instantly found the right window and ordered his cannoneers to fire. The swift and powerful assault dealt some good damage to Kent. In times like these, the exceptional quality of Kent's sailors was on display. Not only did they remain calm, but the first thing they did was to get their wounded to sickbay. The rest continued working the cannons without so much as a flinch. Like a well-oiled machine, the crew ticked like clockwork. At the same time, Warden's trusted gunmen could finally be put to good use. Along with Chris's order, the gunmen in red fired at Jackdaw. To their surprise, the pirates were ready for them. Having brought a shipment of planks salvaged from Miranda, they used it as a makeshift armor to repel the bullets. Once the gunfire died down, the pirates emerged from their shield and started to fire back. It didn't matter who took the helm right now. Zhang Heng relieved himself as helmsman and passed the position to one of the pirates. Then, he pulled out his weapon and jumped into battle. This was the best time to showcase his LV.2 shooting skill. For this fight, he had prepared a total of 6 guns for himself. There were also 3 people standing behind him, helping him to reload those guns. Within a matter of 3 minutes, Zhang Heng managed to exterminate all the gunmen on the watchtower. Apart from that, he killed 2 officers as well. Unfortunately, Wardens was cautious enough not to show up after noticing that his men were getting picked off, one after the other. Chapter 232. Follow my orders, stay calm. Hold your ground. Where's the ammunition? When is the next batch going to be here? Shouted Billy as he shuffled around the deck. It's on the way. It will be here soon, Mr. Billy. A short-looking sailor dragged 2 crates of ammunition while trying his fastest to get to Billy. Mr. Billy, 2 of our cannons were destroyed, and 3 of our cannoneers are wounded. Quickly, get someone to replace them. Just as Billy turned around, a cannonball suddenly landed half a meter away from him, penetrating the ship's hull. The short sailor had taken most of the brunt of the attack. His arm was completely shattered, crushed beyond redemption. The pain he was in caused him to fall to the ground, screaming hysterically for help. Quickly send him to Vincent. The rest of us continue with the attack. Instantly, 2 men came over and carried the injured pirate to the doctor. The crew had seen an incident like this far too many times, and thus, none were distracted by it. After all, most of Jackdaw's recruits were experienced pirates. All that was in addition to the recent violent skirmishes they went through. Even if there was someone new on board, they should be all grown up by now. Damn it, these guys outgun us by a large margin. It would be nice if we had our 24-pound cannons here, gasped one of the cannoneers while wiping the blood off his face. Everyone, hang in there. We will defeat them and take back our gold. The busiest person on Jackdaw right now had to be Vincent. He had once dreamt of becoming a botanist. Right now, he played an essential role on the ship. There were injured lying everywhere in the sick bay. Due to the lack of beds, some had to make do with the tables and the floor. Blood could be seen on every surface of the infirmary, only to be made worse by the screams and howls of decapitated men. Luckily, Vincent was well prepared for such a situation. Before they departed to Parrot Island, he had collected some fine sand from the beach and scattered them all over the floor. By doing that, he solved the problem of the bloody, slippery floor. Right after he was done extracting a bullet from a pirate's arm, the short pirate was carried into the infirmary. Vincent quickly examined his wounds and discovered that the bones in his arm had been completely shattered. Not to mention the flesh hanging off it, the mangled mess was a lost cause. It would have to be amputated right away. He took out a wooden stick and asked the short pirate to bite on it. Then, he instructed his assistants to hold the man's limbs down. Vincent then brought out a hacksaw and prepared himself to sever the poor pirate's arm. Suddenly, he remembered what Zhang Heng told him earlier. It was crucial for him to apply heat to the tools that he used on his patients. Before he carried on, he retrieved the stick from the man's mouth and fed him some rum. Are you ready? I will begin if you are ready. On another note, the plan that Zhang Heng, Billy, and the senior officers coined was finally working. The strategy Wardens was so proud of was ineffective against Jackdaw. Instead, Jackdaw was the one constantly putting them under the limelight. Until now, Wardens still didn't dare show his face. However, despite the chaos, he remained very calm. Though half of his men were either injured or had died in battle, he had no intention to retreat. That was because Kent's cannons still had the upper hand in this battle. This had nothing to do with the courage and skill of his cannoneers. It was simply because Kent had greater firepower than Jackdaw. Jackdaw and Kent were battleships of the same type. Technically, they should be equal in firepower as well. However, Jackdaw now sorely lacked ammunition. Left with no other options, Zhang Heng had to replace all the 24-pound cannons with the 12-pounders. Thanks to that, they were now significantly weaker than Kent. In reality, Jackdaw's cannoneers actually exceeded Warden's expectations. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were equally as potent as the formally trained Royal Navy. "If this goes on, we won't be able to hold up for much longer," said Billy, who sounded very worried. Zhang Heng managed to kill another red-uniformed gunner before he replied. "Time to use our backup plan," Zhang Heng replied while looking at it. Is that doable?" asked Billy. "We have killed 2/3 of the enemy's gunmen. I would say our success rate has gone up, but I will need someone to cover me," Zhang Heng said. "Are 6 men enough?" "2 is more than enough. It's pointless to have so many cover me." While he talked, Zhang Heng sent his men to the captain's quarters to get his weapons bag. There were 4 rifles in it. Ever since Zhang Heng bought them from Ball, he realized that they were of great help when taking over Scarborough. From that day onwards, Zhang Heng realized that rifles were an invaluable piece of weaponry in any battle. However, he was still under Blackbeard at that time and hence wasn't allowed to get 3 more rifles for himself. Right until he set sail to plunder the Spanish treasure ship, did he purchase 3 more of it from Ball. This was their moment to shine. Zhang Heng crouched and crept to the gunwale. He then lifted one of his rifles. At such close proximity, the smoothbore gun would be an excellent choice as well. However, a rifle was definitely more reliable since it allowed the shooter to administer a lethal shot to his enemy. He then took aim at Kent's helmsman. "Follow my orders. Get Jackdaw closer to Kent." Jackdaw's maneuvers couldn't fool Warden's eyes. Though he was ready to fight if the pirates boarded his ship, he had no reason to give up the advantage he had right now. So he quickly ordered his helmsman to stay as far as possible from Jackdaw. Before Warden's could even finish explaining, Kent's helmsman suddenly dropped to the ground, dead as a doornail. Warden's frowned in frustration. Accidents like this happened all the time during a battle. Although unsettling, he was used to it. Immediately, Chris looked for someone to replace the dead helmsman. Right after the new helmsman took over the wheel, Zhang Heng killed him as well. "Captain, someone is targeting our helmsman," shouted Chris. "What are you afraid of? They are just aiming for one person. Use whoever we have to block him from the bullets. Our human wall should suffice for now. Just hang in there. Soon, we will sink them indefinitely." Right after Chris received the order, he ordered some men to form up and block all incoming bullets. Of course, all those chosen were extremely unhappy with the decision. However, they had worked for Wardens for some time now and knew about the consequences they would suffer if they disobeyed him. They might just be able to live if they followed the order. However, if they left right now, they would be ensured an ending worse than a crumbling wall. Leaving with no other choice, they were forced to barricade the new helmsman to protect him. With no qualms whatsoever, Zhang Heng killed all who formed the human shield first before again taking out the helmsman. Faced by Zhang Heng's masterful marksmanship, everyone was soon too afraid to step up again. Chris had to keep on repeating himself, screaming for sailors to step up and man up. However, no matter how desperate his orders were, no sailor would budge from where they were. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng's position was exposed. Due to the overwhelming firepower of the enemy, the pirates that covered him and reloaded his guns were hit. No thanks to that, they managed to buy Jackdaw enough time to get closer to Kent. They were now only 10 meters from each other. In the chaos of raining bullets and thunderous cannons, Zhang Heng took the opportunity to change position. He then continued to reload his rifles and kept firing at his enemy nonstop. Once both ships were side by side, and then the rest of the pirates launched their signature grappling hooks over Kent's gunwale, bridging the 2 vessels together. Then, under heavy fire, she led a group of pirates to board Kent, the flagship of the Royal Navy. Chapter 233. End of the Kin. The entire battle lasted around 20 minutes. Zhang Heng managed to deal a massive blow to the enemy by taking out their entire gunman brigade. As it was, Jackdaw's pirates were determined to avenge their dead. Still, invading another ship had its costs. A bullet grazed Billy amid the battle, hitting his arm and causing a chunk of flesh to tear off. Thankfully, he was alive. Once both ships were connected, Zhang Heng instantly joined the fight. The first thing he did after boarding Kent was to look for their commander. However, Wardens was hidden securely behind an army of heavily armed Navy sailors. At the same time, the men were looking for Zhang Heng as well, intending to kill Jackdaw's captain and demoralize their crew. As the 2 sides clashed, everyone began treading lightly. Zhang Heng relied on his masterful marksmanship to open a path for himself. Wardens, on the other hand, had more men than Jackdaw, not to mention that they were extremely well trained as well. It soon appeared that neither side was gaining the upper hand in the battle. However, little by little, Jackdaw's men managed to overwhelm Kent's crew. It would seem that the Navy had lost their edge and was actually losing to the pirates. Wardens had no other choice. He got a few men and hastily retreated to the lower decks. Both sides exchanged fire on the stairs, where a heavy gunfight ensued. In the end, after a good 10 minutes, and her team managed to take control of Kent, most of it anyway. Wardens and his men retreated to the ship's belly, where the captain's quarters were. Knowing that they had no place to hide, they became like mice in a trap and were extremely sharp at the moment. Naturally, Billy and his men would go after the remaining sailors. However, they were no match for the desperate Navy, and some were instantly gunned down. Having lost a few good men today, Billy felt dejected and sorrowful. Nevertheless, Jackdaw managed to take over Kent. In raising the white flag, all their sailors had put down their weapons and began surrendering to the pirates. All that was left was Wardens and his merry men, still hiding out in the captain's quarters. Billy shouted at them from the outside and urged them to surrender, telling them that it was all over. Unironically, the Navy replied in kind by shooting at him. Billy ducked as bullets whizzed past his head. He had already been shot once. Luckily, he wasn't too close to the entrance. This deadlock had the pirates very impatient. Thankfully, not too long after that, Zhang Heng appeared. So, what's the situation? Initially, I wanted to deplete their ammunition and rush into the quarters. However, it seems like they are holding up real good in there, said Billy. Zhang Heng waved his hand, and a young and terrified Navy officer was brought to him. I want you to talk to him. Captain Wardens asked me to drag 12 barrels of gunpowder to the captain's quarters when they went in just now. He told me that the gunpowder is only to be used for the worst-case scenario, stuttered the young man, obviously scared out of his living daylights. Why does he need so much gunpowder? Asked Billy. Isn't it obvious? Although he lost the battle, he has no intention to give us the ship, said a frowning Zhang Heng. Wardens is waiting for the rest of our men from Jackdaw. Once everyone is here, he will blow everyone to hell. It appears he is about to destroy his Kent and kill most of our men. I think we should give up on taking their ship. Call all of our men to retreat. Only leave a few here to deal with them. Before all of you get off, go to the cargo hold and take everything they have, especially the food and water. Once we rescue the pirates from Parrot Island, all these will be essential on the ship. We need to move everything back before the ship sinks. Don't leave behind their gunpowder and ammunition as well. These are the things we need most right now. We have 15 minutes to do it. Once the 15 minutes are up, I want everyone back on Jackdaw, even if we fail to move everything. Drop whatever you have in your hands and return to our ship. I also want all our cannons aimed at the captain's quarters. Once everybody is back on Jackdaw, we will fire at them immediately. Since Wardens wants to go down with his ship, we shall grant him some assistance. The pirates followed Zhang Heng's orders by the dot, returning to Jackdaw once the 15 minutes were up. The moment everyone on board, they swiftly retrieved the grappling hooks and started pulling away from Kent. Once they were far enough, Jackdaw fired all their cannons at them. The captain's quarters exploded with a massive boom, breaking Kent into half. The blast instantly disintegrated Wardens and his men, with nothing left of them except burnt flesh and cinders. Putting aside the fact that they were enemies, Zhang Heng was actually impressed by Warden's spirit. Both sides knew that this was the battle that would determine their fate. From the start till the end, Wardens had brilliantly strategized his attacks, barely making any mistakes as he went along. He was simply unfortunate that Zhang Heng knew him well enough to win this fight. Earlier, Zhang Heng squeezed out every last drop of information he could about Wardens. Armed with new knowledge about his adversary, Zhang Heng came up with an effective plan to defeat him. As for Wardens, he never expected that to fight Jackdaw again. Hence, he spent no effort whatsoever to delve into Zhang Heng. Other than that, his previous victories and vast combat experience had turned him arrogant. Such costly errors eventually drove him to lose the battle, eventually paying the ultimate price with his life. Though the battle was over, Zhang Heng and his men had a shipload of things to deal with, no pun intended. Dr. Vincent faithfully treated the wounded in the infirmary. Gale, the carpenter, was scurrying about the decks with his other carpenters trying to fix all the damage they could find. As for Dufresne, he was counting the goods that they plundered from Kent, and, at the same time, figuring out a way to move all the gold bars from the bottom of the ocean. As the crew busied themselves with their seemingly never-ending tasks, Zhang Heng brought some food and drinking water to the Parrot Island survivors. While Jackdaw was fighting Kent, Eric and Brooke had gathered the remaining pirates on the beach. Unfortunately, their guns wouldn't shoot that far, and they could only stand ashore and watch the battle unfold before them. They burst into loud cheers the moment they saw Jackdaw claiming the final victory. Zhang Heng figured there would be a handful of survivors on the island, but didn't expect to see so few actually survived. As he passed the rations to the famished pirates, he got to know that Black Prince Sam was killed in action. My deepest condolences. So, what's your plan after this, Eric? Initially, I wanted to destroy Kent to avenge him. Destroying Kent. This is what kept me alive on this island. But then again, I didn't expect you guys to solve my problem so quickly. Luckily, they have 6 more ships for me to destroy. Technically, there are only 5 ships left. We destroyed the Miranda a few days ago. Thank you so much. We are only alive now thanks to you and your Jackdaw. I plan to look for a ship to avenge Sam when I return to Nassau. I will make everyone involved in this scheme pay dearly. Eric roared furiously. However, I won't force anybody to ride my path of revenge. The Quito is gone, so is Sam. My life as a pirate is over. If possible, I'm hoping that you can take in the rest who are still alive. No problem. You can always come back when you've settled your unfinished business. Zhang Heng shook Eric's hand warmly. There were less than 20 survivors from Quito. Half of them wanted to avenge Sam with Eric. The other half wanted to join Jackdaw, whichever ship they chose to board. Though, these men were all experienced pirates, an invaluable asset to any pirate ship of this era. Most importantly, Zhang Heng was willing to absorb those wanting to join Jackdaw. Now that a wide range of talents was part of his crew, Zhang Heng was glad to know that the next challenge would certainly be met with a little more tenacity and valor. Owing to the unexpected enlistment, pirates from the other 2 pirate vessels were quickly interested to join Jackdaw as well. As for Swordfish, Brooke was still alive. Hence, nobody there was interested to hop over. Chapter 234. Return to Nassau. After distributing the food and water to the survivors, Zhang Heng shifted his attention to getting the gold bars from the bottom of the ocean. There wasn't much time left, as the Navy agreed that they would regroup on Parrot Island in 2 weeks. More than a week had passed, and now, only 5 days were left. However, knowing the Navy, they wouldn't stick to their agreed time and would usually arrive a day or 2 earlier. That would mean Jackdaw had only around 3 days to retrieve all the gold bars. After that, Zhang Heng would need to think about how to escape and avoid the Navy en route back to Nassau. He would need a good day for planning. In other words, excluding tonight, Zhang Heng and his men had only 2 days to retrieve all the gold bars. Amid all the bad news, a silver lining appeared. Earlier, Ken had thought about getting those gold bars as well, ordering their carpenters to make a set of salvaging tools. They were of crude design, where all they did to use a modified grappling hook. The carpenters added 2 more hooks to the claw and tied the ropes at the front part of the hook. This helped to make the contraption more sturdy and would allow them to lift the sunken crates. Even with the device, they would still need to send divers to attach the hooks to these crates. Initially, wardens wanted to force the captured pirates to get it done. Of course, Zhang Heng wasn't one to force his men to do it, so he decided to consult Gale. What do you think? Is it doable? It's not hard to make the tools they made. They have come up with the right thing for this task. We just need to copy it. We have a ton of grappling hooks on the ship. I believe I can make 10 of them before sundown. I have picked the most qualified men for this task as well. They are the best divers on Jackdaw. That said, we can't possibly ask them to stay underwater for too long. By that time, they would have to resurface before they even reach the crates, Dufresne added. They'll run out of oxygen by the time they reach the gold. Tell the divers to hug heavy rocks on the way down. They would automatically start submerging, and no energy would be needed. Besides that, tie a rope around their waists and set a time limit. Once the time is up, we will pull them out. If everything goes smoothly, they should have enough time to install the grappling hooks on the crates. As for the water pressure, Zhang Heng couldn't find any solutions. The divers simply had to overcome it themselves. 20 meters depth should be bearable for a human body. Although it would leave them with the bends, it wasn't lethal. Considering the risks they would be taking, the divers would receive extra rewards if they completed the task successfully. This was a much-needed boost of motivation for these men. Zhang Heng left the matter for Dufresne and Billy to decide. Dufresne nodded and instantly sent someone to test their theory. Once the first crate was out of the water, he would know right away that Zhang Heng's method worked well. All he needed to do after that was refine the technique until all the crates were out of the water. At the end of the second night, Jackdaw had managed to retrieve more than half of the sunken gold. After that, the salvage operation slowed down tremendously. The Spanish treasure ship was exceptionally well built, and the pirates had to hammer her with cannonballs until she sank. Unavoidably, the cargo hold was hit as well. Jackdaw had retrieved all the crates that were still intact, but there were still many gold bars that were scattered all over the place. It was going to be a troublesome and arduous task to pick them up one by one. The contraptions that they made earlier weren't going to help in a situation like this. It had to be manually done. In other words, they would need a longer time to complete the entire salvage operation. Other than that, the divers could only dive for a limited number of times a day. The depth and pressure would take a toll on them, and they would end up exhausted. Luckily, the survivors on the island had mostly recovered. To show their gratitude to Jackdaw, not only did they give up their right to the gold bars, but they were even willing to help retrieve them without asking for anything in return. It was the third night, and with the help of the survivors, Jackdaw managed to recover a total of 3,200 pounds of gold ingots. There were 1,800 pounds left on the ocean floor, but most of them were scattered around, and many were buried under the wreck. Of course, they could retrieve all of them if they wanted to, but that would take a longer time. Zhang Heng had no intention to wait any longer. For the past few days, Jackdaw had been through non-stop combat. When they fled Parrot Island, every single pirate on Jackdaw began to hold a massive grudge towards the Navy. When they destroyed Kent, the resentment was settled. Now, most of Jackdaw's crew lay spent and exhausted. Even though some ammunition was acquired from Kent, most of them had lost the vigor for another fight. That was why Zhang Heng decided not to continue staying on Parrot Island. Once he picked up Brooke, he set for home. Everyone was more than eager to head back to Nassau. Running heavy, Jackdaw spent double the time they needed to return to Nassau. Having so much gold and the extra complement on board, they were a lot slower than they usually were. They had to avoid the other 5 enemy ships as well. Luckily, they did not come across any threats. It wasn't until the stone walls and Nassau's castle was spotted that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone on board had mixed feelings when they saw Nassau. To Jackdaw's pirates, they prevailed once again and claimed victory even although it was a hard-fought battle. As the captain of Jackdaw, Zhang Heng got to carry on being the legend of Nassau. In a dire, hopeless circumstance, Jackdaw was the only ship that survived and escaped the Navy. They miraculously turned the tide around by destroying Miranda and Kent. In the end, they salvaged most of the gold bars and saved the pirates that were still alive on Parrot Island. On the other hand, the other 5 pirate ships were not as lucky as Jackdaw. They lost everything this time. They failed to get anything out of the hunting trip, and to make matters worse, their ships were also destroyed as well. However, they were simply grateful to be alive and got to return to Nassau. Once Jackdaw arrived at the harbor, Brooke and the other captain quickly got off the ship. They had a lot of things to deal with, having needed to recruit new pirates and look for a new boat as well. After that, Eric bid Zhang Heng farewell too. Zhang Heng sent them off to shore in a small boat. Once they were gone, Zhang Heng ordered his men to unload the gold bars from Jackdaw. Although there were still 1,800 pounds of gold bars lying on the bottom, the other 5 pirate ships gave up their share. Thus, they were delighted and contented by their yield this time. The remaining scraps would most probably be snatched up by the Navy and pirate hunters. After this voyage, Jackdaw's pirates were wealthy enough to quit being a pirate. Most of them had never even seen so many gold bars before. As they unloaded their gold bars, the entire Nassau was left in shock. Chapter 235, Capital Woes. The pile of gold bars was a monument on its own, creating a stunning sight as it shone and shimmered in the sun. Except for the pirates tasked with moving the gold bars, Zhang Heng gathered everyone from his ship and distributed weapons to them. They needed them to maintain order at the harbor in case of untoward incidents. That said, after Zhang Heng annihilated the skeleton, everyone knew it best not to mess with Jackdaw. Unsurprisingly, no one lost their minds when they saw the gold bars coming out from the ship. Afterward, Zhang Heng sent someone to contact Karina, asking her to empty one of her warehouses. He would use it as temporary storage for the gold. The jackdaw had an overwhelming yield this trip, and if Zhang Heng distributed the gold to his men right now, safety would be a primary concern. On the surface, no one seemed to dare go against Jackdaw's pirates, but in actual fact, multitudes of thieves and robbers were waiting to get their hands on all those precious gold bars. Other than that, the group of pirates who had previously gambled away 20 gold coins in a single night received a stark warning from Zhang Heng. Though the captain had no intention to poke around everyone's spending habits, he knew his men would become moving targets the moment he gave them their share of the money. So, he decided to only give them a portion of their share first. He would help them to keep the rest for now. He came up with a ledger to keep track of all the gold that he gave his men. Anyone could ask for more whenever they needed it. After a while, Karina and her men came to the pier. It was then Zhang Heng noticed that Karina didn't look too good. Since there were outsiders around him, he figured it was a bad time to talk about it. Only after reaching the warehouse and seeing that all the gold bars were safe did he talk to her in a quiet place. "How's everything? Has it all been good throughout my absence?" "The situation is not looking good," replied Karina as she tried squeezing a smile. When Zhang Heng left Nassau 2 months ago, Karina's problem was solved because the skeleton was no longer a threat to her. Along with the rise of Jackdaw, her trading business flourished in Nassau as well. Not only did she enjoy repeat business with the captains she used to deal with, but some pirate ships even left the Black Market Alliance hoping to build a long-term partnership with her. All the while, Malcolm had been trying to dominate the black markets of Nassau. Naturally, Karina's growth had become a huge threat to him. More and more traders were increasingly interested in trading with Karina instead of the Black Market Alliance. This was indeed great news for Karina since the Black Market Alliance had been retarding her growth for a very long time. When she saw hope in defeating Malcolm and the Black Market Alliance, she instantly signed every contract of the captains who wished to trade with her. To take control of a broader market share, she purchased another ship to help her move the increasing amount of items moving through her warehouse. Right now, she was the proud owner of 3 cargo ships. Of course, the expansion required an increase in hiring as well. With the large acquisitions, she literally invested everything that she earned back into her business. Unfortunately, whatever happened after that was out of her control. Karina's biggest problem was her lack of shrewdness as a black market merchant. The Black Market Alliance was newly formed when she first came to Nassau. All her father's trading partners had left to work with them when he got incarcerated. In the end, Jackdaw was the first and only ship willing to trade with her. Owing to that, she managed to survive in Nassau. However, although sleeping on a bed of roses, sharp thorns were present as well. She had to face perpetual harassment and pressure by the Black Market Alliance, which just wouldn't let her off the hook. That was why Karina differed from all the other black market merchants. She never trusted anyone aside from Zhang Heng. Of course, she traded with many different captains under the radar of the Alliance, but those were just one-off trades. The real situation, however, was way more complicated than that. Although Karina had a natural flair for business, she sorely lacked experience, not to mention needing a lot more time. All that in a place she was unfamiliar with. If Malcolm wasn't after her, she would have had sufficient space to grow like a potato seedling. Right now, Malcolm was akin to a giant stone pinning her down. She had wasted precious energy to squirm and crawl underneath its weight. In other words, he had severely stunted her growth. Malone's betrayal had also slowly affected Karina. After all, he used to be her father's most trusted partner. He was also the only one familiar with his trading techniques. Without Malone's guidance, Karina had to rely on herself to do business in a world filled with hounds and sharks. From that time on, one problem after another began to plague her. For instance, she had supposedly set her buying price at 5% higher than the Black Market Alliance, a rate Karina and the captains both agreed with. However, the Black Market Alliance offered different prices to captains from different tiers. Some pirates eventually discovered that they had been offered different rates compared to some others, although the items they sold were similar. It was hardly surprising then how some pirates felt increasingly displeased with the double standards. During that time, Karina was busy discussing partnerships with the merchants, worried that the bad reputation of the alliance would spill over to her. Ultimately, she was forced to cap her prices at the highest possible rate. That would mean she would be getting significantly less profit from all her trades. The low profit margins were just the beginning. Along with the increase in her cargo volume, the customs officers demanded an increase in bribes as well. This would all translate to higher costs, and subsequently, the retail price for the items would increase as well. Such a situation would only spell fewer buyers in the end. Initially, Karina thought that Malcolm must have been messing with her. Shockingly, she attempted a different port but found the same thing happening to her again. It was then when she realized that this was an unspoken rule for all black market merchants. As if to worsen the situation, she had troubles at her business spot as well. The local traders were unhappy after seeing Karina dealing on a large scale on their turf. 2 lawsuits were filed against her thanks to the jealous and disgruntled lot. The matter had to be settled regardless, and she was forced to spend a considerable sum to settle the case outside court. The detour eventually incurred huge losses for her. All the above led to only one conclusion: the financial pit, the worst of her woes. Before Zhang Heng left, he gave Karina the skeleton. Although it was supposed to be her 3rd cargo ship, she would still need to pay for its refit and the manpower required. During that time, she had just spent a large sum of money to expand her warehouse by opening a grocery store. When the time came for her to purchase loot, she was so cash-strapped that she was forced to mortgage her father's property just to have enough. The entire process of purchasing the goods from the pirate ships, finding prospective buyers, and shipping them to various colonies usually required a set amount of time. It was a well-established system that most traders were familiar with. Unfortunately, the situation didn't always go as planned. The time the ships would return to port remained an uncontrollable factor. At times, a few pirate ships would all return to Nassau at once, and she would need a tremendous amount of money at hand to purchase their loot. A week before Zhang Heng's return to Nassau, Karina was already on the verge of financial collapse. As of now, she still owed 2 captains a large sum of money. Then, this morning, she was trying her hardest to calm her increasingly disgruntled partners who had not received their payment on time. Unfortunately, the heightened emotions caused some pirates to lose all patience, and they proceeded to ransack her grocery store. Chapter 236. Malcolm's dilemma. Competition in business was akin to the cruelty of an actual war. Malcolm knew Karina's weakness and quickly changed tactics from aggression to concession. This time, he threw a bait the businesswoman could never refuse. If Karina wanted to expand her business, she couldn't solely rely on Jackdaw alone. It didn't matter if it was flourishing her second-hand dealership or the private transactions with pirates from the Black Market Alliance. They were all retaliation to the obstacles Malcolm threw at her. Thus, there was no reason for her to turn down an opportunity laid before her feet. Had Karina been given another 6 months, and being a quick learner at that, she would have solved her current predicament and turned her rags into riches. However, for obvious reasons, Malcolm was never going to allow her to do that. "How much money do you have right now?" Zhang Heng asked. "To get the business running again, I would need to throw in at least 700 gold coins. But then again, what's the point of continuing anyway? We are bleeding money by the barrel. Before this, the business was slow, but now, we lose money every day, every hour, every minute," she replied. There was a hint of frustration and exhaustion in her raspy voice, a rarity for her. She had come across the most challenging time for her business. Strangely, no matter how hard she worked, she couldn't seem to turn the situation around. An endless string of problems simply kept ramming into her. Because they were expanding at an exponential rate, her capital reserves would not keep up with her expenditure. To make matters worse, the current market had reached a saturation point, with too much stock lying around and no buyers to take them. Then there was the problem of increased customs bribes and the local business boycotts, significant impediments that simply couldn't be solved in such a short period. "I can give you an additional 800 gold coins as a follow-up to my investment. On top of that, I can lend you 200 gold coins," Zhang Heng said. During their last voyage, Jackdaw came back fully loaded. He made a simple calculation. As the captain, he and the founding members of Jackdaw would each get around 1,200 gold coins, an indubitably tremendous amount of money. With the newfound wealth, he could simply retire now, buy 2 plots of land, and live a comfortable life on the island. Nonetheless, Zhang Heng thought about how Roger Wood and his fleet would come back in a few years to recapture Nassau, and how he refused to put his life at the mercy of others. Roger Wood, the first governor in the history of Nassau, occupied the island with his fleet and pardoned most of the pirates there. However, Zhang Heng found it hard to believe that things would go that well for himself, especially given what he had done. Including Scarborough, he had now attacked 2 Navy fleets. Jackdaw, the pirate ship he now captained, had also been taken from the Navy, not to mention that he was part of Queen Anne's revenge bombing of Charleston. Then, not long ago, he killed Wardens, the highest-ranking Navy commander of the British Caribbean. With Blackbeard Teach missing, Black Sam dead, and Honeg retiring, Zhang Heng and his sailors were now the de facto top group of pirates on the whole island. Should Roger Wood manage to take Nassau, many others would still have a chance to keep their lives, considering the fact that Nassau required a ton of young laborers to help develop the island. But not Zhang Heng. He would be among the first to be gotten rid of. So long Roger Wood's head was attached to him, he would kill the chickens to scare the monkeys, to punish an individual as an example to others. On that account, even though Zhang Heng had already completed his primary mission, he couldn't go on a vacation. Moreover, it was no longer just him alone. As the captain of Jackdaw, he was now responsible for the welfare of his sailors, all depending on him for stipends. And then there was Anne, of whom he looked after. Without his support, the competition between Karina and Malcolm would instantly be over, with Malcolm completely crushing her. At this point, it was hard to think of himself or resign at the height of his prosperity. But in return, my share of the business must increase by 10%, Zhang Heng said. That won't be a problem. But are you sure you want to continue? At least in the short term, there won't be much hope of making a profit. What if the Malcolm were to be resolved? Zhang Heng asked. Considering the windfall they got from their most recent expedition, Jackdaw sailors would most likely withdraw into a lengthy sabbatical, and it would probably be a while before they put to sea again. On top of that, the legendary Battle of the Jackdaw had basically entrenched her dominance in the entire island of Nassau. This meant Zhang Heng had enough time and energy to deal with the final opponents, Malcolm and his black market alliance. Although Karina's business seemed to be bleak for now, she had made a strategic move that unwittingly pressured the black market alliance. Regardless of whether Malcolm's concessions were voluntary or not, his moves had indisputably caused this large-scale expansion of the used goods business. The black market alliance did not voice their doubts. Only Malcolm was assertive enough, foreseeing that he could afford it, whereas Karina couldn't. But when Zhang Heng returned with all that gold, it had become a whole total different ballgame altogether. On the other side, though, the black market alliance lost 5 powerful pirate ships, the loss of Black Prince Sam and his quota, an especially big blow to them. It appeared that Malcolm's current situation might not be better than that of Karina. In the early days of the Black Market Alliance's establishment, they offered very favorable prices to the pirates, meaning that at also a time when their profits were at their lowest. Now that the number of powerful pirate ships was on a rapid decline, it was foreseeable that the amount of valuable loot would also decrease, aggravating an internal conflict that had been brewing within the Black Market Alliance. Later that day, Zhang Heng secretly met up with Layli behind Smoked Fish Alley. During this period, the Gladiator had also made a lot of progress. With Leah on the inside, Malcolm's study could practically hide no secrets. She took the opportunity to go through his letters quietly each time she cleaned the room. To avoid being discovered by Malcolm, Leah did not take any of them, but simply memorized any useful information she came across. Then, she would put them into writing and have someone take the notes to Layli. Zhang Heng flipped through the notes, spotting some interesting messages. Along with the summary of the letters, Leah had also jotted down her impressions and analysis of Malcolm's antics, which helped paint a more comprehensive picture of the man's character. However, news regarding Karina's father, Fagin, was only found in one letter. Although it confirmed that Malcolm's family had indeed contacted Count Slaughter, the man who framed Fagin, it wasn't enough evidence to charge him for it. There was also a letter stating that Malcolm secretly invested in a parliament member of Whitehall, and that he and Raymond's son-in-law were political enemies. Chapter 237. Interrogation. Let's not talk about your father's imprisonment first. Financially aiding political enemies should start a new conflict between Redmond and Malcolm. We need to investigate the Normand matter first. Normand, who is that? The Black Market Alliance that you know right now is actually not the first in existence. I heard my father mentioning it before. 3 years ago, another Black Market Alliance was established in Nassau. However, it did not end well. It existed only for a short period of time, and it was dismissed soon that. The leader of that alliance was Normand. We all know Redmond as the most experienced black market merchant in Nassau. When Normand was still around, he was the most respected black market merchant on this island, which was why he was chosen as the alliance leader. During that time, Redmond was second in command. Not too long after that, the whole thing was managed poorly, and Normand's reputation was destroyed thanks to that. He left many angry and resentful. After that alliance was dismissed, Normand secretly left Nassau. In the end, I heard he died of some illness in his home. Does this incident have anything to do with Malcolm? He's been only on the island for a year, right? He made a name for himself during that time. Of course, it fades in comparison to what he's achieved today. He played a big part in the establishment of the Black Market Alliance, but he chose to lay low instead. I believe he is not a good man. Zhang Heng then passed the notebooks to Karina. Malcolm incited the black market merchants against Normand. Why would he do that? Isn't he one of the supporters of the Black Market Alliance? He asked. He is one of the supporters of the Black Market Alliance, but he wants to be the one in charge of it all. It was too soon for Malcolm to do anything when Normand formed the alliance, having only been in Nassau for a year. His position and growth were limited, and it wouldn't be good for him if the alliance managed to fortify their territory on the island. If he wanted to grow and expand further, he had to put a stop to the Black Market Alliance. To achieve that, it was done in great secrecy. I heard that he used a courier called Eugene. Eugene? The intelligence trader who lived on our island. Well, he was once a black market merchant as well. Once the alliance was dismissed, he switched jobs as an intelligence dealer. We need to talk to him. Amongst the merchants, Normand's reputation was unparalleled. Though the Black Market Alliance incident had cost him his good reputation, he still holds the respect of many. For years now, his best friend was always Raymond. After Normand passed away, Redmond took care of his funeral and buried him. If we can get Eugene to testify against Malcolm, we could deepen the conflict between Malcolm and Redmond. With the letters that the two have, I believe it would hit Malcolm harder than exposing your father's issue. Considering that the Black Market Alliance isn't doing well, I believe that we can land him a critical hit if we expose this old incident about him. Just as Zhang Heng finished, someone ran into the cellar. It was Koshi. Something bad is happening at the mansion. You guys better head to the Central Plaza and take a look. 15 minutes later, Zhang Heng and Karina arrived at the Central Plaza with their faces covered. A large number of people had already gathered. At the center of it all, a naked black man was being tied to a wooden stake. There were whip marks and open wounds all over his body, and he seemed to be not long for this world. The butler that Zhang Heng met before at Terrence Mansion, Wallace, stood there calmly. I'm going to give you one last chance. Who have you been contacting outside the mansion? Who did he ask you to pass the message to? Tell me his name, and I will let you go. I'll give your freedom back to you. What do you think, eh? Isn't that what you've always wanted? To become a free man. The black man's mouth remained shut, causing Wallace to instinctively pick the whip before slashing the man again. The poor soul howled in pain when a big chunk of flesh on his back was torn off by the whip. Soon, he could no longer stand the pain, and he lost consciousness. After that, Wallace lifted a bucket of water and splashed it on the man. It did its work, waking him up with his face all twisted. You lot won't stop begging me to be more merciful. All right, right now, I will show you mercy. You have my promise, and the people around you shall bear witness to my words. As long as you give me the name, I will release you immediately. Before you leave, I will even throw in a doctor to treat your injuries. As a bonus, you will be given a new set of clothes so you can leave this place with honor. Honestly, I can't think of a better deal than this. All I want are the names. Just give me the 2 damn names, and we can end this bloody farce. The black man started panting rapidly. Nonetheless, after a short while, he decided that he would not say a word to the butler. This is why I hate your kind. The kind that will never learn how to put themselves in the shoes of others. Why do you have to turn this into an ugly scene? Growled Wallace in a disappointed tone. After that, Wallace stood up and took 2 steps back. The supervisor behind him moved to the front again. The black man was trembling, dreading terrible things would befall him soon. Laley could bear it no more, and was about to punch Wallace in the face. However, someone grabbed his arm before he could go. Calm down. The reason why Wallace chose this place was to make sure that you get to see all of it. If you show yourself right now, you are walking right into their trap. The man on the pillar, is that your contact? Laley nodded as he clenched his jaws, trying his best to suppress his anger. His name is Nadia, a kitchen helper in the mansion. In the morning, he would usually visit the market with the chef to get the day's supplies. We would secretly meet up, and I'll pass him the messages for Leah. How did Wallace come to know about it? We always met behind the cook's back. I'm pretty sure that another kitchen helper sold him out, and the traitor is apparently not from my tribe. However, Nadia told me that he had been dealt with. I tried my best to meet up with him only when he was alone. Then, I realized that another kitchen helper would always stand close by whenever we talked. All the slaves who have been granted permission to step out of the mansion are usually very obedient. Still, he is worried that some of them might escape when they are out. That is why he would never let his slaves stray too far. Just so you know, I made sure to always cover my face when I talked to Nadia. No one should recognize me unless they know me well. Chapter 238. Eugene's Seeker. Chapter 238. Eugene's Seeker. Karina was heartbroken as she looked at the black man's horrendous condition. Unfortunately, there was nothing the three could do to help him. In this era, blacks were treated no differently than livestock. Even if Malcolm ordered all the black folk in his mansion to be killed, nobody would do anything about it. Besides, Wallace ordered his men to hide around the central plaza to see who would emerge to rescue Nadia. In the end, they were forced to watch Nadia getting brutally whipped by the supervisor to the point where he fainted again. Despite his display of total dominance, Wallace wasn't happy with the outcome. The moment he was told that Nadia was dealing with someone outside, he quickly planned this fracas to lure out the man behind all this. Unfortunately, the main character didn't show up in the end. If he beat Nadia to death, his only clue would cease to exist. Seeing that Nadia had stopped screaming, he was left with no other option but to stop the supervisor from whipping. Look for a doctor to treat his wounds. Let's head back to the mansion, said a dark-faced Wallace. Since the scene was over, the crowd gathered at the central plaza slowly dispersed as well. What do you plan to do? Asked Zhang Hong. Though Nadia is not a warrior from my tribe, I can say that his willpower is stronger than most warriors. He will never betray us, Layli replied, his eyes red by the horrendous barbarism inflicted upon his kind. This has nothing to do with loyalty. People rarely survive such continuous torture. Say he could withstand the agony this time. What about next time and the time after that? Sooner or later, Wallace will figure out a way to make him talk. What should I do then? It's time for you to consider leaving this place. You have given us so much useful information all this time. It is enough for us to figure out how to deal with Malcolm. My earlier promise to you still holds ground. During my last voyage, I scouted some islands for you, and I managed to find a suitable one. There is a ready supply of drinking water and a thick forest on the island. It is a perfect hideaway for your tribe. And if you need weapons, I can give them to you. Don't worry about your daily essentials. I'll send you a batch as well. Zhang Heng paused for a while before continuing. Just as I said, my ship and men will be waiting for you at a designated location. I can't get involved in your slave war. Otherwise, the plantations on the island will make an enemy out of me. I can understand that. When I leave, I will ask Leah to bring all the letters you need and pass them to you. Once Zhang Heng was finished with Layli, he looked for Karina to discuss Eugene. They quickly realized that it was going to be an uphill battle getting Eugene to work with them and stand up against Malcolm. Sounds easy enough to me. We just need to tie him up and give him a good beating, grinned N. This time, we are not allowed to use any violence. Otherwise, we could lose all credibility. We need to make sure that Eugene is willing to speak out the truth. His words will be proof that Malcolm has always placed his own interests above the black market alliance. Eugene also needs to tell everyone that Malcolm is not suitable as a leader. Anyway, we'll need to check him out first. Billy wanted to be a part of this operation as well, and on the third day in the morning, the four of them gathered at Zhang Heng's place. I will speak first. Eugene became an intelligence dealer 3 years after the first black market alliance collapsed. After the first alliance was formed, he managed to convince a group of people to bring Norman down by becoming his competitor. From what I know, he succeeded in snatching away a few important deals from the black market alliance. The situation was still salvageable at that time. After all, Norman's reputation was soaring in Nassau. A large number of people were willing to trust and follow him. That was until something happened, said Karina. What happened? Norman was caught secretly dealing with 2 pirate ships. He was accused of misusing his power to gouge for higher prices. In return, the 2 pirate ships gave half of their earnings to Norman. This was the incident that caused him to lose all his reputation. It all seems so wrong to me. The captains of the two pirate ships were close to Eugene. One of them even used to work with him. Can you locate those two pirate ships? I'm afraid not. My investigation stops here. From what I know, one ship set off and didn't return after that. I'm guessing that they were plundered and subsequently sank. The other ship was forced out of business by competing pirates. 1 year ago, their captain was stabbed to death over an argument in a tavern. After that, the entire crew underwent major changes. All the old pirates were replaced by new ones. Even if we could find the original crew of that ship, it would be pointless. After all, there's only so much an ordinary pirate would know about the captain, said Billy. Anyway, the Black Market Alliance was disbanded because of this incident. Normand has a lot of friends, though, and Eugene wasn't welcome in the black market merchant circle after what happened to Normand. That was why he was forced to quit to be an intelligence dealer instead. With his strong connections with the customs, he has become quite successful now. Of course, it's nothing compared to what he achieved when he was still a black market merchant. Now, here's the problem. In the end, Eugene got nothing from this incident. Why would he do what Malcolm asked? Are you trying to say that perhaps Malcolm rewarded Eugene secretly? Asked Billy. On the contrary, I think there's a big possibility that Malcolm threatened Eugene to submission. I've studied Malcolm's character, and he seems to be a before very cautious person. If he can make Eugene accuse Normand of something he didn't do, he definitely held something against Eugene. However, judging by Eugene's personality, if he was willing to frame Normand for money, he could do the same to Malcolm as well. So, right now, we need to find out what Malcolm's beef with Eugene is. I think I might know the answer to that question. No one expected Anne to voice up in a moment like this. Immediately, everyone turned their attention to her. At that, she simply shrugged. What's wrong? I have my own methods of investigation. Harry is very close to the kids around this area. Though all they do is mess around every day, they are actually quite useful when I need help. Due to their young age, no one really pays attention to them. From time to time, they would overhear secrets from the adults and spill them out. Very few people actually know that Eugene has an illegitimate son. Illegitimate son? How old is he? Where is he right now? A prostitute bore his child when he first arrived on this island. According to what the kids heard, Eugene got the prostitute out once he knew that she was pregnant. He even bought her a house in Nassau. Unfortunately, the house was burned down. Eugene managed to get out in time, but not the woman. Miraculously, the child survived the fire. This incident caused him and his son to be at odds. He left Nassau alone when he was only 10. Chapter 239. Hesitation. Was Eugene married? As far as I know, he's got a wife in the colony, but they couldn't have kids. If that's true, then the illegitimate son is probably his only child, Billy said. This child must be of great importance to him. Eugene must have felt very guilty, especially about that fire, Karina reasoned. So, Malcolm used the child to make Eugene do his bidding? And quizzed. No, that's not Malcolm's style. Karina shook her head. At times, he'd use the simplest and most straightforward way to solve a problem, much like the skull issue. However, keeping someone captive like that is crossing the line. There's no way he would imprison a living person for that long. So, Malcolm's hold over Eugene is not his son, Billy said, stroking his chin. Then we're back to square one. Is there anything else that Eugene really cares about? I'm sorry. I couldn't find anything other than his son. He leads a pretty simple life right now. Spending most of his time each day in the same tavern, he buys and sells news to the captains. Other than this, he rarely does anything else. He's one man with a bloody rigid life. Apart from work purposes, he never interacts with people, and only does things that rarely put him in conflict with others, said Karina. I still think that Malcolm is using Eugene's son, said Zhang Hong, who hadn't spoken a word since the start. But he didn't resort to lowly means such as holding the child in custody. I believe Malcolm showed Eugene that he would always have a way to get to his son, which is why Eugene did as he was told automatically. I know someone we can ask. Who is it? I've been investigating Eugene's interpersonal relationships mainly because I was curious. He's only in his early 40s, meaning that his physique hasn't suffered significant deterioration yet. Men of this age still have their basic physiological needs. But like you said, after the fire, he had no relationships with women, and he never visited the brothel either. How did he manage to maintain his chastity for more than 10 years? Did you find the answer? Eugene suffers from severe backache. He's tried various methods, but hasn't found a cure. Then someone recommended him to try the remedy of the Guanahatabe people. He would go to a small manor on the island every other week, where a woman named Carmen owns the place. I believe both of them share some kind of intimate relationship. No, more like a very, very intimate relationship. The treatment has continued for nearly 10 years now. They are not simply ordinary friends or lovers. Carmen probably knows quite a bit of Eugene's secrets, and it's highly likely that she knows how Malcolm controls Eugene. So, all we have to do is find this Carmen to tell us what Malcolm has on Eugene. Right. Then what are we waiting for? And raised her chin. We're waiting for a friend. Carmen will be easier to handle than Eugene, but like I said, she and Eugene have been in a relationship for nearly a decade now. We need to be prepared. Karina and I will go. If there's too many of us, she may feel uncomfortable. Just as Zhang Heng finished, the sound of a carriage coming to a halt could be heard downstairs. Zhang Heng grabbed his coat and went downstairs with Karina. This was a relatively safe undertaking. Carmen was not much of a fighter. So, to minimize the chances of hostility, Zhang Heng left his knife behind. He only brought a short musket for self-defense. He opened the door of the carriage for Karina as she picked up her dress and entered it. Once Zhang Heng was inside, he told the driver, "Go to Hyman Mansion." "What about your friend?" Karina asked when she noticed that the third person wasn't in the carriage with them. "We've arranged a time to meet. He will be there when he's needed. Let's just hope that it won't get to that point." Only until the carriage door was shut did Karina finally relax, as if stripping off a masquerade. Gone was her stern, unrelenting stance. She leaned back against the seat, rubbing her temples in exasperation. Then, she suddenly remembered that she wasn't alone and was immediately embarrassed. She did not know what to say to Zhang Heng. "It looks like you've been having a tough time." "Not really. Thanks to the money you provided, I was able to pay off all our debts. The rest are just small problems. Speaking of which, whatever you're doing now, isn't that even more dangerous? I heard that you came across the Navy this time. 6 pirate ships went out, but only you made it home. Not only that, you even brought back most of the gold. I don't think I've even congratulated you." It must have been an interesting story. Karina straightened herself. There was also a lot of luck at play. It may be blind luck the first time, but after the second and third, it's not luck anymore. Now that Black Sam is gone, you and your men are the most powerful pirates on this island. I knew that this day would come when I first met you, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. You did pretty well yourself. Even though you have Malcolm and the Black Market Alliance breathing on your neck, you are still able to grow your business into what it is today. When you first came to the island, I'm sure no one believed that you could get to where you are now, not to mention that you were a newcomer. Karina smiled thinly. But I've never even won once against Malcolm. If it weren't for you, my bags would have probably been packed, and I would have and left Nassau a long time ago. Malcolm has been operating on this island for so long, and now, he even has the Black Market Alliance under his grasp. You wouldn't have stood a chance. Now that we've identified his weak point, it's our turn to forge the path ahead. At Zhang Heng's calming suggestions, Karina rested for the remainder of the journey. When she closed her eyes, her mind drifted to the first time she boarded Jackdaw. That night, after having 1 glass too many of whiskey in the captain's cabin, she began rambling about her childhood and turbulent past. That night alone, she revealed her entire life story, but ironically, whatever she really wanted to say simply couldn't leave her lips. After that, when she found out about Zhang Heng and Anne, a woman whose bravery she admired, she had to admit that she must have hesitated at some point, concerned that she was merely attracted to his air of mystery, and troubled by Zhang Heng's pirate identity. She didn't despise and forgetting him first. The truth was, what caused people to lose out had nothing to do with timing, but rather, their own hesitating at the point of a crucial decision. Chapter 240. Carmen. The horse carriage had parked outside Hyman Manor when Karina opened her eyes again. Karina was the kind of woman that could move on once she realized that her goal was a lost cause. Although she felt upset for some time after she knew that relationship between Zhang Heng and Annam, she snapped out of it and focused solely on her business. Time had washed off the sadness that she had within her heart. She was reminded of some of the memories that she had since she was in a small space with Zhang Heng. After taking a short nap, she felt that her energy was rejuvenated. Once Karina got down from the horse carriage, she stretched her back and looked around the place. This place was different from Malcolm's Terrace Manor. Carmen's Hyman Manor was not as huge as Terrence Manor. Its size was only 1/10 of Terrence Manor's size. There were no plantations around the mansion. The mansion was surrounded by a huge garden and grassland. Carmen had inherited this place from her late husband, Smith. Only 1 year after they were married, Smith fell from the horse carriage and died. How can I help you both? A black man was cutting grass in the garden. He put down the scissors and walked toward them when he saw them standing in front of the mansion. I heard the master of this mansion is an expert at Guanahatabe's healing skill. I'm here to ask for her help, Zhang Heng said after he got down from the horse carriage. You are right about that. Mrs. Smith is very talented at Guanahatabe's healing skills. I can say that her healing is better than all the Guanahatabes on this island. However, you will need to make an appointment if you need her help. We need time to prepare herbs and the right medical tools for you. Other than that, Mrs. Smith will need to go into meditation one night before she uses this healing skill on others. Is that right? But we are here right now. Can we at least experience her healing skill a little? About that, the black man looked sheepish. You came at the wrong time. In half an hour, a patient will come and meet up with Mrs. Smith. So, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a woman. That's all right. Drew, let them come in. As you wish. Drew then moved aside and welcomed Zhang Heng and his people into the mansion. Zhang Heng and Karina followed behind him, and they passed by a small garden before then entered the main entrance. After that, Drew went to the kitchen to make tea for them. About 5 minutes later, the woman that talked to Drew earlier finally came down from the second floor. Before that, she was standing in front of the window on the second floor. Zhang Heng managed to take a quick look at her. Finally, he had the chance to meet her officially. According to the information that Zhang Heng gathered about Carmen, her age should be similar to Eugene's, around 40 years old. However, it was hard to guess her age from the way she looked. It seemed like she had a great method of taking care of her skin, as her entire being was emanating an aura that was mixed with maturity and innocence. Zhang Heng could finally understand why Eugene was so attracted by her. Drew, did you know who you stopped from entering my mansion? Forgive me for not knowing, madam. Who was the most famous person on this island recently? Mr. Malcolm, that formed the Black Market Alliance. Black Prince Sam becomes the Pirate King of Nassau, and the most recent famous person on Nassau is the Captain of Jackdaw, Zhang Heng. It was at that time that Drew realized the person sitting in front of him was Zhang Heng. After all, the characteristics of Easterners stood out amongst all the people in this mansion. At the same time, he was astonished by this realization. No matter what, you can't ask the most famous captain in Nassau to leave this mansion right now. Drew, I need you to cancel my next appointment. Tell Mr. Buffon that his treatment has changed to tomorrow night. Drew nodded his head and served the tea to Zhang Heng and his people before he left the house. I hope that my man didn't offend you. Carmen extended her hand. All these while, Zhang Heng did not like Europeans' hand-kissing gesture. This was a tradition passed down from the Vikings. It spread to Europe, and it became a polite gesture used by the aristocrats. Usually, this gesture was used by men to show their respect to married women. In modern society, it was still commonly used amongst the royalties in Europe. Still, it did not hide the fact that it was an unhygienic move. Considering the people that lived in this era showered only once every week, there were surely a lot of bacteria on their hands. So, Zhang Heng extended his hand and chose to shake her hand instead of kissing it. Carmen was embarrassed by it, but she managed to conceal her emotion before anyone realized it. She then turned around and smiled at Karina. Let me guess. Since the captain, I'm pretty sure you are in. No, Miss and has red hair that everyone is envious of. You are Miss Karina. Though the things that you've done are not as famous as Captain Zhang, your name had spread across the entire Nassau, especially the women on this island. A lot of them are always talking about you and Miss and the two of you have proven that women can still rule in the world that is dominated by men. You think too highly of me. I'm just a businesswoman that wants to earn more money. After a while, the three of them were done with complimenting each other. I have never thought that Captain Zhang Heng knows me. How can I help you? There is something I need your help urgently, Madam Smith. That would be my honor. Might I know which part of your body is unwell? Karina lifted the cup of tea in front of her and asked, Madam Smith, I heard that you are very close to Mr. Eugene. I beg your pardon. We have no ill intention towards Mr. Eugene. Actually, we know that he is being stuck in a helpless situation for many years. We wish to help him to solve his problem. But I need you to tell me the things that are threatening him right now. I don't know what you are talking about. I'm just a doctor that knows Guanahatabe healing skill. We know the relationship between you and Eugene. He always comes here to look for you in the middle of the night, and he would leave the next morning. His wife is not on this island, and you have remained a widow for so many years, Karina interrupted. Forgive me for being straightforward. You know nothing about being a widow. If you are here for this matter, I'm afraid I have to end the conversation here. Drew, the guests want to leave. Karina's tone had changed. She was no longer as polite as before. Drew came into the mansion, but Zhang Heng and Karina did not get up. I heard that you are not in a good relationship with your late husband's family after he passed away. They want to reclaim all the properties that he owned, especially this mansion. I think we can provide you with some assistance. Carmen was moved by it, but she still rejected them in the end. I don't know what you are talking about. I can't help you even if I want to. Whether you want to believe in what I say or not, Mr. Eugene is just a patient to me. If you are here to seek my healing skill, I welcome you. As for all the things that you have just mentioned, forgive me for not being able to help you. Chapter 241. The threat against Eugene, neither persuasion nor bribe were effective, and there was no way to employ direct force. Karina looked at Zhang Heng, who was next to her, wondering if he had any idea about what else they could do. Zhang Heng sat very still, not saying a word, sitting as silently as a rock on the couch. After a while, another carriage arrived at the door. Drew looked puzzled. Mr. Buffon has arrived earlier than usual this time. However, when the vehicle stopped, it was a pale-faced young man who alighted. Blinded by the sunlight, he reached out a hand to shield his face. Drew's expression changed abruptly upon seeing the man, and he rushed to close the door to the house. But the young man quickly recovered, and when he saw Drew and Carmen, he quickly moved towards the door. But his body moved as if it was hollow, his footsteps faint. He had only taken 2 steps forwards, and already he was gasping for air. Carmen said to Drew, looking rather annoyed, "Drew, go help him." Drew was reluctant, but it was his master's instruction, so had no other choice but to walk up to the man and put on a smile. "Mr. Gary," but before he could say any more, the latter pushed him away and spat impatiently. "Don't block my way." As the young man walked into the house, he said to Carmen, "I've been tight on money lately. Give me another sum of money." Even though Karina was unhappy with Carmen's reluctance to cooperate, this young man's haughtiness was just too much. She had never seen anyone ask for money so righteously. And from his appearance, Karina could tell that he had been smoking way too much opium. Carmen's smile was visibly forced. "Wait a minute, Gary. Let me deal with the matter here, and send these guests away first, then we'll talk." "Why? Am I keeping you from making money?" As soon as the young man had finished talking, he received a hard slap across the face. Carmen could not hold back the anger bubbling inside her anymore. Her chest rose and fell violently in tempo with her fury. Karina's eyes widened in surprise. She turned to Zhang Heng and whispered, "This is the friend you found." "Who is he?" "Carmen's late husband's younger brother. He has no purpose other than to cause trouble." Carmen's late husband had asked her to take care of his little brother. Contrary to what most people believe, Carmen had a very good relationship with her husband. If her husband had not passed away too soon, she would not have chosen to make money this way. "By the way, he is not my friend. My friend is behind him." An elderly gentleman with a pipe wedged between his fingers walked into the house. He took off his hat and greeted Carmen, then turned to nod at Zhang Heng. "You are Clay King, owner of a brothel," said the old man, smiling. Carmen could sense that something was amiss. "What is the reason for your visit, Mr. Clay?" "Oh, Miss Carmen, please take care of Mr. Gary's recent expenditures for him." "How much?" "That's a total of 720 gold coins." "How is this possible?" Carmen laughed in frustration. "How long did he stay in your brothel?" "Even if he was there for 3 months, it wouldn't have cost that many gold coins." "Of course, I'm just a representative. The 720 gold coins not only includes Mr. Gary's spending at my place, but also at the gambling house and tobacco house." "Oh, and this is bill signed by Mr. Gary. Mr. Gary here can verify them," Clay said, offering the bill. Carmen took the paper and quickly glanced through it. Then she turned to Zhang Heng and asked, "Is this your doing?" Zhang Heng made no attempt to deny it. "The day of repayment is today. If it is overdue, Mr. Gary will be sold to the mines where he will work to pay off the debt. The decision is yours, Mrs. Smith." The Zhang Heng today was very different from the one who had just arrived on the island. Jackdaw was now the most powerful pirate gang in Nassau. Zhang Heng no longer had to fight on his own as he did, and his network had also expanded. Although only he and Billy and a few others could be trusted to handle crucial matters such as dealing with Malcolm, and small matters such as dealing with Carmen, Clay and some others were more than happy to assist. Carmen shook with rage. There was no way she could pay up such a large sum of money immediately, not to mention that she never liked Gary much. She was tempted to use this opportunity to solve the trouble that was her brother-in-law, but when she thought about her late husband's request, her heart softened again. She and Smith never had children, and this was Smith's only dying request. No matter how much she despised Gary, she could not bear the thought of seeing him being sold to the mines. Zhang Heng repeated, "There is no rivalry between Mr. Eugene and I. On the contrary, we also want to help him solve his long-standing troubles. You probably have heard about the situation between the Black Market Alliance and me, and know my position." Carmen fell silent. After a while, she heaved a deep sigh. "I know what you want to know, but if I tell you, will you release Gary?" Zhang Heng nodded. "You have my word." Not wanting to be involved in the rivalry between Jackdaw and the Black Market Alliance, Clay did not stay to listen to the conversation. He patted Gary on the shoulder and smiled. "Let's go. There's an interesting new program back at the shop. Don't you want to give it a try?" "Really?" Gary looked surprised. "Is it specially prepared for me?" "Yeah. The girls miss you a lot." Gary rubbed his palm together. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Since Carmen had agreed to deal with his debts, he completely lost interest in her. He did not even thank her on his way out. But that was not surprising to Carmen at all. After she had Drew brew a fresh pot of tea for her two guests, she said, "Eugene has an illegitimate child. Did you know that?" Karina replied, "We heard that his relationship with Eugene is not great, and that he left Nassau when he was very young. Eugene still cares a lot about the child. He spent a lot of money hiring people to search for that child. Did they find him?" Karina nodded. "They did. The child entered the Navy Academy and graduated 4 years ago. He was a very young officer. When he saw that his son was doing well, Eugene kept his distance, not wanting to bother him. Until one day, Malcolm found Eugene and used that child to threaten him." "How did Malcolm do it?" "Before the child left Nassau, he found work on a pirate ship very briefly, only about 2 weeks. But during that period of time, they robbed a cargo ship carrying cotton. The group of pirates killed the captain, the first officer, and some sailors who resisted. Only 5 or 6 people were spared. Among them, 2 were rescued by a passing merchant ship and survived. Now, they are working under Malcolm." Chapter 242, 80% Chance. Malcolm controlled Eugene and made him frame Normand, not because he had leverage over him, but his son? Asked, and as she returned the weapon to Zhang Heng. "Yes. Many of the colony's residents have a zero-tolerance policy toward pirates. If that incident was made public, not only would Eugene's son be booted from the Navy, but he would even face the death penalty," Zhang Heng confirmed. "No wonder Eugene was so compliant to Malcolm. Before we can ask Eugene to expose Malcolm, we would have to solve his problem first." "Did Carmen tell you who the 2 survivors were?" asked Billy. Karina shook her head. "Eugene didn't tell her the names of the 2 survivors, but I think I might have a way to find out. The customs have a record of the names of pirate attack survivors. I can write in and have someone look it up. So, our next step is to look for the names of the 2 survivors. We have to find a way to either kill them or abduct them. I don't think it'll be that easy. If it was, Eugene would have done that already. There's no way he would let Malcolm hold sway over him for the rest of his life. Even if he didn't do it himself, he could have hired someone to do it for him," said Karina. Zhang Heng simply kept quiet. "What's wrong?" asked Karina. "Nothing. I suddenly thought of something, but I'm not sure if it's the right way to achieve our goal. Can I borrow 2 men from you? I want them to travel to the colony and check something for me." Zhang Heng and his men were on the wanted list of several ports, and though he had spent a long time at sea and was now tanned, his oriental appearance still made him stand out like a sore thumb. That said, the Northern American colonies of this era had always fascinated Zhang Heng, and given the opportunity, he would have loved to traverse the lands on a sightseeing tour. All that, of course, on the premise that his core mission had been completed and had earned enough money. He could even pay the retired Roscoe a visit. The old man had taught him so much, not to mention controlling the sails and reading the winds. It wasn't hyperbole to say he was Zhang Heng's enlightenment guru. However, those wisps of sentimentality lingered in his mind only briefly. it was simply too risky. It was a shame knowing that with his current identity, he was destined to never reintegrate into civilized society. Of course, Karina nodded, adding, "Pick whoever you want." Zhang Heng selected two somewhat competent-looking men and briefed them on the matter they were to investigate. Then, he gave them 40 silver coins for their expenses, which had the two pleasantly surprised and pleased. That very night itself, they embarked on a journey back to the colony. As usual, Zhang Heng didn't waste any time. After digging around for a bit, he quickly found the pirate gang that Eugene's son had been a part of. As a matter of fact, that pirate group had long since ceased to exist. Like most pirate gangs on the island, it existed only for a short time before disbanding in less than a year. It wasn't even a large group to start with. At their peak, the time when Eugene's estranged son joined in, there were fewer than 30 individuals. There wasn't much to gloat either, their most significant achievement being robbing a merchant ship hauling cotton, and that was 9 years ago. After the gang's dismantling, the small portion who were left joined other pirate gangs, and one after another, they were subsequently buried at sea. There were even a few who returned to their life as fishermen. So, after about a week, and with Brooke's help, Zhang Heng found a guy who used to work on the ship. After asking the man a few questions, Zhang Heng thanked him and went on his way. Coincidentally, the results of Karina's investigation were out. She finally understood why Eugene submitted to vicious humiliation all these years and was unable to get rid of Malcolm's control over him. Malcolm had sent one of the two survivors to the naval fleet and the other to the governor's mansion as a bodyguard. This meant that Billy's plan wouldn't work. Unless resolving to a mass bombing akin to Queen's and Revenge's bombardment of Charleston, it was unrealistic that they could kidnap or kill the two men. Karina felt a strong wave of frustration ramming into her. They thought they had identified Malcolm's weakness, but after all that bloody effort, they found themselves at another dead end. Malcolm was like a juggernaut without a flaw. Karina couldn't help but wonder who was going to win this war. After all, even Normand, the leader of the first-generation Black Market Alliance, lost to a fledgling Malcolm. Compared to him, she was nothing but a dabbling rookie in the industry. For days had passed, and Karina still found no solution. She grew more anxious by the day, generally uneasy and edgy. That was until Zhang Heng knocked at her door and said, "Let's go. The men you've lent me are back. We should pay Eugene a visit too." "Now? Are you sure you can convince him to give up his only son's life to be on our side?" "At least an 80% chance," Zhang Heng answered. "How is that even remotely possible?" Karina replied with wide beady eyes. "It's actually not as complicated as you think. I'll explain later." So that night, the pair arrived at Heyman Manor by carriage. Drew was already waiting at the door. He led them upstairs to the study, where Carmen and Eugene were present. After the latter finished reading the letter in his hand, he grew emotional. He asked with a sniffle, "How do I know what you're saying is true? If you've read the letter, you would know that your son never boarded any pirate ship before he left Nassau. He paid for his journey with what he earned doing odd jobs around the island," Zhang Heng said. "When Mrs. Smith mentioned you and your son, she said that you both grew apart after the fire, and you haven't been in contact ever since. And this is why Malcolm's scheme worked. Do you think that I didn't look into it at that time? I found a pirate from that ship, and he verified that my son was indeed there. I even had customs check the records of the two survivors. They really were survivors of a plundered vessel. Are you about to tell me that Malcolm planned years ahead just so he could threaten me? No, Malcolm is not God. He couldn't have planned this so far ahead of time. So, the survivors are real, that pirate ship is real, and the robbery is real too, except for one thing. The person on the ship wasn't your son. Malcolm must have found out by chance that you and your son were estranged. When he realized that he could use it against you, he only had to buy off one person, the helmsman of that pirate ship." Zhang Heng paused, then continued. "I found an old sailor from that ship. It was all very close to what I anticipated. At that time, the ship experienced a very high turnover rate, a common problem among the underdog pirate gangs. If their loot wasn't nearly enough, it was difficult to retain people. In reality, most either fished or grew crops for a living. They would only rush over if they heard a ship is hiring. Most of them don't even know each other or would be acquainted for a short while before completely forgetting each other. There happened to be a teenager around your son's age at that time. Malcolm saw it as the perfect tool to be used against you." Chapter 243, Two Sets of Arguments. The helmsman is the person responsible for recruiting manpower. Only he knows where everyone comes from. Zhang Heng said to Eugene. You can find someone to verify this matter, and you will definitely find the helmsman of the ship. He will tell you that your son is on that boat. As for the others, because so much time has passed, they will only remember that there was indeed a teenager who worked on the ship. However, this seems to further affirm what the helmsman has said and make you believe that your son is indeed on that boat. Karina looked as astonished as Eugene. You mean, Malcolm actually has no leverage at all? He just created an illusion of having one. That's right. Wait, but what about the two survivors? Why did one join the Navy and the other the governor's residence? If they had nothing to do with this matter, why is Malcolm protecting them? No, you still don't understand that it wasn't Malcolm who sent them to join the Navy and governor's residence. It was after they had joined, and Malcolm discovered it, that he chose them, which put the entire plan in his favor and makes it more believable. Zhang Heng turned to Eugene and asked, when you first heard the news, were they already in the Navy and the governor's residence? Eugene was silent for a moment, then nodded. After all, 7 years have passed since that incident. I went back to the colony myself and learned about it. I confirmed that they had entered the Navy and the general governor's residence 2 years ago and realized that I stood no chance. At that time, I naturally thought that Malcolm had done this, and I felt that he was too terrifying a force to contend with. The thought that he planned it all 2 years in advance left me discouraged and in despair. So Malcolm knows that the state of your relationship with your son and how important your son is to you. So, he used a real event to fake your son's pirate experience in order to control you. The businesswoman felt chills run down her spine. She did not know which version of Malcolm was more terrifying, the invulnerable one with no apparent weaknesses or the one who had his opponents in the palm of his hand. In contrast to her, Eugene had calmed down after the initial rush of emotions. The ropes that had been around his neck for many years showed signs of loosening. In his chair, he seemed to be different from than before. He straightened his back and his gaze grew sharper as looked up at Zhang Heng, who was seated opposite. I must admit you're really close to persuading me. But so far, these are just your inferences. Except for that letter from my son, you have no concrete evidence. I haven't seen my son in 10 years, so I don't recognize his handwriting anymore. How would I know that the one who's deceiving me is not you? Eugene paused. I've heard of the conflict between you and the Black Trade Alliance. The two of you have worked so hard to resolve my problem as a stranger. I'm guessing you must need my help to deal with Malcolm. I can agree to your request, but I need more evidence to be certain that my son is safe if I am to be going up against Malcolm. That's not too much to ask, is it? Actually, the simplest way is for you to look for your son and speak to him face to face, Zhang Heng said. Eugene fell into silence again. It was noticeably longer this time. None of the 4 people in the room spoke. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen over before the intelligence dealer spoke again with a sad smile. I'm not sure if I still have the right to be his father. When the fire broke out, I was cowardly and ran out of the house. At that moment, I had lost him forever. I don't deserve his forgiveness. Perhaps it's because you've never tried asking him for his forgiveness. Zhang Heng stopped talking and got up from his chair. He opened the wooden door behind him which led to a balcony, where a young man who looked like Eugene stood, with a complicated expression on his face. Carmen, who had not uttered a word before this, said softly, Sorry, I didn't tell you about this in advance. I was worried that you would be unwilling to meet him. But now that you're both here, we'll give you both some time alone. After she finished talking, she got up and left the house first, followed by Zhang Heng and Karina, and closed the door behind her. The 3 went down to the living room downstairs, and Carmen went to get wine for the 2. There were too many surprises tonight. Karina was still recovering from the shock. After a while, she asked, It was you who found his son? Zhang Heng nodded. Eugene is a very cautious person. Without enough evidence, it was impossible for him to help us deal with Malcolm. However, it was not an easy task bringing his son back. The enmity between them runs deep. Under normal circumstances, they would have only met again at Eugene's funeral. So how did you manage to persuade him to return? I had prepared 2 sets of arguments in advance. One from his mother's perspective, and the other regarding his blood ties to Eugene. Which one convinced him? Neither. Fortunately, I still had a card to play. I let the dispatcher inform him that if he wants to go back to Nassau, I can pay him 40 gold coins, Zhang Heng explained. Although room and board are included in the Navy, Low-ranking officers like him have a low income. If he wants to climb up the ladder, he would need funds, but he's unwilling to receive support from his father. Of course, considering my identity, this money will eventually need to be paid through Miss Carmen. Karina took a moment to digest all this, then said, "So now we have already won Eugene over. If all goes well, yes. Laylee's preparations are nearly done. Tomorrow night, I'll have Billy take 20 crew members to wait for him on the west side of the island, which is the coast closest to Terrence Manor. There is nothing but shells and sand in that area, so people rarely go there. The jackdaw can take them away from Nassau by night. Once you get those letters and Eugene's accusations, Malcolm's reputation will fall fast, and the other black market merchants will not allow a person tied to so many misdeeds to continue controlling the black market alliance. Considering Redmond and Norman's relationship, he can't just ignore what happened 3 years ago. So Malcolm will have a hard time making a comeback this time." Chapter 244. New contact of late. A dark cloud had been hanging over the heads of Terrence Manor's residents. Leah was in the kitchen, making Malcolm his breakfast, when she subconsciously glanced at an empty corner. Just 3 weeks ago, a familiar face had stood there. She last saw Nadia when he got dragged out of the kitchen by the supervisor after he was reported. By the time she saw him again, he had already been whipped to oblivion. The supervisor lifted the mangled Nadia and dragged him out of the house. Leah's heart dropped as she trembled with fear at the awful sight of the now unrecognizable man. Thankfully, she managed to put up a calm front. The constant anxiety she had been subjected to caused her to have vivid and revolting nightmares each night. She started dreaming that the supervisors had come to get her too. During that trying period, everyone who had been in contact with Nadia was brought in for questioning. Many didn't make it back, and yet, she had somehow escaped it by serving Malcolm breakfast each day. As a result, no one thought of approaching her so far. Ever since she was sold to Terrence Manor, Malcolm saw her in a different light. The same went for the other members of the household, who unexpectedly treated her with the utmost respect. Leah was certain, though, that this special treatment wasn't because of how important she was. Once she lost this, viewed in a different light, status, she would be demoted to the fate of the other slaves in the manor, their survival at the mercy of Malcolm's whimsical temper. Despite the confusion and the mess in it all, she saw the whole situation crystal clear. After Nadia's apprehension, Laylee's lifeline to the Terrence Manor was severed, turning communications into a daunting task. With tensions running high, the slaves were strictly prohibited from contacting outsiders. They went as far as to replace those tasked to buy food with the supervisors. Seeing how challenging the situation had become, Laylee put in extra effort to look for a new messenger, who he found happened not to be a black slave, but a missionary who would come to preach at the manor every day. He hailed from the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts. Founded by Thomas Bray in 1701, it was approved by the British royal family to preach the gospel to Native Americans, blacks, and whites, albeit with limited success. Laylee attempted to bribe the priest with the gold coins Zhang Heng gave him, hoping that he could pass his words on to Leah. To protect Leah, he told the priest not to talk to her directly, but instead, to a girl from his tribe. This girl would pass his words to Leah after that. So, as it was, Laylee was set to leave the place in 2 days. On that day, Leah was supposed to clean Malcolm's study. This time, she was asked to slip Norman and Redmond's letters out of the manor. By choosing this day, Laylee could lower Leah's risks when she stole the letters. All she needed to do was to hold out until the night, and she would be able to leave the manor. A day before the plan's execution, Laylee asked the clergy to smuggle in a pile of daggers, guns, and weapons into Terrence Manor. Unsurprisingly, the straight-as-a-fiddle priest rejected him. Initially, he sympathized with the slaves and yearned to earn a quick buck as well. Never in his mind did it occur to him that Laylee would blow the whole thing out of proportion. The moment he caught sight of the weapons, he was terrified to death. It was too late for Laylee to step back right now. He had no idea how long Nadia would last inside the manor. He wanted to wait no longer, seeing that he had run out of time to look for a new insider. Once he missed this window of opportunity, he would need to wait another week before he could act again. In an attempt of encouragement, Laylee kidnapped the priest's brother after apologizing, intending to use him as a means of leverage. Unbeknownst to the priest, his sympathy would eventually put his life at risk. Suddenly, he realized that Laylee wasn't the simple man he thought he was. He was a dangerous wild beast that would do anything it took to achieve his goals. Besides, blacks like Layli were naturally hostile towards the whites since they enslaved them for centuries. It drove him harder to save his people from the manor, even if he was to pass the gates of hell, and diminished all thought of the consequences that his actions might bring. Man, there was no turning back for the priest too. He had no choice but to carry out Layli's demands if he wanted to save his brother. He came up with an excuse that he was to distribute food to the slaves. Seeking to appear as inconspicuous as he could, he rode on his horse carriage piled with bread back to the manor. At the sight of the heavily laden wagon, the mansion's butler felt it strange, recalling that the churches didn't typically help slaves since they all had their masters. If they started distributing alms, it would send a distasteful message to everyone that their masters were not feeding the slaves enough. However, the priest once said that everyone walking this earth was God's children, and the status of their wealth did not categorize them. The butler failed to come up with anything that could rebuke those words. After all, everyone in the manor, Malcolm included, respected these missionaries highly. Many of these priests had willingly given up their lives in Scotland to serve the people of the more impoverished regions. Such a sacrifice was deemed admirable, one that almost always gained reverence. Adding to that, the priest was a regular visitor to Terence Manor, and the butler felt it wasn't necessary to inspect his carriage. Thanks to the constant patronage, he was allowed in almost immediately. He was so nervous at that time that he almost bit his tongue. Once in the compound, the priest parked his carriage at a space where he usually gave his sermons. Once the supervisor saw the man getting down, the slaves were swiftly gathered. The time to eat had almost arrived, and in order not to hold up work, the priest would usually use this time to preach to them. However, considering the man he was, the priest was too nervous to think straight. All that came out of his mouth were a jumble of unintelligible sentences as his mind reeled with blankness. Luckily for him, the supervisors weren't the least interested in his sermons. As usual, they would indulge in poker as the words of the priest floated them by. Ironically, none of them noticed the priest acting strangely. As for the slaves, they had always been the priest's most faithful listeners, daring not to complain or say a word although they noticed that he wasn't quite himself today. Although seemingly drowned in his words, most slaves actually drifted away as the sermon droned on, unconcerned by what the preacher had to tell them. 10 long minutes later, the priest finally ended the sermon and began distributing the bread around. After making sure everyone had a piece in hand, he took 4 baskets of bread that were stored under the horse carriage and walked toward the manor. However, the guards blocked him the moment he arrived at the entrance. The priest knew that his most crucial moment was upon him. Whatever he did next would determine if the plan was a failure or success. "I'm here to deliver the bread. The female slaves are inside, right? I'm sorry. You are not allowed in the manor without permission. I am burdened by my duty bestowed by the Queen herself to spread the gospel across this land. I have the liberty to travel anywhere I want on this island." The priest did his best to sound convincing, but unfortunately, the 2 guards seemed unmoved by his effective proclamation. Just when the priest was figuring out another way to enter the manor, he heard Wallace scoffing. "You guys can't stop him. Father Tim is one of the bravest men that I've had the fine pleasure of meeting. I heard that he once walked 3 days and 3 nights around North Carolina preaching the gospel. Let the man in." Chapter 245. Are you planning to run? Priest Tim steadied his breath as he entered the manor with the baskets of bread in hand. Wallace then signaled over a slave to take them from him. Suddenly, Priest Tim spoke up. "Is Daisy around? Why? Do you need her for something?" Wallace raised an eyebrow, surprised that Priest Tim would specifically ask for Daisy. "She asked a question about my last sermon, and I didn't get to answer her right away. For the past 2 days, I've been praying for God to guide me. Now that he has finally graced with an answer, I must let her know. You can tell me the answer. I will relay your message to her," smiled the slave who was with Wallace. "I'm sorry, but I think it would be more appropriate if I tell her personally. This is, after all, my job." Priest Tim stood his ground, insistent and adamant. The slave then turned around to look at Wallace for an answer, but he simply shrugged. It's hard to say no to a priest. "Call Daisy here." After that, Wallace turned to Priest Tim again. "Priest Tim, are you feeling warm? This is the second time I see you wiping your sweat in 5 minutes. Indeed, the weather is extra hot today." Priest Tim's heart thumped violently in his chest when he heard Wallace's remarks. Instinctively, He wanted to wipe off the sweat on his brow again, but quickly put down his trembling arm. Wallace noticed that something wasn't right, but just as he was about to say something, Daisy arrived. Out of courtesy, Wallace stepped aside and allowed the vicar and slave to talk. Graciousness notwithstanding, he actually intended to eavesdrop on their conversation, and hence, lingered around the vicinity, hoping to pick up on something henceforth. Priest Tim spent a good 5 minutes explaining Daisy's engaging question, who God would listen to first if the blacks and whites prayed together at the same time. Very impressive explanation, Priest Tim. I was wondering, is there anything else that you need to do here? Asked Wallace right after the vicar was done talking. Priest Tim shook his head and passed the baskets of bread to Daisy. Please help me distribute the bread to the rest of the children. Allow me to send you off then, said Wallace with a stare as he gestured at the door with his hand. Once Priest Tim left the mansion, Wallace quickly talked to 2 of his supervisors. Fetch Daisy to the torture room. Give her a healthy dose of whipping. I'll be there in 10 minutes. What about Priest Tim? Leave him be. We shouldn't mess with priests if there's no solid evidence. It could get us into a lot of unnecessary trouble. At that, the 2 supervisors ran to Daisy's room, grabbed her by her hair, and dragged the struggling girl of the room. Wallace then walked in and kicked the 4 baskets of bread, expecting to find something. Lo and behold, whatever was in the baskets was indeed nothing but good OL bread. Wallace then stepped on all the loaves, crushing them to verify their contents. However, he found nothing within, as well. Wallace wasn't the least satisfied. He went on, turning over the sheets and flipping her bed, going as far as to dismantle every single plank that held it together. Still, despite ransacking almost everything, he found nothing unusual. Wallace frowned in frustration. For good measure, he tossed her entire wardrobe before walking out of her room. The few slaves who had gathered at the door to see what the commotion was all about quickly opened up a way for the storming Wallace. In a blinding rage, Wallace suddenly targeted one of them and asked, "Have you seen Daisy leave the room?" The slave quickly shook her head, only making Wallace ever the madder. He growled in a low, menacing tone. "You know the consequences of lying to me, right?" The slave was so fearful of Wallace that she started crying loudly. Wallace shoved the terrified girl away and looked at the rest of the slaves. "How about you guys? Did you see Daisy leaving her room?" All of them shook their heads together. Although it could happen, the possibility of so many slaves lying to him all at once was tiny, and Wallace began to doubt himself. Perhaps he was mistaken after all. When he thought about the strange way Priest Tim behaved, he was almost sure that there was something wrong with him. This was a critical period for Malcolm, and Wallace wasn't taking any risks. Since he failed to find anything in Daisy's room, he would have to resort to interrogating Daisy personally. Wallace wasted no time and rushed to the torture room with long strides. Leah's room was right beside Daisy's. When she heard Daisy screaming, she quickly hopped over to see why. Whatever she saw next terrified her. Daisy had become Laylee's new insider from Terrence Manor after Nadia's apprehension. She didn't expect her to be caught just days before her escape. This time, Leah started to panic. It wasn't because Daisy might tell Wallace that she had a part in it, but once Daisy was captured, Laylee's link to the manor would once again be severed. Right now, she had no idea what Laylee was up, and she didn't know what to do next as well. What worried her most was Laylee thinking that she must have received his message, and he'd jump into action when the time wasn't right. Not only would he fail to save his people, but he would also get himself into big trouble. Suddenly, someone tapped Leah's shoulder. When she turned around, she saw Lola. The woman wasn't from her tribe, and they weren't in good terms with each other. Lola had been envious of Leah getting special treatment from Malcolm and would usually ostracize Leah in front of the other slaves. At such a critical juncture, Leah didn't want Lola to see her panic. What Lola said next, however, left her in shock. "Are you people planning to escape this place?" What are you talking about?" Leah's heart instantly fell in dread, and her teeth started chattering. "Hey, listen. Now, don't you be afraid, little kitty. Daisy asked me to come for you. Follow me. I have something to show you." After that, Lola led her to the hut used to store the cleaning equipment. Leah hesitated for a while, but decided to follow her anyway. The thoughts of Lola using this method to sell her out to Wallace swiftly crossed her mind. After all, the two weren't exactly friends, and Lola wasn't from her tribe either. She had no obligation to help her at a time like this. Either way, Leah was left with no other option. As long as a slim chance to turn the tide around existed, she didn't mind the self-sacrifice. Once Leah entered the hut, Lola lit up an oil lamp and lifted the canvas lying at the corner of the room. 2 guns and 8 daggers were presented before her. "These are the weapons your allies brought for you. I also have one more thing to pass to you," said Lola as she produced a letter. Leah was about to take it, but Lola suddenly pulled it back. "Did you really think I'll give it to you just like that? I have taken a massive risk hiding these weapons for you. If I weren't there to clean up the place, Daisy would have been caught in possession of those weapons." "What do you want?" asked Leah. She had finally calmed down. "I want whatever you guys want. I want to leave this hellhole as well. I want to take a huge whiff of the air of freedom. You can either let me join you, or we can all rot here for eternity in this godforsaken manor." Chapter 246. True Enemy. Right after Zhang Hong and Karina left Hyman Manor, they met up with Billy to improve and calibrate the plan that was to be carried out when they received Laylee's letter. That included the partnership with Eugene. They needed to spread the news as soon as possible within the Black Market Alliance, badly needing all the support they could find on the island. In this operation, Redmond's approach was the key to their success. As the leader of the Black Market Alliance and a highly reputed black market merchant, his decision would affect the fate of all the other black market merchants in Nassau. However, it wasn't easy convincing Redmond to go against Malcolm. After all, Redmond was old, and it was getting hard for him to deal with all these managerial nonsense. With Malcolm leaving the alliance, it would be almost impossible for him to keep it running. The good news was that Redmond was from his counterpart and was not quite as ambitious as him. When it came to Karina's trading business, Redmond actually wasn't that harsh on it. As of now, Zhang Hong had 2 trump cards with him. One was the friendship between Redmond and Normand. Almost the entire island knew that Redmond was Normand's only supporter in the Black Market Alliance. If Redmond knew what Malcolm did to Normand, he would definitely not sit still. The second trump card in Zhang Heng's hand was Malcolm funding the political enemy of Redmond's son-in-law behind his back. With the heated argument that had broken between them, there was a high chance that Zhang Heng could pull Redmond to his side. The sun was almost up when the discussion came to an end. Karina returned home, where she cleaned up and prepared to take a short nap. Just as her head hit the pillow, a horse carriage pulled up in front of her house. She heard a knock at the door and an ensuing commotion. Immediately, she put on some proper attire and went to open the door. The sight of her newly hired bodyguards with loaded guns in their hands greeted her. They were in a confrontation with the visitor, and a fierce fight seemed to be imminent. "I think I'm not very welcome here," said the man as he pulled off his black gloves. Karina was in shock when she saw the unexpected visitor. "You've got some nerve, showing up in front of my house after what you did to me. I should order them to shoot you right now," she replied. "Why don't you do it then?" At that, Karina was rendered speechless. "It seems like you're still thinking straight. You know you'll never set foot in Nassau again if you kill me. Great. I love dealing with those who can think logically. Since you are not going to shoot me, aren't you going to invite me in?" Karina didn't like what she was feeling right now. It was just like the feeling she had at the coffee shop, the very essence of herself being overshadowed by an oppressive aura. Right now, Malcolm held absolute power over her, and she found it hard to argue with him. Technically, there wasn't much the two could talk about right now. After tonight, the winner would be disclosed. Be that as it may, Karina moved aside and allowed Malcolm to enter. Malcolm was cool and calm when he entered Karina's house. He appeared to be comfortable, as if he was in his own home. Karina's 2 bodyguards, on the other hand, were on high alert and stuck as close as they could to her. After hesitating a short while, she ordered her bodyguards to stand down. Karina and Malcolm were now alone in her house. Malcolm pulled out a chair, sat down, and went straight to business. "I want to suggest a truce between us." "Why? It's because you can't hold up any longer?" To her surprise, Malcolm didn't disagree. "I have to admit that I made many mistakes. I thought of 2 possibilities when Sam set to plunder the Spanish treasure ship. The first would be them successfully getting the 5,000 pounds of gold. The second would be failure, and they would be forced to return to Nassau. None of these possibilities would solve your current problem. However, I'm astonished that it was Jackdaw who took into possession more than half the gold. The Navy attack was unexpected, though. After learning a few lessons, do you really think I lost this time by coincidence? Isn't that right? If my plan had been perfectly executed, in no way would I have allowed you to survive until Jackdaw returned. I see now. The omnipresent leader of the Black Market Alliance has to resort to parlor tricks to drive fear into me. You don't know who your real enemy is, do you? Malcolm placed his gloves on the dining table and leaned back on the chair. No, I'm entirely clear about the matter. You ordered pirates to plunder my ship and asked that asshole of a Wilton to threaten me and kill my sailors. You also planted a mole in my company to monitor me. The entire Black Market Alliance locked me out, and I was bullied for my lack of experience. You're also the one who lured me into overexpanding my business. This is what competition is in business. You're doing the same thing to me as well, are you not? All the while, you've been snatching away tons of captains from me. Do you know what trouble you've caused me? It seems you've been enjoying this, huh? Enjoying this. You used dirty tricks to incarcerate my father and destroy my family. Now, you are telling me we are supposed to be friends. This has to be the lamest joke I've heard in my entire life. So it's your father. I finally know where your anger comes from. Malcolm raised his eyebrows and paused before continuing. What if I tell you that I have nothing to do with your father getting jailed? What would you think of me then? Come on, Mr. Malcolm. I still respect you as a competitor. Please do not lose whatever little respect I still have for you. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I wasn't joking. From the beginning, I've always respected your father a lot. We have a different view on things, and as a competitor myself, I won't hesitate to defeat him and drive him out of Nassau. Rest assured, I will never resort to such lowly methods to eliminate him. The moment he was in jail, I contacted my family for help in investigating this matter. Unfortunately, concrete proof in such matters is usually hard to find, and in the end, I made them contact Count Slaughter with their connections. We invited him over for a meal and gifted him with 2 pieces of top-notch ceramics in exchange for telling us what he knew. Eventually, he told us who put your father in jail. And who might that be? You wouldn't believe what I'm about to tell you. This man was a dear friend of your father. No, he was a friend to every black market merchant on this island. His name is Redmond, the current leader of the Black Market Alliance. It's not the first time he's done something like this. Have you heard of a man called Norman? He used to be Redmond's close acquaintance as well. The first-generation Black Market Alliance dismissal had everything to do with Redmond. Chapter 247. Don't do anything, Mr. Malcolm. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Let's not talk about my father's case first. Redmond was the vice leader of the first Black Market Alliance. Why would he be against Norman? It's not like he would gain anything out of it. According to what I know, Redmond stayed on to support Norman during his most difficult time. As for you, you just arrived on this island at that time. If the first generation of the Black Market Alliance was stable, you would have had a tough time getting to where you are today, right? Malcolm's expression stayed the same, even after hearing what Karina said to him. I don't blame you. Even I missed the real target. Redmond has bigger ambitions than anyone could imagine. As one of the pioneering black market merchants on this island, he was never worried about his wealth and fame from the beginning until now. However, he was forced to live under Norman's shadow. If he didn't do what he did back then, he couldn't have gotten to where he is today. He is now the leader of the Black Market Alliance. As for me, it's true that I secretly wish the first alliance wouldn't last long, all because of profits, of course. I did ask a merchant called Eugene to sabotage the Black Market Alliance, but the impact was minimal. With Norman's reputation, it was hard to shake him off from his position. So, you asked Eugene to coin up a story that Norman had been secretly working with 2 captains, right? Since you had the guts to do something like this, why should I believe that it wasn't you who sent my father to jail? It seems like you are well informed of the past. Whatever Eugene did after had nothing to do with me. I didn't ask him to frame Norman of something he didn't do. After your father was jailed, I started my own investigations, and I found out that Redmond had something to do with this incident. Why would you do that? You are not even that close to Norman, aren't you? So, why are you investigating this matter? Because I don't want to be the second Norman. All this time, Redmond had always resented the setting up of the alliance, hoped that it never existed in the first place. He only supported the first alliance to get rid of Norman. This time, he believes that I'm a huge threat. I have to say, he's one brilliant old man. Though he's now the leader, and I'm just the vice leader, he knew that I would eventually get to his position within 3 years. By that time, he would be forgotten everyone around him. If what you say is true, why would Redmond agree to form the alliance with you? Why would he support Norman to form the first alliance in the first place? Asked Malcolm. Before Karina could answer, Malcolm continued. That's because he couldn't figure out an effective way to get rid of Normand. If Normand weren't the leader of the alliance, it would be hard for Redmond to turn everyone against Normand since he's a rather reputed person here. Things were different when Normand was elected leader. The alliance's members automatically went against him when they were told that he had been receiving bribes from the captains. The profits of the members were severely affected, causing them to revolt. I knew that he would use the same strategy to fight me. Your problem isn't the only one I've had to deal with lately. I have to admit that your business did give me some problems, and if Redmond's men didn't stir up trouble, would I have been so passive? Most importantly, Fraser betrayed me. He told me earlier that he had a beef with Zhang Hong, and he was willing to dispose of you and your people for me. However, I started to be suspicious of him after what happened to the skeleton. Don't you think that Zhang Hong and his jackdaw arriving that night was too much of a coincidence? Wilton's skeleton arrived first, and Jackdaw came right after that. That wasn't a coincidence. Fraser calculated everything. According to our agreement, the skeleton was supposed to sink your ship and kill everyone on it. After that, they were supposed to leave Nassau. However, Fraser told me that Wilton was out of control. Not only did he take your money, but he also wanted to use your sailors to rip you off. Can't you see that he's fooled us here? Fraser is considered to be Zhang Heng's mentor, more or less. He knows Zhang Heng better than anyone else on this island. In that situation, he knew exactly what decisions Zhang Heng would make. Fraser had already anticipated that Wilton and his men would live past that night. I have to admit that he had it all hidden so well. Though I suspected him before, I couldn't find anything solid to pin him. So, I decided to trust him once more. When he contacted the captains on the island to leave the alliance and deal with you instead, I realized that I made a huge mistake. It was supposed to be a kill two birds with one stone strategy. If everything went smoothly, I would use the opportunity to destroy you and your business. Once you're gone, the other captains on this island would have no option but to rely on the Black Market Alliance even though they don't like us. The person that destroyed this plan wasn't Zhang Heng. It was Fraser. We all know his conflict with Zhang Heng on this island. I only chose to believe him previously because I thought his target was always Zhang Heng and not me. After this incident, I can tell that he works for Redmond. However, it would be naive for Redmond to think that he can get rid of me so easily. If he can look for Fraser's help, then I can work with you to get rid of him as well. You get to keep your 12 pirate ships, and I won't interfere with your business anymore. I can even provide you with assistance to get through certain customs and local markets. Once this whole thing is over, I will help you to get your father out of jail. What would this cost me? You don't have to do anything. I just want us to stop fighting each other. I will solve my problem while you just sit quietly and watch the drama unfold. As for your father's case, I'll make the person responsible pay the price. Take your time and think over my offer. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. We will meet again at the coffee shop in 3 days. Chapter 248. Tempted. After Malcolm left, Karina sat silently at the table for a full hour, staring blankly without even taking a sip of water. Her well-heeled upbringing and the comforts that came with it sheltered her from actual malignant adversaries. Her most serious incident was simply caused by jealousy among little girls, literally child's play at this point when compared to Malcolm. He was the first proper enemy she ever encountered. He had ruined her life, slowly laying out its bare, harsh realities before her eyes. It was the first time Karina experienced such powerful sensations of fear and abhorrence. Throughout her days on the island, she would dream of diminishing Malcolm in her sleep, making him pay for every single horrible thing he'd done to her. However, when the day actually came, a time when the opportunity was ripe and victory was nigh, Malcolm simply strolled into her room, looked her in the eye, and told her that she had the wrong man all along. The man who had destroyed her family and locked away her father was, in fact, someone else. Karina considered the possibility of Malcolm lying, and that it was just another deceitful narrative he conjured out of desperation to throw her off. Although she hated to admit it, she knew deep down inside that Malcolm's rationalization actually made sense. Of late, she had been in a state of continuous disillusion, unsure of herself and where she was actually headed. Everything seemed a little too smooth this time around. Although Karina was forced through dire situations before, to the verge of bankruptcy at one point, Malcolm and the Black Market Alliance didn't take drastic measures to defeat her in her most trying times, very unlike Malcolm. On top of that, they even located Eugene without much hassle. While it took significant effort to persuade him, Eugene's resistance wasn't as vehement as expected. Compared to previous clashes, Malcolm's standards seemed to have fallen short this time. It would all make sense if Redmond had secretly intervened, though. Karina simply found it hard to accept that after all this while of chasing him down, Malcolm wasn't the perpetrator. It was as if she had been traversing an arid desert for an eternity, heading in one direction, and just when an oasis was in sight, it suddenly disappeared like a mirage. Nonetheless, wherever the truth lay, Malcolm's offer was indeed very tantalizing. Not only would the Black Market Alliance officially recognize her pawn business, but they would even agree to a whole list of favorable terms. The most important thing was that they promised to set her father free and help her exact revenge. Now that they shared a common enemy, she didn't have to worry about Malcolm and his bothersome antics anymore. Karina was slightly tempted. "Is this your escape plan?" Lola asked, looking baffled. "We have first to take out the 2 guards at the gate, then avoid the night patrols to sneak into the torture chamber and rescue Daisy and Nadia. Then, we pray hard that we didn't alert anyone, right? After that, we just have to run to the gate, kill a whole team of highly trained guards, and finally, make our way to the beach? Forgive me for being blunt, but this is not an escape plan, this is suicide." Leah tried to explain. "No, Laylee will eventually bring in more people, and we'll take care of the guards at the gate together. And he's already prepared a carriage that will send us to the beach. But it still doesn't change the immeasurable danger we have to face before all that. You can't just pray for the guards to go blind, or for the guard at the chamber to magically disappear. There's no way we can fight so many with just 2 blunderbusses and 8 daggers. We will kill the 2 guards outside the gate, and that itself is a huge risk. After that, we go straight to the main entrance. You've seen how the slaves sent to the chamber were treated. Come tomorrow, Daisy would have been in there for a day, and more than 20 days for that Nadia guy. Even if we managed to get them out, could they even walk in that state? I don't need to be dragging along 2 deadweights while trying to escape." "They are not deadweights. They are my companions," Leah insisted firmly. "Without them, we would have never contacted the people outside. If it hadn't been for Nadia and Daisy's perseverance, we would have ended up in there with them. So we either leave together, or no one leaves at all. Your stubbornness will only kill us all," Lola bemoaned with wide eyes. "You are like a tiny canary that Malcolm caged up for too long. You have no idea how cruel the world is outside this place. So, it seems this is all about your personal resentments. What about you then? Do you know how cruel it is?" Leah retorted. "Of course I do." Lola stripped off her dress and pointed at the thick scars pockmarking her chest. "At least I've actually tried escaping before. How else do you think these came about?" Leah stared in stunned silence. After a while, she blurted, "I'm sorry. I didn't know about this." "Of course you don't. You weren't even here yet." Lola slipped her dress back on and said earnestly, "I have attempted escape before, and I've seen many others do the same. I know better than anyone just how dangerous it is to do so. You have to do all you can to lower the risks involved. Perhaps you'll have a chance to succeed then. I know that they are very important to you, and I also know that you don't want to disappoint them. But sometimes, Leah, someone needs to make the difficult decisions." For a minute, Leah stared silently at the floor. Then, she looked up and replied, "I'm sorry. We either go together, or none of us leaves." Lola felt deep frustration coursing through her veins, and in a rage, she erupted in curses. #. I'm so stupid. I should never have gotten involved in this. I'll understand if you want to back out now. But no matter what, I will always be grateful to you. Without you, we couldn't have gotten the weapons, and we wouldn't have communicated with our allies outside the manor," replied Leah, sincerity brimming in her eyes. "Do you still not understand? I have nowhere else to go. If you fail, you will be tortured until you confess and sell me out." Lola punched the shelf next to her before taking in a deep breath and composing herself. "All right, you win. I give in. We can go save your friends, but we cannot rush it. Any ideas you can think of?" Leah asked humbly. "There's no way around being noisy if we break into the torture chamber. Since that's the case, we just make a louder noise. We'll distract the patrols by setting fire to the granary east of the manor, as well as the firewood store. That way, we'll have enough time to save your friends. But with so few with us, it can't be done, right?" Leah wondered out loud. "Yes, which is why we have to convince more to join us," Lola answered resolutely. Chapter 249. Special Leah's insistence on saving her friends significantly lowered the chance of a quiet escape. Since they were throwing in everything, Lola went all out to encourage everyone she could to join the daring escape, albeit remaining extremely conservative on who she told. She didn't inform everyone about the plan, revealing it to only a trusted few at lunch the next day. Those who were part of the plan would be alerted, and they would start preparing themselves without leaking any information. Leah was set for an important task herself. Her job was to steal any letters related to Normand and Raymond. Since she cleaned Malcolm's study every week, it wasn't too complicated, provided the room was empty. Leah's biggest worry was that Malcolm would be there while she cleaned. The good news was, Malcolm had something important to do and left the manor early that morning. Thus, when noon came around, Leah entered the study as usual. After greeting the guard with a smile, she closed the door behind her, letting out a massive sigh of relief as he steadied herself. Instantly, she went about the chore of cleaning the room. She was extra swift this time, but once she was done, there wasn't much time left for her original mission. Leah hastily stormed to the bookcase and pulled the drawer open. There was nothing inside. It was completely empty. She swore the letters were still there when she cleaned the room last week. Could the recent tensions and successive incidents of Nadia and Daisy have prompted Malcolm to move away everything important? But then again, from the haphazard way those letters were piled up, she could tell that Malcolm didn't care about them much. She forced herself to stop panicking as she went through the various possibilities in her mind. At the same time, her hands didn't stop, searching the entire study as she went along. However, despite her best efforts, there was still no trace of the letters. Leah grew more anxious by the second as every drawer she opened turned up empty. In her haste, she made a blunder. As she shifted backward, she accidentally knocked a low cabinet, sending the binaural vase on it to come crashing down. She turned around to try to catch it, but it was already too late. The vase had already fallen onto the floor. Fortunately for carpets, it didn't shatter, although one of its handles had broken off. Leah was horrified, her heart falling even harder the vase. This was Malcolm's favorite piece of porcelain. An adventurer brought it from a distant and mysterious land of the Far East, and no doubt, it was a priceless artifact, worth hundreds of times of what she was sold for. She had always been extra careful whenever she cleaned, but this time, her mind was so preoccupied with finding the letters that she discounted her surroundings. Before she could even think up a plan to salvage the situation, she heard footsteps from the outside of the study. They were the sound of Malcolm's unique stride, swifter than most men, but with a pace firm and confident. The interval between each step was almost always the same too. It was just as he was, efficient, solemn, and calm. The guard pushed the door open, and Malcolm entered. The moment he saw Leah clutching the vase with one hand and cleaning the counter with the other, she thought she was done for. However, he simply cocked an eyebrow and didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. In fact, he seemed to be in a good mood today. "Stop cleaning. Go tell the kitchen to put some steak on the grill," he instructed Leah. "All right. Haven't you had your lunch yet?" Leah turned around, hiding the damaged vase behind her back and trying her hardest to maintain a smile. I had 2 bites of apple pie on the way back. Average tasting stuff." Thank goodness Malcolm wasn't looking at her. In an attempt to shift the man's attention, she picked up a wine bottle and hurried over to pour him a glass. Malcolm cleared his throat. "I heard that you and Daisy are quite close." Leah froze, and a feeling of dread overwhelmed her. Malcolm must have turned his suspicions to her. To her relief, he said, "Do you happen to know who she's close to?" "That," Leah started but was hesitant. "What's wrong? Are you afraid that the others would shun you if you tell me? But haven't you always been getting the cold shoulder anyway?" Leah was surprised that Malcolm knew about it. "Are you surprised? I've been giving you preferential treatment. So naturally, the others will be unhappy. They are too afraid to hate me, so they turn to the person closest to me. That happens to be you. But because of that, I get to sniff out the rogues. Don't worry, I won't let them hurt you. Haven't you realized it yet? Those who have mistreated you have all but disappeared." Malcolm paused. He finished up his wine as he stared at the girl with a cocked head. "With you helping me, I don't have to worry about anything," he went on. Leah wasn't the least pleased the creepy undertone in her master's voice. When those words hit her, her blood ran cold, and a frigid chill ran down her spine. Truth be told, she actually felt guilty that she had seen Malcolm's letters. No matter what the other slaves thought about him, he treated her well, at the very least. And after all these years of Malcolm's influence, her mindset was actually closer to that of a white woman. That also made her different from her own people. At times, she even felt that Malcolm understood her better than her own compatriots. He played a similar role as her father and mentor, and undeniably, she felt some warmth from it. However, as it turned out, it was all an illusion. Malcolm treated her differently, not because of how special she was, but because he needed her to seem special. "All right, I'm hungry. Go hurry the chef up," Malcolm said. "And oh, it's been quite humid recently, so I had someone send the letters this morning. Collect them later in the evening, will you?" "Yes, sir." Leah nodded and left the study. It was destined to be a sleepless night. When the hands of the clock in the living room struck 12, Lola woke the maid in the bed next to her and told about their escape plans. At the same time, the same thing was happening in all the other rooms until eventually, almost 20 maids were gathered in Leah's quarters. These were almost half of all the maids in the manor. Except for Layli's people, the rest of the colored women wishing to escape were now practically together. Lola tied up the ones afraid of getting caught, gagging them to keep them from blowing the whistle. Most of all, it was done for their own good. If they were caught with any information, they would be punished severely once Leah and the others escaped. As for the male slaves living in another building, they were led by someone else. Leah glanced at the faces of the women before her. In their eyes, she saw anxiety, fear, and a powerful yearning for freedom. Without hesitation, she declared, "Sisters, let us together break the shackles that bind our necks." Chapter 250. Riot. Malcolm couldn't remember the last time he got some proper sleep. Once he realized that Redmond was the enemy, he wasted no time coming up with a plan to deal with him. However, that wasn't Malcolm's biggest problem right now, as he would need to stabilize the increasingly volatile black market alliance once Redmond was out of the game. Most outsiders viewed the black market alliance as an invincible and impenetrable force. As one of its founding fathers, Malcolm secretly knew that its foundations were weak and crumbling. No matter how robust the system was, solving every internal conflict that arose within its core would be impossible. This was where Redmond's influence came in handy, something the system couldn't do. Every black market merchant had their own cliques and factions, and naturally, some were hostile to each other. Malcolm wasn't the right person to balance power and resolve their conflicts since he'd only been in Nassau for a few years. When it came to matters like this, he still had to rely on Redmond. After all, Redmond was one of the eldest and most experienced black market merchants in Nassau. This was why Malcolm was in charge of the alliance's operations while Redmond became its leader. Within 2 or 3 years, Malcolm would have built a strong reputation within the alliance, and Redmond would be kicked out of the game. He was even confident that he could take over all his tasks within a year. Owing to that, he was surprised that Redmond would turn against him a lot earlier than expected. At this point, the two could never go back to how they were before. Redmond knew that the longer he dragged things on, the more unfavorable his situation would be. To him, Karina, Malcolm's rival, was the wild card in this game, and it would be unsurprising if he decided to secretly take action on her. That said, Redmond failed to keep it a secret from Malcolm. Malcolm's priority, as of now, was to find a way to kick Redmond out of Nassau, and at the same time, ensure that the operation would cause minimal effects on the alliance. Malcolm wrote down the names of a few influential black market merchants on a piece of paper, supposed candidates for Redmond's replacement. It wasn't until late that night that he went to bed. Not too long after he fell asleep, he was awakened by some loud shouting and rapid thumps of footsteps outside his room. Such actions were typically forbidden inside the manor. Instantly, Malcolm's eyes popped open as he jumped out of bed. At that time, someone knocked at his door. "Come in." Wallace pushed the door open and stormed into the room. "What's going on outside?" "What's with that loud noise?" asked a frowning Malcolm while hastily changing his attire. "The slaves are rioting. They've set fire to the barn and our wood and cotton warehouses." "How many of them?" "I can't come up with a number right now, but I believe more than half of our slaves are in it. They are all armed mainly with stones they picked and knives from the kitchen. But there are some with daggers and guns. On the bright side, they have at most 2 or 3 guns with them. I've sent for a team to protect you, and I've also rushed a messenger to get help from other plantations. Once their men arrive, we should be more secure." Once Malcolm put on his proper attire and shoes, he walked out to the balcony and instantly saw the fires that were raging nearby. It seemed that a new fight had just broken out at another spot. It was just like what Wallace said, the black slaves had the numbers, but the guards were better equipped. As of now, the guards were holding up well. Not too long after that, the supervisors joined the brawl as well. Getting assistance in crushing the dissent should be a breeze too. Managing the slaves had been a constant headache for landowners like Malcolm, and as he shared a good rapport with a few plantations, they would inevitably run to his aid in a time like this. Malcolm's confidence was boosted, and he wasn't too worried about the ever-growing riots around his manor. Even when Wallace told about the massive losses they had suffered, he seemed unconcerned. Malcolm was trying to figure if the riots had something to do with Redmond. If it did, what was he hoping to achieve? How did he convince so many to work for him? A handful of slaves had attempted to escape Terrence Manor before, but a riot of this scale was unprecedented. It would have been a massive undertaking, not to mention that with so many being involved, the secret was bound to be spilled somehow. Most slaves weren't petite as well, and they could be easily spotted. There was no place they could hide, even if they escaped successfully. Malcolm was also baffled by how the slaves got their hands on the daggers and guns. All these questions could only be answered after the riots were over. He knew one thing for sure, though. Daisy wasn't the snitch. Soon, they received updates that the slaves were moving toward the ranches, a spot that was poorly defended. If that were to be the case, the guards might actually be on the losing end. Once the horses were set free, the situation would only become more chaotic and eventually get out of hand. So with Malcolm's permission, Wallace and his men scrambled to the ranch hoping to stop a horse stampede. Wallace was running when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It dawned on him that fierce fighting was happening at 3 different locations around the manor. One place, however, had been unusually quiet tonight. It was in the fields where the torture chamber was. Cunning little pieces of shit. Wallace reloaded his rifle, and with a scowl, turned to the plantation. From afar, the body of the supervisor guarding the room could be seen lying on the ground. Several knives were sticking out of his back like bristles. Meanwhile, a black man was dragging Nadia out of the room. Wallace pulled the trigger, the bullet missing its target and landing on a nearby barrel instead. Startled, the black man fell to the ground as he dropped Nadia. Wallace's men had also started shooting as well. Desperate to save his own life, he left Nadia and ran back to the torture room. At the same time, Leah heard gunshots as well. She was right behind the black man. As for Lola, she was carrying Daisy and was behind Leah. They were joined by 4 women and 2 men who had previously been slaves at the plantation. Earlier, a few slaves were in a fight with a supervisor, and 1 woman survived with light injuries. Those were their only people left still capable of fighting. As for Wallace, he had 5 guards with him, and 4 were armed with guns. Creeping slowly and quietly to the torture room, they hoped to take their targets by surprise. Just as they were about to reach, they were greeted by a loud gunshot, followed by the loud thud of a guard dropping to the ground. Wallace and the rest quickly crouched as low as possible, the casualty only turning them more cautious. What they didn't know was that Leah only had 1 gun, and she had just shot her last round.